Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1751, The 10,000 Worlds Conference. The King Chang Realm Feast ended perfectly, and many talented people emerged, including the Immortal Emperor level, the Immortal King level, and the Immortal Stage realm. There were outstanding talents in all major realms, especially the Immortal Stage realm, because there were 9 realms in the Immortal Stage. Qin Wentian gave people from all realms a chance. They all received generous rewards, and some joined the 9 Realms Palace. A few even became disciples of the Palace Master of the 9 Realms Palace, which made countless people envious. The Grand Era ended, and everyone was reluctant to leave. They stayed in the city for a long time before leaving, but Qin Wentian remained in their minds for a long time, especially the younger generation. They admired and yearned for him. When would they be able to be like the King Chang Realm Master Qin Wentian, unparalleled in his elegance, in control of a piece of heaven and earth, ascend the throne with a beauty, and be worshipped by the world? What a beautiful scene that would be! After the King Chang Realm Feast ended, Qin Wentian asked the major realm palaces to continue to sort out the affairs of the 9 Realm Palace. Although 3 months was enough for them to take over the 9 Realm Palace, it was impossible to take care of everything. There were still many places in the 9 Realm Palace that were in chaos because of the death of the Changsheng Realm Master and several Palace Masters. For example, the many mineral veins in the King Chang Realm were the foundation of the King Chang Realm and the land of wealth. They must be well controlled. These mineral veins can continuously provide them with cultivation resources. Now Qin Wentian is not just practicing alone, but also has many followers. In order to make everyone keep up with the realm, in addition to the guidance of the gods, resources are also indispensable. After everything was handled, Jiutian returned from the lower realm and came to the King Chang realm to take charge of this world, assisted by the palace masters of the Desolate Heaven Palace, Jiutian Palace, and Helen Clan. Qin Wentian himself went to the lower realm again with his beloved wife and friends and elders. What happened at the King Chang Realm Feast was just a minor incident for Qin Wentian. He couldn't really fight with the Xianfu realm just because the Xianfu realm lord had someone bring a message. That was too irrational. He had told Emperor Yi before that now that he had established a firm foothold in the Taku Immortal Realm, his top priority was to completely enter the realm of the Realm Lord. King Xuan was now peaceful, and no one dared to make trouble. The storm of the world destruction battlefield gradually subsided. There were no strong people coming like before, but there were still some people with extraordinary identities who went down to the world to enter the world destruction battlefield, but they were not as high profile as before, and quietly looked for opportunities. The world is changing, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Decades of worldly life are extremely short for the Taku Immortal Realm, and even for King Xuan, they are nothing. But in the past few decades, Qin Wentian and his friends have made great progress. One day, Qin Wentian came out of the Wanfa Hall and shook his head in frustration. Si Chenshin God appeared beside him in the form of a shadow, smiling and saying, "How was it? Was it very enjoyable?" "Senior, you are still making fun of me," Qin Wentian said with a wry smile. The Wanfa realm is not only a place for learning and practicing, but also a place for fighting. All the steel spirits are spiritual bodies, each of which controls a kind of heavenly heart consciousness. They can exert super strength and fight with people who enter the Wanfa realm, allowing them to personally feel the power of that heavenly heart consciousness. Qin Wentian often enters the Wanfa realm to fight. He has now comprehended several kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. He thinks he is extraordinary. Ordinary realm masters are not his opponents, but he still fails in the Wanfa realm. It was okay in the front and he could get through, but some powerful heavenly heart consciousness appeared in the back, and he could only be abused. It was not much different from the previous extraordinary realm, and he died in an instant. Haha, you have made great progress. You can comprehend so many powers in such a short time. This kind of talent is rare. Next, I will wait for you to comprehend your world heart. Si Chen Xianshan said with a smile, "How is your world heart now?" "I am still trying to comprehend it. I don't know when I can break through," Qin Wentian said. "Well, don't be too anxious. With your talent and understanding, everything will come naturally. Comprehend the world heart. It is better to spend more time to comprehend a stronger world heart. In this way, You can save many years of practice in the future. I don't know how many times stronger than those world masters who comprehend the world heart casually. Qian said. He would not ask this of ordinary people, but it was different for Qin Wentian. His requirements were very high, very high. He hoped that Qin Wentian's world heart would be amazing. Qian expected that Qin Wentian would not become a world master, but once he became a world master, he would be an extraordinary world master, and kill those ordinary world masters in seconds. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Realm heart, it was really difficult. Now, for him, the comprehension of heaven heart consciousness was much simpler. Of course, this was because he had higher requirements, otherwise he would have comprehended realm heart long ago and entered realm lord realm, but he was unwilling to make do. By the way, I have some bad news for you. It is said that Beiming Yuang is already impacting realm lord realm, and may break through before you. Wentian said with a smile. Qin Wentian showed a strange look, and then smiled. Of course, he was happy that Yuang had good talent. Moreover, Beiming Yuang's requirements were not as high as his. Yuang, who had already comprehended heaven heart consciousness, was ready to deduce and comprehend realm heart directly, and then he would truly enter realm lord level. Just as they were talking, a strong icy light bloomed in a very far place. The world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow, and the sky seemed to be condensed into ice and snow. Qin Wentian and Wentian both looked over there. The world was full of ice and snow, and the world turned into a white frost world, pure and flawless. A beautiful figure appeared in the ice and snow world, like a goddess, shining brightly, pure and innocent. It was the North Nether Emperor. I just said that I was about to break through, but I didn't expect it to come true. Sure enough, I'm ahead of you. Wentian said with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at the stunning figure, his deep eyes with a smile. Seeing the Nether Emperor break through, he was of course happy. A realm master appeared beside him. In the future, there will be more realm masters, such as Kinger, Mengjin, and the little bastard. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's go. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and went to the dazzling ice and snow world. Not only him, but many people noticed the situation over there and flashed in that direction. Not long after, many people came to the North Nether Emperor, only to see the North Nether Emperor's body falling down, adding a bit of holy temperament. Thinking back then, the Changsheng Realm Master actually wanted to take the Nether Emperor as a concubine. It was really ridiculous. With the Changsheng Realm Master's natural ability, is he worthy of the Nether Emperor? Not to mention a concubine. There was a shadow beside Beiming Yuang. Standing there, a female figure that made people look up to her. She was sacred and could not be desecrated. She was a true goddess, a powerful god. All the gods respected her very much, but never called her by her name. They didn't even know her title, and they never talked about her. Qin Wentian only recently learned from Wentian that the goddess who taught Beiming Yuang to practice was extraordinary. She was the biological daughter of the immortal god. Qin Wentian was naturally happy that Yuang could get her guidance and be regarded as a master. Yuang had been taught to death by an old pervert, and now the daughter of the immortal god was teaching Yuang again. All this seemed destined. Yuang, your realm is higher than mine now. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Beiming Yuang looked at Qin Wentian with beautiful eyes. If you want to break through, you can do it at any time. If you haven't broken through, you haven't broken through. Don't comfort me. I won't be jealous of you. Qin Wentian said jokingly. Emperor of the Underworld. Emperor Beiming came and looked at his daughter, feeling happy. His daughter was already a realm master. It's all thanks to Master. Emperor Beiming looked at the goddess beside him. Your comprehension is not good, and my teaching is useless. The goddess was very calm and said indifferently, but you should not be complacent. Entering the realm of realm master is just the beginning. Next, you have to continue to change the realm heart and make it stronger. Yes, I will follow Master's teachings. Emperor of the Underworld nodded. You should get together with your friends. The goddess said and left. Many people teased Qin Wentian and asked him when he would break through. After all, Qin Wentian's talent was undoubtedly the highest among all people, but Emperor of the Underworld was now the first to enter the realm of Realm Master. Qin Wentian felt that he was under a lot of pressure. Next, Emperor of the Underworld naturally had to stabilize the realm heart and communicate with the 8th star soul. This was very important. After everyone gathered, they left separately so as not to disturb Emperor of the Underworld's practice. Qin Wentian once again chose to meditate in seclusion. In the ancient fairyland, Jiutian traveled to all the major mineral veins and magical places in the Qingchang realm. Two bodies were meditating at the same time. There is no time in cultivation. Unknowingly, many years have passed, and it has been 100 years. 100 years is not long in the ancient fairyland, but for Qin Wentian, it is really very long. He has never devoted himself to cultivation for such a long time, but in order to impact the realm of the Realm Master, he has spent 100 years. It is conceivable how difficult it is for Qin Wentian to comprehend the heart of the extraordinary realm. In the Qingchang Palace, the master of Jiutian Palace came to meet Jiutian and asked Qin Wentian if he would return. After all, the feast of the Qingchang realm is about to be held again, and the Nine Realms Palace will also pay taxes. In the Qingchang Palace, Qin Wentian met him. Not only was Qin Wentian there, but the palace master of Jiutian Palace also discovered that many palace masters of the Nine Realms Palace were in the Changsheng Palace. This made the palace master of Jiutian Palace sigh that these people were Qin Wentian's absolute confidants. Hearing that they had not been there for these years, Jiutian Palace was actually very curious about what Qin Wentian and the others had gone, and whether they had gone to the place of opportunity in the battlefield of destruction again. But he didn't dare to ask. If Qin Wentian didn't tell him, he knew he shouldn't ask. Meeting the Realm Master. The Palace Master of Jiutian Palace said, "I was wondering if the Realm Master would attend the second feast of the Qingchang realm. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. This feast is still left to you. I'll just take a look." "But Palace Master Jiutian, I just received an invitation," Qin Wentian said. "What invitation?" the Palace Master of Jiutian asked. "Take a look for yourself." Qin Wentian waved his hand, and an extremely delicate and dazzling invitation flew in front of the Palace Master of Jiutian Palace. He looked at the flashing handwriting, his pupils contracted, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. There were only 4 words engraved on this invitation. The 10,000 Worlds Conference. Chapter 1752 The 8 Ancient Realms. Qin Wentian knew that the Jiutian Palace Master knew about the 10,000 Worlds Conference when he saw the reaction of the Jiutian Palace Master, so he asked, "Jiutian Palace Master, do you know about the 10,000 Worlds Conference?" "I know a little, but I am not qualified to be involved. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is the most top-level event in the Teku Immortal Domain, and I am not even qualified to attend it." Jiutian Palace Master shook his head and said, "The Realm Master has been in office for 100 years, and the 10,000 Worlds Conference is held. I was invited. It seems that this is a recognition of the Realm Master's strength and status." "Oh." Qin Wentian looked at Jiutian Palace Master. In addition to practicing in the past 100 years, he has learned a lot about the structure of the Teku Immortal Domain, but it is impossible for him to be familiar with everything in the Teku Immortal Domain. He is not very clear about the 10,000 Worlds Conference, so he asked Jiutian Palace Master. "Tell me more about it," Qin Wentian said. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is one of the most prestigious events in the ancient times. Only the powerful world masters who control a vast and endless territory are eligible to receive invitations. Of course, some transcendent power families need not be mentioned. It is a peak event for the various forces in the ancient Zuanliu. The top one is not comparable to a Qingchang World event at all. Its scale is so grand that it includes countless places like Qingchang World. The Jiutian Palace Master said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and there was a gleam of light. It turned out to be the most peak gathering in the Zuanliu. It seems that now that he is a world master, he has reached the edge of the world's peak and is qualified to contact this level. He has practiced for many years and has participated in many grand events along the way. Many of them are magnificent and have a great impact on him. But now, the invitation he received is likely to be a grand event that surpasses the past. The ancient fairyland is too vast. The ancient people divided it into the 8 ancient domains, named after the 8 characters of heaven, earth, Zhuan, Wang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Wang. The place where Qingchang realm is located belongs to the Zuanliu territory, also known as the ancient Zuanliu. The Zuanliu is so large that it is said to include the territories of all realms. It is simply unimaginable how vast it is. Was it initiated by those beings in the Zuanliu? Qin Wentian looked at the master of Jiutian Palace and asked. Well, it has been a rule since ancient times. It is held once every 10,000 years. The 10,000 Realms Conference is the pinnacle event of the ancient Zuanliu. Invitations will be sent out 3 years in advance to give people time to prepare. I heard that Chang Sheng also participated in it before, but he never mentioned it again later. Maybe he didn't want to participate again. Of course, I don't know the details. In short, Chang Sheng never mentioned this matter. The master of Jiutian Palace said. Qin Wentian nodded. There may be many reasons for not mentioning this matter, but the biggest possibility is that the Lord of the Immortal Realm has no sense of existence in such a grand event. He is not invited. He even did not attend the event again, or he was not invited. Of course, the Lord of the Immortal Realm is dead. This is impossible to verify and can only be guessed. But Qin Wentian can know by just imagining that the peak event of the ancient Xuanyu, the 10,000 realms, is invited. There may be many lords. Even if the strength of the Lord of the Immortal Realm participates, it is difficult to have any sense of existence. He is not noticeable at all. It is normal not to mention it in front of his subordinates. This invitation is really simple. There is no time or place. Qin Wentian said with a smile. There are only 4 words on the invitation, 10,000 Realms Conference, but this itself is a kind of transcendent spirit. These 4 words are enough to represent everything. From the moment the Lord of the Realm received the invitation, 3 years will be the time. Jiutian Palace Master said. Do you know what the 10,000 Realms Conference is specifically about? Qin Wentian said. I really don't know. It's too far away from me, so I haven't learned about it in detail. I just heard about the fame of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Palace Master Jiutian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Palace Master Jiutian didn't know the details of the top event in the ancient mysterious realm. It can be imagined that the ancient mysterious realm is so big that many news will not even be transmitted to the King Chang realm. I know. Qin Wentian nodded. You go and prepare the feast. The next thing will require you to worry more, Jiutian. Everything is left to you. Master, you are polite. This is my job. I will definitely do my best. Palace Master Jiutian bowed and said, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he left here directly. After Palace Master Jiutian left, Qin Wentian looked at the invitation that had returned to his hand and showed a sense of hesitation. Should I go to the gathering of the top forces of the Zhuan realm? Soon, he made a decision in his heart. This time he will meet the top figures of all parties, the super powerful masters of the realm, and the top forces of the ancient mysterious realm. Countless powerful beings gathered together. Such an opportunity only comes once in 10,000 years and cannot be missed. He decided to go. What do you think? At this time, the voice of Si Chen Tianxian rang in Qin Wentian's mind, communicating with his consciousness. Senior, I have decided to participate. Qin Wentian responded. Well, you have now officially entered the realm of the Master of the Realm. It is time to go out and take a look at the top forces of the ancient fairyland. Although you can't see the existence of the gods, you should be able to see a lot of the masters and juniors of this force. It's just right to see how excellent the people cultivated by the peak forces of the ancient fairyland are, and to get a glimpse of how strong the foundation of the top forces of the ancient times is. Si Chen Tianxian said. Of course, he hopes that Qin Wentian will go. There is no doubt about this. He has high hopes for Qin Wentian and hopes that he can reach the top of the world. I'll look forward to it too. Qin Wentian's eyes are as bright as stars. He has seen many gods in the world-destroying battlefield and has seen secret places like the Wanfa realm, but what are the real top figures of the ancient times like? He has no way to contact them in the King Chang realm, but he will be able to see them at the Wenji conference. However, there is no top power or god clan with the surname Qin in the Xuanyu of the ancient immortal realm. Where is the family of his parents? Will he have a chance to meet them in the 10,000 Worlds Conference? Now, he has established a firm foothold in the ancient immortal realm and has truly entered the realm of Realm Master, instead of just being the title of King Chang Realm Master. Deep in his heart, he had begun to stir, especially when he thought of everything he had seen in his mind and everything his father had endured. He had a strong urge to crush that world and kill all those so-called clansmen who had attacked his father. If he doesn't take revenge, he is not worthy of being a son. As for his mother, he knew even less. He really wanted to know what kind of extraordinary person his mother was. Now, he finally has the qualifications to get in touch with that level, and he will definitely go that far. P.S. This chapter has few words. I need to conceive a new plot next. I can't think of it for a while, so I'll make it up later. Chapter 1753 City of Time. The ancient fairyland stands on the top of the 33 heavenly fairyland, divided into 8 domains of heaven, earth, fantasy, universe and wildness. The division of these 8 domains is quite meaningful. The lower worlds controlled by each domain are almost the same. In the 33 heavenly fairyland, in addition to the ancient fairyland, there are 32 lower worlds. In the 8 domains, except for the wild domain, the number of lower worlds controlled by the top forces in each domain is 4, and the number in the wild domain is 3, because Qin Wentian is not controlled by any force. Otherwise, then the 32 pieces of sky will be exactly 4 fairyland in each domain. Of course, this is an ideal number. If Qin Wentian is not banned, it is still unknown which domain giant will control it. In this one domain, there are 3 giant forces. They control 4 worlds in their hands. It is conceivable how powerful they are. Of course, under these 3 giant forces, there are many vassal forces, which are also too powerful to look directly at. But according to Qin Wentian's understanding of the situation in the ancient fairyland, the giants in the Xuanyu are not the strongest. He had heard from the old pervert a long time ago that there are Buddhist forces in the ancient fairyland, which control the 4 realms and the 4 fairylands. How powerful is this? This means that this force represents a domain. Moreover, even in the Xuanyu, it is not difficult to understand which domain this force is from. The Yuyu, located in the west of the ancient fairyland, is also known as the Pure Land of Bliss. The venue of the 10,000 Worlds Conference has always been constant. It's just that because the Qingchang realm is located in a remote area, many people have never heard of it. But if you inquire a little, you will know that the venue of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, which is held once every 10,000 years, has always been the symbolic ancient city of the Xuanyu, the place where the gods rise. In ancient times, the first generation of gods when the 8 domains were divided came from this city. It was a legendary figure. There are cities of the Lord of Time, and some people call him the God of Time. In order to commemorate his birthplace, this city was named the City of Time. Qin Wentian has now come to this extremely ancient and magnificent city. It has been more than 2 years since he received the invitation. In a few months, the 10,000 Worlds Conference will be held in this city. He came here a few months in advance, crossing many realms, and it took a long time to arrive. Of course, it was not just Qin Wentian who came. There were many people accompanying him: King Qingcheng, Beaming Yaohong, Changqing Emperor, Nanhuang Yaoyu and others, all of whom came with him to see the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Moreover, now everyone has good strength and can indeed go out and walk around. In addition, he himself is already a master of a realm, so he is not as cautious as before. As for the Qingchang realm, it is now very stable. After ruling the Qingchang realm for 100 years, the 9 Realms Palace has already firmly controlled it, and there will be no chaos. The little bastard's incarnation, the golden winged rock, swooped down from the sky and landed on the ground. There were magnificent buildings towering into the clouds. Be careful when flying in the sky. From time to time, there were super powerful monsters flying through the sky. These monsters included auspicious sacred beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, as well as terrifying beasts such as Teodi and Kaionki. Of course, there were also rare monsters with mutations, which could be seen everywhere. I feel that extraordinary people who are very rare in Qingchang realm may be nothing here. Jun Mengchen looked at the strong people around him and below and spoke. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. In the past, forces like Changsheng Palace had strict control over the main city. Ordinary people were not qualified to live in Changsheng City at all, not to mention this legendary city, the City of Time. Brother, have you seen the World Master? Jun Mengchen asked Qin Wentian. Even now, he is still used to calling Qin Wentian brother. Well, there are quite a few. Qin Wentian nodded. Where is the Realm Master? Jun Mengchen's eyes were filled with excitement. He had seen very few Realm Masters before. Now that he had arrived at the City of Time, he wanted to see how powerful the Realm Masters here were. The white-haired senior in front of you. Qin Wentian whispered to Jun Mengchen. Jun Mengchen was stunned and looked forward. There was a white-haired old man who was walking forward with his body bent. He looked very old, and he was dressed very simply, a piece of the simplest clothes, which was simply ordinary. Brother, you didn't lie to me. Jun Mengchen blinked. When he spoke, the old man in front stopped and turned his head to look at Jun Mengchen. His eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Although he looked old, his smiling eyes emitted a terrifying light. At this moment, Jun Mengchen felt that his soul was imprisoned, and he stood there in a daze. I told you to talk nonsense, and you still don't apologize to me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. When he spoke, there was an invisible force. Jian Mengchen felt much more relaxed. The old man looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. I am rude, senior, please don't blame me. Jian Mengchen smiled tremblingly, no longer doubting it at this moment. No problem. The old man smiled and said to Qin Wentian, are you here to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference? Yes, old man too. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Yes. The old man nodded, you even brought your family with you. You are really interesting. I have never been far away. It's a rare opportunity. Naturally, I want to come and see it. Qin Wentian said. That's right. The old man nodded and turned around. He saw his body flash and disappeared. Jian Mengchen almost thought he had seen it wrong, but there was nothing in front of him. Even if he had a fairy thought, he couldn't find the other party. So fast. Jian Mengchen exclaimed. Qin Wentian looked at him with a smile. Let you talk nonsense. This is the city of time, a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. In addition to the old man just now, there was a very young man on our left. Did you notice it? Yes, he looks about the same age as me. He is also a realm master. Qin Wentian whispered. Jian Mengchen rolled his eyes, a little speechless, feeling a little depressed. He has not yet been able to step into the realm of realm master. Let's find an inn to stay in first, and we will stay in the city of time for a while, so we will settle down first. Qin Wentian said, and everyone nodded in agreement. After a long journey, they finally arrived in the city of time. It's time to rest. They haven't eaten for these days, and they just want to taste the delicious food and wine in the city of time. Although it doesn't affect anything for a martial arts cultivator not to eat, it's human nature to have a desire for food. Moreover, the food in the ancient fairyland is not just food, but all natural treasures. While enjoying a delicious meal, it is actually transforming the body, although it is very subtle. Soon, everyone found an inn to stay in. The inn included a restaurant, pavilions and towers. While enjoying delicious food, they could also look out at the distant scenery. The little bastard transformed into a puppy, with a huge appetite, wolfing down food, eating very quickly, enjoying it very much. Jian Mengchen was not much better. Although the beauties moved gracefully, Mo Qingchang couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid the ingredients of this food are all treasures I have never heard of. After entering the stomach, the power in the body is running on its own, and the whole body is very comfortable. Mo Qingchang is now at the realm of the immortal emperor, so the feeling is naturally very strong. Even an extraordinary person has a subtle sense of pleasure. Sister-in-law, don't you see how much this meal costs? It's in units of boundary stones. It's too extravagant. Brother, why are you doing this? Jian Mengchen said speechlessly. That's a boundary stone, and each piece is priceless. It's a rare trip, so of course I have to enjoy life. Qin Wentian was in a very good mood. It was rare for everyone to get together so leisurely to enjoy fine wine and delicious food. It didn't matter if he spent some money. Now that he was the master of Qingchang realm, all the resources of the realm belonged to him. Although the realm stones were precious, he had no shortage of them now. Moreover, he also brought a lot of good things out of the god's treasure in the world destruction battlefield. Sir, you came to the city of time from afar, right? A beautiful woman who was serving dishes asked Jian Mengchen with a smile. She was the kind of beautiful woman who looked very comfortable, young and beautiful, and her smile was very friendly. Such a beauty was just a maid serving dishes. How could such treatment not be called luxury? You figured it out. Jian Mengchen said with a carefree smile. Well, in the city of time, enjoying a delicious meal is considered quite common. How can it be called luxury? You haven't been to those places where magic weapons and jewelry are traded. That's what luxury is. If a young master wants to buy a piece of clothing, or if a few beautiful fairies want to buy a piece of jewelry, they need to spend tens of millions of boundary stones, and the quality of the boundary stones can't be too bad. The maid smiled gently, but she didn't mean to make fun of it. What kind of clothes and jewelry is this? Jian Mengchen was a little dumbfounded. Of course it is a world magic weapon refined by a powerful master. A piece of clothing and jewelry may look inconspicuous, but it is a very powerful magic weapon. There are offensive and defensive ones, which are both beautiful and practical. The maid smiled. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered and he glanced at the maid. This sentence was more like a word to him and Mo Qingchang and King are beside him. This beautiful maid was very smart to introduce himself in this way. I would like to go for a walk. Are you willing to be my guide? Of course, I will pay you a certain amount. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He actually needed a guide to learn about the City of Time and the 10,000 Worlds Conference. If you need it, I will obey your order. But you can see that I am working and need to go tomorrow. The maid bowed slightly. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Yi will wait for you here tomorrow. The maid bowed slightly to Qin Wentian and then left. Brother, you don't want to buy jewelry for my sister-in-law, do you? Qin Wentian blinked. I feel that the woman said so deliberately when she saw my sister-in-law. Of course it's intentional, but it's just right for us to walk around and broaden our horizons. Even if we don't buy jewelry, shouldn't we take a look around this City of Time? How can we do without a guide? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Qin Wentian nodded. Nan Huangyao and others looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. With this guy's love for Kinger and Mo Qingcheng, he would really spend a lot of money. P.S. I'm still a bit stuck today. I've been thinking about how to move the plot forward. After all, it's a new big plot. So all the updates are late. I apologize. Chapter 1754, Xiangxin Tower. The next day, Yi followed the appointment and let Qin Wentian and the others out of the inn. This beautiful maid working in the inn had reached the realm of Immortal Emperor and was young and beautiful. If she were in Qingxuan, she would definitely be an extremely dazzling figure. However, this was the City of Time, and she was just a maid. This was the difference between regions, so great that it was unimaginable. Even the Queen of Southern Phoenix felt that it was a little unreal. Before they followed Qin Wentian, they were only at the realm of Immortal Emperor. Where do you want to go, Mr. Qin? Yi asked Qin Wentian with a smile. She always gave people a very strong affinity. Although her beauty was not as good as Mo Qingcheng, Kinger, and the Queen, she looked very beautiful when she smiled. Did you deliberately seduce me yesterday to go and see the magic weapons and jewelry? Qin Wentian looked at Yi with a smile. You figured it out. Yi showed a mischievous look. Mr. Qin, most of the people who can enjoy a meal at the inn at the cost of boundary stones are outsiders who come to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and they are relatively generous guests. I saw that there were several beautiful fairies around Mr. Qin, so I thought that Mr. Qin might have this need, so I deliberately said that so that I could earn some money from leading the way. After all, a cultivator like Yi who does not have a strong background needs to earn resources by himself. This is a faster source. Mr. Qin will not blame Yi, right? If I blame you, I would not invite you here. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The people behind him also sighed. It is not easy to be an immortal emperor here, because they want to move forward. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Qin. There are all levels of divine weapons in the City of Time. The fairies should need the level of world divine weapons, right? Yi said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Although Emperor Yuan can also refine weapons, he obviously does not have the ability to refine clothes and jewelry at the level of world divine weapons. I am afraid that he needs to be a world master who has been immersed in refining weapons for many years. Then I will take Master Qin to the Xiangxin building, where there are many extremely exquisite world divine weapons. Yi said. Just lead the way. Qin Wentian nodded and asked, Yi, how many world masters will attend the 10,000 Worlds Conference? He was looking forward to it. Yi was a cultivator who lived in the City of Time, so he must be well informed and knew much more about this than he did. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is derived from the meaning of the heavens and the worlds. The heavens refer to the 4 worlds ruled by the Zuanliu. The strong men from the 4 worlds will naturally come. The 10,000 worlds refer to the realms of the vast area of the Zuanliu. In addition, there are many huge family forces and strong men from super forces that do not rule the territory. In addition, the scattered cultivators from all sides will also gather here. Therefore, although it is called the 10,000 Worlds Conference, in fact, the number of world masters who come here must be more than 10,000. The Zuanliu is so large and the number of living beings is innumerable that it is impossible to count them. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is the pinnacle event of the Zuanliu. The strong men gathered here are beyond Yi's imagination. Yi's words were a little solemn, and Qin Wentian also agreed with him. Yes, a Qingcheng realm is so vast that most people can't get out of it in their lifetime. How vast is the entire Teiku Zuanliu? It's unimaginable. Will the 4 lower realms controlled by the Zuanliu also participate? Qin Wentian murmured. Well, Donghuangshan, Chiangshan, Wujishan, and Yuanshishan, These 4 immortal realms are ruled by the 3 supreme forces of our Xuanyu. Their status is extremely high, comparable to those transcendent beings who follow the 3 supreme forces. Their strength is also very strong. They have cultivated many strong people. After many years, there are many amazing figures among them who can directly enter the 3 supreme forces to practice. Of course, they will come to participate in the 10,000 Realms Conference. Yizi said. Then what about the strong people from the other 7 realms outside the Xuanyu? Will anyone come to participate in the Xuanyu 10,000 Realms Conference? Qin Wentian asked casually. Ordinary realm masters will not come, but sometimes some super powerful realm masters will come to see the strength of the realm masters of the Xuanyu. After all, the 10,000 Realms Conference is a rare opportunity to see many realm master level figures in the Xuanyu, and thus see the power of this level of the Xuanyu. Yizi continued to explain, and Qin Wentian nodded. The realm master level is the strongest below the gods. The existence of the god level is standing at the top of the ancient times. After all, there are very few. Even in the vast and endless ancient times, there are not too many creatures. The master of the realm is the backbone of each domain. On the way, Qin Wentian asked many questions, and Yizi naturally answered all the questions. This made Qin Wentian gradually have a deep understanding of the Xuanyu and the 10,000 Worlds Conference. This is also one of the reasons why he asked Yizi to be a guide. He needs to know some news, and asking from people is naturally the simplest and most direct method. Qin Wentian wanted to know too many things. Unknowingly, a long time passed. They came to the destination of this trip, Xiangxin Building. If you want to enter the Xiangxin Building, you must first pay an ordinary boundary stone, and it will not be returned. Of course, a group of people only need to pay 1 to enter. This is to ensure that not everyone can enter. The population of the City of Time is countless. If there is no restriction, a place like Xiangxin Building will be crowded with people. How can you do business? I am afraid that most people are here to visit. Only those who can ignore a boundary stone can have the ability to trade in Xiangxin Building. After Qin Wentian entered the Xiangxin Building, he was quickly shocked by the dazzling array of magic weapons inside. The interior of the Xiangxin Building was extremely luxurious and very large. There were all kinds of magic weapons, and all of them were for women. Needless to say, the various styles of fairy clothes were too beautiful. Kinger, Mo Qingchang and other women did not admire these, but they were still attracted by the clothes and jewelry inside. How could women not love beauty? This necklace is so beautiful. Mo Qingchang walked to a necklace magic weapon and said to Kinger, if Sister Kinger wears it, she will be very beautiful. I won't wear it. Kinger said crisply, with a thin face. She really never wears jewelry. The beauty carved by nature is still flawless without makeup. What's the use of this necklace? Qin Wentian asked the beautiful woman in front of the counter. The necklace was indeed very beautiful, as if it was carved from sky blue crystal, which was the color of the pure and flawless sea. This is the heart of the ocean. If it is triggered, the heart of the ocean defense will appear, wrapping the wearer's body in it, and can block the attacks of ordinary realm masters without collapsing until the energy in it is completely dissipated. The maid introduced with a smile. I think this heart of the ocean is more suitable for the temperament of the Nether Emperor. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Beiming Nether Emperor was stunned and looked at Qin Wentian. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at her, she couldn't help but lower her head and blushed. This is jewelry. Qin Wentian said it was suitable for her. What do people think? Qin Wentian did think that this heart of the ocean was suitable for the beauty of the Nether Emperor, and it had defensive capabilities. Combined with the strength of the Nether Emperor at the level of a realm master, it would have an extra layer of protection in future battles. He didn't have too complicated thoughts. However, Beiming Nether Emperor's reaction made Qin Wentian a little embarrassed. He had to look at everyone and asked, don't you think so? I also think it suits the temperament of the Nether Emperor. Nang Wangyaoai looked at this scene with a smile and spoke to resolve the embarrassment. Well, I also found that it would be more suitable for Sister Yao Huang to wear than Sister Kinger. Mo Qingchang said with a smile. Qin Wentian felt Mo Qingchang's smile and felt a little guilty for some reason, but he really didn't think so much. He just felt that it was suitable for Yao Huang. What's the price? Mo Qingchang asked directly. 300 ordinary boundary stones. If there are extraordinary boundary stones, the price will be estimated separately. The maid replied with a smile. Mo Qingchang looked at Qin Wentian and said, you should be able to afford it, right? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He had a lot of ordinary boundary stones. Okay, We'll take it. Mo Qingchang said with a smile and decided directly. The people behind him looked at Mo Qingchang with admiration in their eyes. It's no wonder the Qin Wentian loves such a woman so much. Qin Wentian bought it and gave it to Yao Huang, which made Yao Huang very embarrassed, but he still accepted it. He kept his head down all the way and didn't have the heart to appreciate the treasures in Xiangxin Tower. Qingcheng, Kinger, do you have anything you like? Qin Wentian asked. Yi Qian didn't come this time, and Qingcheng Hall also needed someone to take care of it. I don't need it. Kinger shook her head. No, how about that dress? Mo Qingcheng pulled Kinger forward. There was a piece of clothing hanging there alone. The lines look very soft, blue, and faintly shining, dazzling. The two fairies have good eyesight. This is the God-hidden robe. It has the ability to hide and has a strong defensive effect. If it is not destroyed, it can be reused. There was also a maid next to her who introduced it. It's really beautiful. How many boundary stones? Mo Qingcheng asked directly again. 20,000 ordinary boundary stones. The maid smiled and said. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes condensed and she looked at Qin Wentian weakly. Let's go. Kinger said softly. This number is too scary. Mo Qingcheng was a little reluctant and stretched out her hand to touch the clothes in front of her. Don't touch it. The maid's smile suddenly disappeared, and she scolded, causing Mo Qingcheng's body to tremble slightly, and her hands froze in midair. Sorry, these are all for sale. You can't touch them casually, otherwise if there are defects, you will have thoughts if you want to buy them. The maid smiled again, but the power revealed in that instant still scared Mo Qingcheng. The other party was actually in the extraordinary realm. At that moment, a sense of pressure fell on her. Moreover, Mo Qingcheng felt that although the other party was smiling at this time, her eyes were still a little contemptuous. After all, she was only in the realm of the immortal emperor, and it was no wonder that the other party would be like this. I'm sorry. Mo Qingcheng withdrew her hand and apologized in her low voice. Miss Qingcheng, are you okay? Yi Zi hurried over. The voice just now startled many people in Xiangxin Tower and looked over here. Qin Wentian walked over and looked at the maid with a cold look. As an extraordinary person, the other party could easily stop Mo Qingcheng or remind her with gentle means or voice. Such a scolding was very impolite. Even though she smiled later, Qin Wentian's eyes were so sharp that he could still see the contempt in the corner of the other party's eyes. Qingcheng must have felt it. Along the way, he had been carefully protecting Qingcheng, fearing that she would be worried because she couldn't catch up with the realm. He always loved her deeply and brought her with him to the 10,000 Worlds Conference, but he didn't expect to be scolded here. Chapter 1755 Making Trouble? Qin Wentian's eyes were cold at this moment, and the maid opposite him naturally saw it. However, she still had a shallow professional smile, which was not sincere, but you could hardly find fault with it. Of course, she could feel that she was in front of a strong man at the realm of a realm master, but she didn't think it would be a big deal. Working in a place like Xiangxin Building, would a realm master be rare? You can see it every day. People who can come to Xiangxin Building are generally headed by realm masters. Moreover, she sells treasures worth tens of thousands of realm stones, and the customers she contacts are even more extraordinary. Ordinary realm masters can't afford it. So although the realm master is a senior to her, she doesn't fear it. It's commonplace. What's more, the background of Xiangxin Building is already amazingly powerful. There are several realm masters in it. What do you mean? Qin Wentian asked coldly. What do you mean by senior? The maid responded with a smile, pretending that what happened just now had never happened. What do you think? Qin Wentian's voice became a little colder. Senior, are you talking about what happened just now? The maid smiled and said, I'm sorry, this dress really can't be touched. It will leave fingerprints and blemishes, which will affect other customers' desire to buy. This is a rule here. I hope you won't mind. If you can't touch it, you can tell her. With your realm reaction, you can use many gentle means to stop it. Is scolding the customer the attitude you should have? Qin Wentian questioned. In a hurry, please don't blame me. I have apologized before. The maid still smiled. Is that an apology? Qin Wentian stared at her. What do you want me to do? The maid seemed to be a little angry, looking up and looking directly at Qin Wentian. Many people gathered around. Yi Zi, who was next to her, was also a little anxious when she saw this scene. She didn't expect a conflict to happen. This was the last thing she wanted to see. Of course, she could feel that although Qin Wentian was approachable, he was actually a very proud person and was very friendly to the people around him, but she also realized that the people around him were either people who loved him deeply or respected him very much. Such a person must be a top figure outside. He was in a high position. How could he not ask for an explanation when his wife was scolded? But Xiangxin building is not an ordinary place. It would be fine if the maid admitted her fault, but judging from her attitude, she did not intend to admit her fault at all. She was worried that the maid also had a background, so she was arranged to work in Xiangxin building. After all, the commission for working here is very terrible. Ordinary people cannot enter. It is a place that countless people envy. If this is the case, both sides will not compromise, and the matter will definitely get out of hand. Although Qin Wentian is right, this is not something that can be explained by the word reason. Bow, apologize to my wife sincerely, and let this matter go. Qin Wentian said lightly. I'm sorry that I can't comply with your request. The maid responded strongly. Qin Wentian's pressure was permeated and descended on the other party. The maid only felt that the pressure was extremely strong. In an instant, her face was extremely ugly. She said, I am doing things according to the rules. Senior bullied me so much and made things difficult for me. Did you come to Xiangxiankao to make trouble? She immediately bit back and said that Qin Wentian was making trouble. Moreover, Qin Wentian was at the realm of the master of the realm. If he said that he bullied a woman at the transcendent realm, it would be a bit unreasonable. It seemed that she was really wronged. Sir, what are you doing? A voice came at this time, and a flash of light appeared. A middle-aged figure in a black robe appeared here. Behind him were two people, and their eyes fell on Qin Wentian. The middle-aged man in the black robe was the person in charge of the Xiangxin building and maintained the order of the Xiangxin building. But generally speaking, nothing would happen in the Xiangxin building. He was in meditation on weekdays. Just now, someone interrupted him from his practice, so he came here. 3 realm masters. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and knew that these 3 people were all powerful people in the realm of realm masters, especially the black-robed middle-aged man in the lead. He gave people an extraordinary feeling and must be very strong. Otherwise, although the Xiangxin building has a strong background, there will be tricky things occasionally, and it needs a strong person who can handle it to guard it. Old Ho, this young lady wanted to touch the magic weapon robes, but I stopped her. So this senior came to question me and asked me to bow and apologize. The maid said, and Old Ho nodded and said, Sir, some of the precious magic weapons in Xiangxin Tower are indeed forbidden to be touched. I hope you can understand. Did you stop her with words? You clearly scolded her directly and released pressure, so powerful, but now you say it so aggrievedly. Mo Qingchang's matter should naturally be solved by Qin Wentian, but Zhen Mengchen couldn't stand it, so he questioned her. This woman is so good at acting. Is this true? Old Ho asked the maid. I didn't mean to, but I shouted out loud because of the situation. The voice was a little loud, and I have already said sorry. The maid continued. After all, she was a strong person in the extraordinary realm. Of course, she would not be so foolish as to really show contempt and insult Mo Qingchang with words, but in her heart and eyes, even if she showed it, she couldn't tell clearly. Qin Wentian and others could feel her contempt at that time. She was wrong in this matter, but since she has already apologized, I hope you will not take it to heart. If I have disturbed your interest, please forgive me. Mr. Ho nodded to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was also a realm master. Although his Xiangxian Lao did not care much, he would not intentionally offend guests, which would make him have a bad reputation, so he still had to say polite words. Then according to your opinion, she scolded my wife and released pressure and intimidation, and just said sorry? Moreover, when she said the word sorry, she still held her head high and smiled. Qin Wentian asked, Please don't blame me for being rude. I will definitely let her correct her attitude later. Mr. Ho responded, but in fact, it was as good as saying nothing. It meant that you should not pursue it now. I will teach her a lesson later, but who knows what will happen later? Wentian, forget it. Qin Chang pulled Qin Wentian's clothes and said in a low voice. She knew where this place was. The city of time was full of strong people and realm master level figures could be seen everywhere. Xiangxin building, with so many treasures on display for sale, a place like this must have a deep background, and she certainly didn't want Qin Wentian to make a fuss because of her. Qin Wentian looked at Qin Chang and said softly, Leave it to me. Mo Qingchang was stunned, feeling warm in her heart, and didn't say anything more. Your Excellency, do you mean to just let this matter go? Qin Wentian looked at Mr. Ho, and seeing that Qin Wentian was not giving in, Mr. Ho frowned. Many powerful people had gathered around, which had a bad impact on the Xiangxin building. He said, "Why do you have to do this and affect the business of my Xiangxin building? It seems that I was wrong." Qin Wentian laughed at himself, and took out a storage ring, then handed it to Mr. Ho and said, "Take a look and see if the ore in it is enough for 20,000 world stones." Mr. Ho was stunned. Qin Wentian's attitude changed a little too quickly, but he still took the storage ring, checked it, and nodded, "A rough estimate should be enough. I'll have someone calculate it specifically." "No need, I want this dress." Qin Wentian pointed to the Shanine robe hanging there. This scene made many people look excited. What a generous move, directly spending 20,000 world stones, and just buying it for the woman next to him. This move was considered very generous. The maid's face also changed slightly. She was a little surprised. Kinger and Mo King Chang said let's go after hearing the price. She thought they were scared by the price at that time, but she didn't expect that the young man in front of her could really afford it. "Why don't you take it?" Qin Wentian glanced at the maid. The maid smiled. "Is this a way to save face? But anyway, she made a lot of money." She smiled and took the Shanine robe and handed it to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't reach out to take it. His cold eyes stared at the other party. "Did I ask you to take it with your hands?" The maid was stunned, and then her face changed. She seemed to realize something, but before she could react, she saw a big hand swinging towards her. "Pa!" A crisp sound came out, and the maid was directly whipped away. The whole person hit the wall. The originally very beautiful face instantly turned red and stained with 5 finger marks, but the Shanine robe in her hand was already in Qin Wentian's hand. The sudden change made everyone stunned. The 3 realm masters of Ho Lao instantly released cold pressure, covering Qin Wentian and others. "Your Excellency is so presumptuous that you actually caused trouble in Xiangxin building," Ho Lao said coldly. Qin Wentian's pressure was also released, shining. He stood in front of the 3 realm masters to bear the pressure and said, "Your Excellency's words are really ridiculous. Before, the Shanine robe belonged to Xiangxin building. My wife wanted to touch it and was rudely scolded. The pressure was shrouded. Now, this treasure belongs to me, but that woman touched it with both hands. Can't I teach her a lesson in a hurry? Could it be that the maids of Xiangxin building are more noble than guests?" Qin Wentian's words made Ho Lao stunned and unable to refute the other party. Although he felt a little perverse, could the maids of Xiangxin building do this, but I can't? This is telling him that if you don't teach your people, I will help you teach them. However, it is generous to teach a maid a lesson at a cost of 20,000 realm stones. Yizi's heart was beating fast. Qin Wentian was really crazy. This was Xiangxin Tower. She was anxious. If this matter got out of hand, it would be very disadvantageous to Qin Wentian. She regretted bringing Qin Wentian to Xiangxin Tower. "That bitch, of course, can't compare to me." The maid stood up. Her face was extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with terrible flames. She was actually slapped in public. This was a great humiliation. Being insulted like this, she didn't care about a reason anymore. Chapter 1756 Extraordinary Realm Master? Just a Realm Master. Although she is just a maid, it is true that as Yizi guessed, maids who can work in Xiangxin building often have extraordinary backgrounds. In the ancient fairyland, there are many powerful forces that are half family and half sect. Among them, the family is the core, but it does not refuse to accept talented and powerful people from other families. There are disciples, subordinates, servants, etc. After countless years of precipitation, they finally form a super strong force. The controller behind Xiangxin building is Jiutian Mansion, a very famous force in the City of Time. It belongs to such a force. There are many strong people among them, even many strong people in the realm of Realm Master. The Lord of Jiutian Mansion is the head of Jiutian family, with overwhelming power. In this City of Time, no one does not know Jiutian family who controls Jiutian Mansion. This maid, her name is Jinsui, taken from the golden branches and jade leaves. Her beauty is indeed outstanding. She herself does not have a prominent family background. However, she relied on her beauty and means to get close to Jiutian Pavilion behind Xiangxin building, and she is the girlfriend of a talented young master of Jiutian Pavilion, so she can work in Xiangxin building with ordinary background, and can earn high remuneration to support her own practice. Of course, although she is a girlfriend, in fact, She herself knows that the other party only asks her to please when he is in the mood. Even if she herself has fantasized about joining Longyearbyen Pavilion, she also knows that it is just a fantasy after all. If she wants to marry into Longyearbyen Pavilion, she must also have a prominent family background. She has the best chance of being a concubine. But even so, she is still nominally the girlfriend of the genius master of Longyearbyen Mansion. Even Ho Lao, the steward of Shiangxin Building, has to give him some face, so when talking to Qin Wentian just now, he did not ask her to apologize. However, she was slapped in the face by Qin Wentian in front of everyone. What a shame. So she insulted Mo Qingchang as a bitch and said she couldn't be compared with her. How could a woman of an ordinary realm master be compared with a girlfriend of the young genius realm master of Longyearbyen clan? What would Qin Wentian feel when he heard this? In an instant, a strong pressure enveloped the entire vast Shiangxin building. Qin Wentian stared at Jin Zhi with cold eyes. At this moment, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. A powerful person at the level of a realm master, when the gushing murderous intent came, Jin Zhi felt trembling all over even if she was proud, but her eyes still stared at Qin Wentian stubbornly, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Ho Lao also felt Qin Wentian's murderous intention. He flashed and stood in front of Jin Zhi, saying to Qin Wentian, "Sir, you're going too far. Her life, are you selling it?" Qin Wentian stared at Ho Lao and spoke coldly. In an instant, the whole Shiangxin building seemed to be suffocated. "Qin Wentian, you want to buy the life of this maid?" Even Ho Lao felt a wave of pressure when he saw Qin Wentian's eyes. He said, "Shiangxin Building doesn't want to make things difficult for guests, and I hope you will show some respect." At this moment, he secretly cursed Jin Zhi in his heart. Why did he have to scold others for no reason? Now that it has become like this, although Shiangxin Building is not afraid of anything, it has also caused trouble for him. The World Master, even if it is an outside World Master, is not as good as Longyearbyen Pavilion, but it is not someone you, a superhuman, can afford to offend. After all, he still has to come out to solve the problem. Moreover, the momentum of the young World Master in front of him feels extraordinary. "Respect," Qin Wentian said coldly. "Didn't you hear what he said just now?" Jin Zhi's face was extremely ugly at this time. She took out a communication crystal, injected a fairy thought into it, and said, "In Shiangxin Building, there is a World Master who wants to buy my life because his woman humiliated me." "Got it." A faint voice came from her mind, and then Ho Lao frowned, and a voice came from his mind. "Ho Lao, you deal with the matter of Shiangxin Building." "Okay." Ho Lao took out the communication crystal and responded, cursing Jin Zhi in his heart, and it still fell on his head. Putting away the communication crystal, Ho Lao looked at Qin Wentian and said, "That was also the first time you hurt someone," and she was angry and insulted her. "If you want to argue, it was you who was powerless first. I don't want to discuss who is right or wrong in this matter anymore. Let's stop here. Please leave now." This sentence was an order to expel him, and his tone was obviously a bit stronger than before. Just now, Qin Wentian had done a business of 20,000 world stones, but now he was ordered to expel him. From this, we can see the other party's attitude. Qin Wentian stared at Old Ho. After the maid took out the communication crystal and told someone unknown, Old Ho also took out the communication crystal. How could he not understand? Obviously, this woman's background could influence Old Ho. No wonder it was so difficult for him to get an apology from a maid before. It turned out that she had a background. No wonder such a transcendent figure dared to be so arrogant. He didn't show any apology to him, the realm master, but just apologized perfunctorily. Yizu was anxious when she saw this scene. If a quarrel really broke out, Qin Wentian would definitely suffer. So she sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, "Mr. Qin, I shouldn't have brought you here. The power behind Shiangxin Building is Longyearbyen Mansion. This steward Ho is from Longyearbyen Mansion. He obviously received an order just now, which must have been issued by Longyearbyen Mansion. This woman should have a background in Longyearbyen Mansion. Mr. Qin has come from afar and it is difficult to suppress Longyearbyen Mansion. It is better to retreat temporarily. Let's go to other places and let Miss Qingchang relax." This is a very tactful persuasion for Qin Wentian to give up. I believe Qin Wentian will understand her words. A strong man in the realm of the Master of the World will never be stupid. But will Qin Wentian leave? He brought Qingchang with him and accompanied them to visit the City of Time. He was in a very good mood, but how did he feel when he encountered such a thing? Accompanying him to this day, Hundreds of years have passed and the world has changed drastically. The particle world and King Sun have long changed and are no longer the same as they used to be, but he and Mo King Chang are still together and have accompanied each other to this day. How difficult is it? The world has changed, but the two have never changed. For hundreds of years, he has never lost his temper with a woman he loves, and he holds her in his hands. Today, he was first scolded and despised, and then insulted as a bitch. What kind of mood is Qin Wentian in? What is the purpose of his cultivation? He has reached his current status, but his beloved wife is still insulted like this, and he leaves in disgrace? Even if he gets it back in the future, what's the point? This scar will remain in King Chang's heart. He doesn't care about his own affairs, but when it comes to his two most beloved wives, there is no room for negotiation. Are you driving me away? Qin Wentian looked at Old Ho and said. You caused trouble in Shiangsan Tower and injured people. You should have been expelled directly. However, I gave in because you were a guest. Please don't make things difficult for both parties. I repeat the last sentence. Shiangsan Tower does not want to make things difficult for guests, but if you insist on making trouble. Old Ho's eyes turned cold. Jinzi had already informed the young master, and the young master gave him the order directly. He just asked Qin Wentian to leave Shiangsan Tower, that's all. This should be a threat. Qin Wentian looked at Mr. Ho. I only have one thing to say. I came to Shiangsan building to buy treasures, but I encountered such an experience. I have no intention of causing trouble in Shiangsan building, but I will take away the person who insulted my wife. Are you determined to cause trouble? Mr. Ho's prestige exploded. The three major masters were all there. The strong pressure enveloped Shiangsan building, but the people watching the excitement around did not mind the big deal. They were all very interested. Among them, there were also many people at the level of masters. I didn't expect that there would be bold people who made trouble in Shiangsan building today. They were angry for their beloved. Ordinary people don't have such courage. Or maybe he didn't know the background of Shiangsan building? Even if he didn't know, as a master of the world, he should be able to guess a little. Can it be an ordinary force to control such a place? Qin Wentian did not look at Old Ho again. His gaze fell on Jin Zhi and said, I don't care who you are or what your identity is. I will not kill you, but you will pay the price for what you said just now. After that, he took a step forward, and Old Ho and the other three realm masters released their realm hearts. For a moment, three kinds of terrifying pressures descended at the same time. Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian's realm heart was also released. In just a moment, the faces of Old Ho and the other three realm masters changed. They had an extremely strange feeling, and at this moment, they did not dare to move at will. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and grabbed Jin Zhi through the air. In an instant, Jin Zhi's body seemed to be locked directly. Then she came in front of Qin Wentian. Her face changed drastically. She stared at Qin Wentian and said, You dare to touch me. Qin Wentian just glanced at her indifferently, then turned around and said to Mo King Chang and the others, Let's go. As he said that, he turned and left. Jin Zhi's whole body was suspended in the air, and her body seemed to be imprisoned there by a terrifying invisible force. She followed Qin Wentian forward. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of ability is this? What are the three realm masters of Mr. Ho doing? Why don't they stop him? Yi Zi's face also showed anxiety. Qin Wentian actually took action. She had no way to stop Qin Wentian. She had said everything she should say just now, but Qin Wentian was still so strong. He took action and took people away in front of the three realm masters. But what shocked her was that the three realm masters did not stop him again, even the powerful Mr. Ho did not move again. Jun Mengchen and the others turned around and glanced at each other coldly, and then the group actually left the Shiangsan building just like that, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. The three realm masters, Ho Lao, were still standing there, their faces constantly changing. What kind of realm power is this? The powerful invisible force finally disappeared, and Ho Lao felt relieved and asked the two people next to him. I don't know, but it's so scary. The faces of the two realm masters kept changing. Things were a bit troublesome. Jin Zhi might have insulted the woman of an extraordinary realm master. Chapter 1757 People from all sides. After Qin Wentian and his group left the Shiangsan building, their good mood was completely destroyed. Naturally, they had no intention to continue shopping and returned directly to the hotel. Jinzi had extraordinary strength, But she was imprisoned behind Qin Wentian and could not move. The terrifying pressure made her feel like her mind was broken. The other party could kill her with just one thought. At this moment, she was both angry and afraid. She was angry because Qin Wentian actually dared to touch her directly and took her away in this way. Such a strong attitude made the three masters of the whole family dare not protect her. She knew what this meant. The three masters of the whole family thought that they knew they could not keep Qin Wentian. It can even be said that the gap must be very large, otherwise he would have given the order, and it would be impossible for Hou Lao not to try his best. Therefore, she was a little scared and really worried about what Qin Wentian would do to her. On the way, people kept looking over here, looking at her who was imprisoned, and there were many people who followed from the Xiangxin building to watch the excitement. She felt like she was being paraded through the streets, which was extremely humiliating. I am the girlfriend of the Lord of the Longyuan clan. Do you know what you are doing? If you don't let me go, you and your woman will pay an unimaginable price. Jinzi said with difficulty. She couldn't stand the strange looks around her. No matter whose woman you are, you will pay the price for insulting my wife. Qin Wentian said coldly. Yizi was terrified. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so strong and take people away directly from the Xiangxin building without giving any face. Moreover, he ignored the existence of the three lords of the realm, and the three lords didn't dare to stop him. What level of power is Longyuan Mansion? Qin Wentian asked Yizi next to him. For King Chen, he didn't care about causing trouble, but he had to know what level of power he was causing trouble, so that he wouldn't completely lose his mind because of anger. The most important reason for doing this was of course because of King Chen. There were some things he couldn't tolerate, which was his reverse scale. There was also a secondary reason, which was naturally the confidence in his own strength. Yizi's face was full of black lines, and she was completely speechless to Qin Wentian. She thought, I have warned you, you don't even know what kind of power Longyuan Mansion is, and you dare to get into trouble? Of course, she couldn't say this, but said, Longyuan Mansion is the top power in the City of Time. There are many powerful people in the mansion, and there are many people at the level of Realm Master. The Lord of Longyuan Mansion is the head of the Longyuan family. He has entered the realm of Realm Master countless years ago and is now at the top of this level. As for how strong he is, I can't say it clearly. After all, I have never seen such a person, I have only heard rumors about him. Realm Masters are not divided into specific realms, so it is difficult to say clearly. In short, they are very strong, otherwise Longyuan Mansion would not have become a top force. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded lightly. Did you hear that? Let me go now, maybe the punishment for you will be lighter, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Jinzi behind him said coldly. Qin Wentian didn't even look at her, but responded coldly, you really don't have any self-awareness at all. As the girlfriend of the Lord of the Longyuan clan, you are made in the Xiangxin building. I know your status without thinking. Do you think that if the Lord of the Longyuan clan would still acknowledge your existence if he cares about your face after such a thing happened and you lose face? Jinzi felt cold all over when she heard Qin Wentian's words. She was not a foolish person. On the contrary, she was very smart. When Qin Wentian asked her who told you to take the treasure with your hands, she knew she was fooled. Now, after being enlightened by Qin Wentian's words, how could she not understand her situation? As Qin Wentian said, being a maid in the Xiangxin building showed that her girlfriend did not have a high status and had no chance to enter the Longyuan clan. Now, such a thing happened again. She was taken away in public. How embarrassing it was. She didn't have a high status to begin with, and she still wanted to continue to be the girlfriend of the Lord of the Longyuan clan? Even the Longyuan clan couldn't afford to lose face like this. Breaking up was inevitable. They might not even acknowledge the existence of her girlfriend, but would just take her away as an ordinary maid and announce their decision. Even so, your behavior will still offend him to death. Jinzi's face became a little ferocious. Even if she was not acknowledged, would Qin Wentian have a good ending? It's ridiculous. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, do you think that you alone can make the entire Longyuan clan stand up for you? As for the Longyuan clan master who favors you, although I have never seen him and don't know who he is, if a woman like you wants to do that, I guess the power you can mobilize is not that strong. This sentence was both an insult to Jinzi and a strong self-confidence. Jinzi's fear in her heart became stronger. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Perhaps because of this incident, all the price she had paid before would be wasted. Moreover, many women around Qin Wentian, not to mention their strength, were indeed not inferior to her in beauty. No wonder he dared to say that he wanted a woman like you. This was a great contempt for her. Although she thought so in her heart, she didn't want to admit that she still had hope, and her eyes became more and more vicious. Yi Zi's eyes gradually changed when she looked at Qin Wentian. She found that she might have underestimated the foreign master in front of her. His strength came not only from impulse, but also from his self-confidence. What happened in Xiangxin building spread quickly. Everyone in the city of time had a communication crystal. Even though the area was vast, the speed of the spread of news was still terrifying. Even soon, even the inn where Qin Wentian lived was dug out. It was a very famous Shili inn, a very famous inn with high consumption. People who could live here were generally people of the realm master level. As a result, more people came to the 10-mile inn. Many people wanted to see how long Qin Mansion would deal with what happened in Xiangxin building. There were still many guests in Xiangxin building. Among them, there was a group of people with outstanding temperament. They were led by a pair of young men and women. The young man looked very young, but his cultivation was unfathomable. He was a realm master. The woman was a person of extraordinary realm. There were several realm masters among their followers. You can imagine their identities and backgrounds. It has been checked. They live in the 10-mile inn. The young man said to the woman beside him. He was handsome and extraordinary. The woman was even more stunning. She was beautiful and noble. Her beautiful eyes were shining and shining like stars. She had an extremely extraordinary aura. Why is the little princess interested in a realm master? The young man asked with a smile. They came to the city of time and walked around. They heard that Xiangxin building was quite famous. The little princess was a little interested and saw what happened before. Don't you think it's interesting? The beautiful eyes of the woman called the little princess were smiling, which made passers-by lose their minds. You don't think that the wife of the realm master who has reached the realm of the immortal emperor is willing to pay 20,000 realm stones, so you are more interested, right? Otherwise, if the little princess likes any treasure, I will pay even 200,000 realm stones. The young man smiled. Don't try to please me. The woman glanced at him, making the young man tremble and smile, saying, I like it, but it's a pity that there is no such opportunity. I really hope someone will despise the little princess like this, so that I can also have a chance to be angry for my beauty. The woman showed a strange look. Every time she went out, her father would let someone follow her out, so it was really difficult for anyone to dare to despise her. Didn't you say that his realm heart is unusual? It is very likely that he is also an extraordinary realm heart like you. It just so happens that he has offended Qin Mansion. If he has no background and just comes to participate in the 10,000 Realms conference, why not try to win him over and make him our man? The woman said calmly. The princess loves talents, but the little princess is still so young. Why should she always think about these things in her prime time? Isn't it better to leave it to the elders? The young man said speechlessly. You don't understand. The woman's beautiful eyes showed deep thought. After the news of the relaxation of the Qin ban came out last time, there were some rumors that were very involved. She had heard the elders discussing something. In the future, the Tegu immortal realm might undergo a major change. Well, I don't understand. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the woman with a gentle look, and his admiration was not concealed. You don't need to understand. Your talent lies in cultivation. Just practice well. The woman smiled brightly and looked at the young man and said, let's go and take a look at the Shili Inn. After the group said that, they left the Xiangxin building and rushed towards the direction of the Shili Inn. A maid from the Xiangxin building was forcibly taken away. This matter was not big or small. It was equivalent to a slap in the face of the Xiangxin building. Something must happen afterwards, so not only them, but many people rushed to the Shili Inn. At this time, the Shili Inn suddenly became lively. Of course, before this, the manor outside the Shili Inn was quite lively. This manor was where a world master temporarily lived. Many people came to visit and gathered together. However, they were willing to wait outside the manor. The owner of the manor had no intention of meeting them. The really scary thing was that the strong people waiting outside were all world master level figures without exception. What's going on? Why are there so many people around the inn suddenly? Suddenly, a world master frowned in the crowd. Could it be that the news that the Techu world master senior lives here has leaked out? Someone murmured, and the people around nodded one after another. It was probably this possibility. In this case, given the temperament of the Techu World Master Senior, I'm afraid he would not meet them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1758, The Surnamed Dongherwang. Qin Wentian was enjoying fine wine and delicious food in the pavilion at this time, chatting from time to time, as if nothing had happened. Jinzi stood by and served. Qin Wentian did not do anything to her, just let her stand by and serve tea and wine. She had refused before, and Qin Wentian told her that if she refused or wanted to escape, he would destroy her cultivation. This sentence scared Jinzi so much that she dared not move, and could only serve honestly. Looking at Qin Wentian and others who were chatting and laughing, her eyes were extremely cold, as if she was cursing. She wanted to see how long Qin Wentian could be happy. Brother, this woman is annoying just by looking at her. Why keep her? It's better to just destroy her and drive her away. Qin Wentian glanced at Jin Zhi next to him coldly. Especially seeing Jin Zhi's vicious eyes, his mood was greatly affected. What kind of person is his brother? He has become the co-lord of Qingxun all the way, and was given the title of Emperor of Heaven. He was high above everyone else. In the ancient fairyland, he was also given the title of Lord of Qingchang Realm, and he also led everyone to worship under the heavenly god. This woman is just a lover of a lord of the realm of Longyuan Mansion. How dare she insult Mo Qingcheng? Who in the world dares not respect the wife of his brother? How could a lover of a lord of the realm of Longyuan Mansion insult her? To be honest, he now has the will of the heavenly god in his mind, so he does not have to stronghold the so-called powerful Longyuan Mansion. Even if his realm is still relatively low now, so what? It's just a matter of time. If a Longyuan Mansion really dares to provoke them, the worst thing is to leave the city of time and wait for hundreds or thousands of years to come back and destroy them. Qin Wentian's words frightened Jinzi. She could clearly feel Qin Wentian's undisguised indifference. The vicious expression in her eyes instantly subsided, as if she was worried that Qin Wentian would really adopt Qin Wentian's suggestion and directly destroy her. Qin Wentian saw her reaction. It seemed that his senior brother was too kind. He coldly sarcastically said, I don't know which realm master is blind to want such a lowly person, and he is self-righteous and thinks he is great. Yizi was also sitting next to her. She was terrified when she heard it. She thought Qin Wentian was already strong enough. She didn't expect that this handsome young man who looked very young before would be so domineering when he got angry. Although his realm was only extraordinary, he didn't care about what happened today in his words. It seemed that the person he offended was not the Longyuan family. This was simply too crazy. What kind of existence are these people? Could it be that the children of some powerful family came out to experience? How could she know that Qin Wentian and his friends said that they had no background? If they said they had a background, it would be scary. Most of them had God on their minds. You are so arrogant. Someone in another pavilion looked over here, smiled at Qin Wentian and his group and said, not long ago, I heard that someone was causing trouble in Shiangxin Tower and captured a maid from Shiangxin Tower. Now, this inn seems to be getting lively. I guess it's you who did it. You are so bold. It's not us who are causing trouble in Shiangxin Tower, but the maid from Shiangxin Tower is too presumptuous. Shiangxin Tower even protected her. Do you think Shiangxin Tower is right? Qin Wentian looked over there and said, we have heard about what happened, but this world is not a place for reason. I heard you talk. And I guess you don't know much about Longyuan Mansion, the power that controls Shiangxin Tower. The man said with a smile. What do you want to say? Qin Wentian looked at the person who was talking and asked. Nothing, it's fate that we live in the same inn. I guess you also came from outside to attend the 10,000 Worlds Conference, but I should have come earlier than you, many years ago. I know a little about the major forces in the City of Time. You have offended the Shiangxin Tower, I'm afraid the end will not be good. I can point out a way for you. If the owner of this Shilian is willing to protect you, there may be some hope. The man said with a smile. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It seems that the owner of the Shilian is not simple. Of course, have you seen many world masters gathered in the inn? As far as I know, there is also a big man there, a super world master, who is respected. You can also visit him. If you are lucky, you may be received, and Longyuan Mansion may not pursue it anymore. The man smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but you don't need to worry about these things. Qin Wentian said lightly. Haha, okay, count me as talking too much? The man smiled and spoke. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian would deal with Jiutian Mansion. Brother, there are indeed many more people around. It seems that they are all here to watch the fun. The news spread so quickly. We came back as soon as we came out, but the news about this inn spread so quickly. Jiutian Mengchen said. This is the city of time, it's normal. Qin Wentian said. He would not be surprised by anything that happened in the central area of Zuanliu. Not long after, a group of strong men came to the inn, and then came to the pavilion. The temperament of the group was extremely outstanding. The leader was a pair of young men and women, who were the group in Xiangxin building before. They walked directly towards Qin Wentian. People from Jiutian Mansion? They don't look like it. Someone murmured. If they are not from Jiutian Mansion, there are several realm masters and followers, and they must be the children of powerful forces. Some people were more interested in this matter. The young man and woman in front were very outstanding. Of course, the temperament of Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng, Kinger, Beaming Yao Huang and others was no less than theirs. It's just that several realm masters and followers followed behind them, and their status immediately seemed unusual. Qin Wentian was a little confused when he saw the young man and woman leading the group. He had seen this group of people in Xiangxin building before, but he didn't look closely. Now he looked at this group of people and found them to be extraordinary. The leading woman was in an extraordinary realm, but both her beauty and temperament were outstanding, and she was not comparable to Jinsi. Moreover, her aura was very strong. As for the handsome young man next to her, he always followed her with a smile. He was a master of the realm, but his smile was calm and indifferent, but people could feel his pride in his bones. This woman was also looking at Qin Wentian and his group. Suddenly, she smiled brightly. She was born extremely beautiful and could confuse everyone at this moment. Even Mo Qingcheng and Kinger, the other stunning beauties, showed their appreciation for her beauty. Your Excellency is in trouble. Not long ago, news came out from the Xiangxin building that if someone can take you to the Xiangxin building, you can choose any treasure in the Xiangxin building except the treasure of the town. The woman said with a smile. This is the latest news. Everyone's eyes flashed after hearing it. It is worthy of the Xiangxin building. What a big deal. Even in addition to the treasure of the town, there are countless magical treasures in the Xiangxin building. Some of them are priceless. Even the extraordinary world master would be tempted. Just when everyone thought that Jiutian Mansion was going to take action, they did this. They didn't take action at all, and smashed you to death with treasures. This is the power of resources and wealth. It is a loss of status for my Jiutian Mansion to take action. The lost face must be restored forcefully. Of course, as for Jinxi's identity, it is impossible for anyone to mention that she is the girlfriend of the world master of Jiutian Mansion. Thank you, Miss. Qin Wentian smiled and greeted. Aren't you worried? This promise may trigger a lot of people to take action. There are many powerful people participating in the 10,000 Worlds Conference now. Even I would be tempted by any magic weapon selected in the Xiangxin building. The woman smiled. Indeed, Miss, do you want to express something by telling me this? Qin Wentian asked. My last name is Donghuang. What is your name? The woman said. My last name is Qin, and my name is Qingcheng Realm Master. Qin Wentian said. Qingcheng Realm Lord, is this a title? Could it be that you are a realm lord who rules over a realm in the ancient fairyland? The woman asked with a smile. Qin Wentian nodded. The woman wanted to find out everything about him with just a few words, but there was nothing to hide. Besides, she had already reported her surname. However, this surname was a little special. He had heard of this surname recently, and it was very important. Now, looking at the aura of this woman and the realm of her followers, could it prove anything? Although there are many cultivation resources in the realm, it is still a small path. If cultivators want to pursue the supreme realm, they still have to go to the core of the ancient times. The Qingcheng Realm Lord is talented and so young. I believe he is not willing to live in a corner. If he is willing to join us, this trouble is just a small matter. The woman said casually, with a big tone, as if she didn't take Jiutian Mansion seriously. However, no one thought she was bragging. Many realm masters also couldn't help but think of the surname she reported. Could it be a coincidence? This is to win over the Qingcheng Realm Master and make him a member of her faction. Everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't expect that someone would appreciate the Qingchang realm master so soon and be willing to help him solve his problems. You, the surnamed Donghuang, do you mean? Qin Wentian asked in a low voice. As you think. The woman said calmly, and her words caused a storm. Everyone around her changed color. Even the realm master was shocked. This was really a climax. The situation was changing. Donghuang was willing to help the young realm master solve this matter. If Qin Wentian really agreed, this trouble would not be called trouble. This is our little princess. The young man next to him smiled and said at this moment, and everyone was shocked again. The surnamed Donghuang, the little princess, the identity is about to be revealed. No wonder she is so gorgeous and has such a noble status. People around her stood up one after another, including the realm masters. Someone said, "It is an honor to meet the little princess here. The little princess is so graceful and elegant, and yet she is so courteous." Someone else spoke. Jin's he was also shocked at this moment. Looking at the beautiful woman, there was undisguised envy in her beautiful eyes. This is the real favored daughter of heaven. Compared with her, she is so insignificant. Chapter 1759. What is extraordinary? This stunning woman called the little princess of Donghuang was named Donghuang Ying. Seeing many world masters greeting her, she smiled and nodded to the surroundings, but did not say anything. With her status and position, she did not need to say anything even when facing world masters. Her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian again, waiting for his answer. Qin Wentian was also quite surprised to hear the other party's identity. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, little princess, but I have always been used to being idle. I still like to be the world master of my own place. Although I live in a remote corner, I am happy and comfortable." This was a refusal. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian, the world master of Qingcheng, who even refused the invitation of the little princess of Donghuang. With Donghuang Ying's identity, personally inviting him to join was already a great honor, and he also brought a very unfavorable news to him. But even in this case, he still refused. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person is this world master of Qingcheng? Is he really obsessed with the power of a corner? Even so, he must first pass the hurdle in front of him. Jin Zhi, who was standing next to him, was shocked. Just now, as long as Qin Wentian agreed, he would be Donghuang's man. Long Yuan Mansion did not dare to touch him. With such a status, he refused without any hesitation. It can be seen how proud he is. No wonder he was so angry because of her insult to his woman. She regretted that matter more and more. Why did she scold Mo Qingchang at that time? Could it be that she was jealous of the beauty of the other party and Kinger? Donghuang Ying's beautiful eyes also showed a trace of surprise. The young man next to her looked at Qin Wentian with interest. Then Donghuang Ying smiled and said, "In this case, I won't force it, but I just feel a little bit sorry." The pity she said was not sure whether it was a pity that she failed to win over Qin Wentian or she felt that Qin Wentian could not survive the disaster of Shiangxin Tower. Qin Wentian nodded to her, and then Donghuang Ying found a pavilion to sit down and stayed here, as if ready to see what would happen next. Shiangxian Lao promised that if Qin Wentian and his friends were taken to Shiangxian Lao, they would be able to choose a treasure at will. With such a tempting condition, I don't know how many people would be tempted. Of course, those who had inquired about what happened in Shiangxian Lao before also knew that the most ordinary realm masters would not be able to do it. At that time, Ho Lao and the other 3 realm masters were there, but they did not dare to keep anyone. It can be seen that the person that Shiangxian Lao wanted to take was not someone who was easy to mess with. But even so, there must be brave men under a heavy reward. What's more, at the time when the 10,000 Realms Conference was held, the most abundant thing in the City of Time was strong people, and there was no shortage of strong people at the Realm Master level. So soon someone arrived, 2 people came together, a man and a woman. The man was evil and powerful, and he was a figure at the Realm Master level. The woman was born extremely charming, wearing revealing and extremely tempting clothes, deep cleavage long skirt, snow white land looming, extremely tempting, her smiling eyes, revealing a charming smile, and her realm was also at the Realm Master level. The two were intimate, the woman leaning on the man's hand through the long skirt caressing the smooth skin, not shying away from outsiders. "It's them," someone whispered, recognizing the two the moment they saw them, even if they had never seen them before. There were not many such 2 great masters. They were the 2 terrible masters of the City of Time, rumored to be a couple, The man and woman were both full of evil spirits. Their cultivation methods were also very special, but they were both very powerful, especially if they joined forces. It would be even more terrifying. They giggled, their eyes moved among the crowd, and when they saw Dong Huangying, they showed a strange color. The beautiful woman in the extraordinary realm was not someone to be messed with. Looking at the followers behind him, you can tell that she is extraordinary. There is also a place in this inn where many masters of realms gather, and there should be powerful people. However, their target was not the other party. Soon, their eyes locked on Qin Wentian, revealing an evil smile. It's agreed that this treasure is a gift for me, the woman said with a seductive look, looking at the evil man beside her. Okay, I'll give it to you, the man said with a smile. Their faces were so close that they almost touched each other. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they had no scruples at all. Haha, you two shady guys, I'm afraid you won't have anything to do this time. I want the treasures of Xiangxin building this time. A hearty voice rolled in, and a bright light bloomed in the void. Then everyone saw an extremely majestic figure descending from the sky, like a god descending from heaven, and the void trembled. This was a majestic middle-aged man with amazing momentum. He stood there like a towering ancient mountain, unshakable, and full of power, as if he could make the world tremble with his gestures. Another powerful world master came, all for the treasures of Xiangxin building. This was just the news that had just been spread. I'm afraid that more strong men would come later. Gu Hui, do you want to fight us first? The evil man said coldly. Am I afraid of you? The middle-aged man said domineeringly. Don't waste time. I'm afraid there will be more people coming later. Since you are here, let's see who can take him down first. Whoever captures him first will own him. How about that? The charming woman said with a wicked smile. That's a good idea. The Lord of Guhu Realm nodded. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, Sir, you can't escape anyway. Why don't you follow me? These two guys are called Zisha and Yinsha. They are both very evil. If you fall into their hands, I'm afraid you will be miserable. Don't listen to his nonsense. If you fall into my hands, I will definitely let you enjoy the happiness of the world. Yinsha smiled charmingly. Her eyes seemed to invade Qin Wentian's mind, making him addicted. Get out. Qin Wentian was still sitting there. Even at this moment, he didn't stand up. He just spit out a voice or a word indifferently, get out. What a bad temper. I like it. How about handing it over to me after you get it? Yinsha looked at Zisha and said. Okay, then I'll give his woman to me. Zisha said, did you hear me? Come with me. I can at least protect you all to Xiangxin Tower. By then, maybe things will turn around. If we fall into their hands, the consequences will be terrible. Guhu Realm Lord said loudly. Qin Wentian raised his head, his eyes were extremely cold, penetrating the distance and falling on Zisha. In that case, you don't have to leave. Qin Wentian stood up, and without any movement, he instantly descended into the void. Take them to exchange for treasures? Xiangxin Tower issued such an order, which would cause him endless troubles. In that case, let's get rid of it once and for all. What a big tone. Yinsha laughed tenderly, let's go to the sky to fight. There are many people of extraordinary status in this inn, and the owner of the inn is not an ordinary person. The battle at the Realm Master level is so loud that it can easily destroy the inn and disturb other people. She still has some concerns. No need to be so troublesome. Qin Wentian said coldly. How arrogant. No wonder you dared to take people away from Xiangxin Tower. In this case, I'd like to learn from you. As soon as the Lord of Guhu Realm finished speaking, his realm heart was released. In just a moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to slow down. The people in the inn felt that their movements had become very slow. They wanted to raise their hands, but found it difficult. They had to struggle to move. What kind of boundary heart power is this? Everyone's heart trembled. How could they fight with such a boundary heart power? This Guhu Realm Lord was very strong, no wonder he was so arrogant. Since you're here, you must have thought about what price you'll pay. Qin Wentian seemed not to feel the opponent's power. As soon as he finished speaking, his boundary heart was released. When the field of the heart was released and enveloped Guhu Realm Lord and Zisha Yinsha, the faces of the three realm masters changed instantly. When this boundary heart power enveloped their bodies, they felt that the flow of space became slow. An absolutely terrible force suppressed everything. Guhu Realm Lord's eyes were extremely shocked. Under his boundary heart power, the other party actually did the opposite and suppressed him with similar means. At this moment, he felt that his body did not belong to him, and his reaction became slow, and the power of the Xiangxin consciousness seemed to be absolutely suppressed. With a boundary heart you have comprehended, you dare to come and ask for people. Qin Wentian said coldly. Although it might be stronger than old Ho, it made no difference to him. Qin Wentian was seen stepping into the void step by step. The three realm masters did not dare to make a move. They just stared at Qin Wentian, their eyes kept changing. Where was the arrogance just now? Sometimes, once the realm heart is released, it can tell the strength. If the gap is not big, of course they can fight, but when the gap is big enough, it will cause absolute suppression. How can they have the courage to fight? We are just joking with you, sir. I hope you will forgive me, Zisha said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Today, someone dared to disrespect my wife. Qin Wentian was really angry. He looked at the three realm masters in the void and said coldly, those who come to attack me will be killed without mercy. Behead. The word behead fell, and a strong pressure was born between heaven and earth. The three realm masters showed a look of horror on their faces. They only felt that the might of heaven was coming. There was endless panic and despair in their eyes. An invisible murderous light appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. The bodies of the three realm masters struggled in pain and became increasingly illusory. Then, the body of the Yinsha realm master turned into nothingness and disappeared, followed by the Zisha. No. Finally, it was the Guhara realm master who roared, but still could not stop the coming of the god of death. In just a moment, the inn was silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure in the void, their hearts trembling. Chapter 1760, Strange People and Strange Events. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air. At this moment, everyone understood why the little princess of Donghuang came to the inn to invite him personally, just because this was an extraordinary realm master. The three realm masters were killed in an instant, without any power to fight back, and even had no chance to show their realm heart and heavenly heart consciousness. In front of this King Chang realm master, they were killed in one blow. How powerful is this? It is rumored that in Xiangxin building, the three realm masters did not dare to stop him from taking people away. Presumably, the three realm masters also felt his realm heart suppression at that time. The strong men said in their hearts. The evil, the yin evil and the Guhara realm masters thought they were strong and stronger than the three realm masters of Xiangxin building. Moreover, they were indeed quite famous. The evil and the yin evil teamed up and could use a variety of heavenly heart consciousness. The cooperation in battle was even more complementary and could greatly limit the opponent. It was because they were confident in their own strength that they came, but they obviously underestimated Qin Wentian's strength. Strong cooperation? He didn't give you a chance to cooperate at all. Absolute realm heart suppression, absolute gap, kill in seconds. Donghuang Yingmei's eyes were bright as she stared at Qin Wentian. Although she felt a breath, Qin Wentian's realm heart was released completely towards the other three realm lords, so her feeling was not very obvious. Realm lords had perfect control over their own power and could do whatever they wanted. Jinzi also looked at Qin Wentian and was in a daze for a while. Only then did she realize what kind of realm lord or man was, the woman she despised and scolded. This time she really got into trouble. One after another, figures flashed in and out. There were not only strong outsiders, but also realm lords in the inn. Of course, they saw the battle that broke out in the void. It was hard not to pay attention to the battle between the four realm lords. The people in the inn were shocked. It was indeed a time of great opportunity when the 10,000 Realms Conference was held. A person who was casually met in the inn turned out to be an extraordinary realm lord who could kill the three realm lords in seconds. His realm heart should be derived from the fusion of the three major sources of law, and even added his own magical powers. As for the people who came one after another, many of them came for Qin Wentian, or in other words, they received a bounty from the Xiangxin Pavilion and wanted to capture Qin Wentian. However, when they arrived, they saw the three realm masters being killed on the spot. For a moment, they dared not act rashly. Qin Wentian glanced coldly at the realm masters who came from the void, and the threat in his eyes was not concealed. He and the three realm masters did not have a life and death feud, but good people are bullied, and sometimes they must be more decisive in killing. These people wanted to capture them and take them away because of the temptation of treasures. Did they ever think about their life and death? Even if the Xiangxin Pavilion wanted to kill them, those people would still not have the slightest mercy. What's more, If he didn't kill them forcefully, there would be constant trouble. People would come to them constantly to capture them, and he was in no mood to deal with these troubles. At the level of realm masters, although it is not easy to practice, they should pay the price for their actions. If they don't take their lives seriously, then how can Qin Wentian be merciful? The death of the 3 realm masters is also a deterrent, and no one dares to move. In the void, a bright light shone. A new world master descended on the 10-mile inn. He was stunned when he saw the stalemate. Why was it so quiet? He glanced down and saw Qin Wentian and the golden branch below Qin Wentian. It should be this group of people. It seems that you all came for the same purpose. The World Master looked at the World Master standing in the void beside him and smiled. The 3 World Masters had turned into ashes and their souls had scattered. The World Master who came later didn't know what kind of battle had taken place. When everyone heard his words, they looked at him with interest. That look made the World Master feel a bit weird. Qin Wentian glanced at the Realm Master coldly and said, "If you want to stay in the hotel, find the innkeeper. If you want to drink, find a seat. If anyone keeps staring at me, I will think that they are here to attack me. I will never show mercy. If you want to do this, you can get out now." Qin Wentian's strong voice spread throughout the area. Then he walked back to his seat and sat down, leaving only his back to everyone. He was extremely strong, and he was indeed qualified to do so. What's going on? The Realm Master who arrived was stunned. So arrogant? Moreover, these Realm Masters who were watching in the void didn't dare to say a word, as if they all agreed with Qin Wentian's words. No one dared to question him. He reacted quickly and immediately knew that something must have happened here just now, otherwise such a scene would not have appeared. Could it be that this young Realm Master is not something that the Realm Masters who came around can afford to offend? He found a Realm Master he had heard of and asked him through voice transmission. The other party only responded to him with one sentence, "If you don't want to die, go and try it." After leaving this sentence, he left directly. Obviously, he didn't intend to continue to wade into this muddy water. Xianglao had ulterior motives. This treasure is not so easy to earn. It is not easy to become a Realm Master. Although the treasure is precious, you have to live. At this time, in the Shili Inn, in the courtyard where many Realm Masters gathered, an extraordinary person walked out of the room. He was wearing a green shirt and looked middle-aged. He was intimidating without anger. His eyes casually glanced at the Realm Masters in the courtyard. "Greetings to Senior Teichu. Greetings to the Realm Master Teichu." Seeing this person appear, many Realm Masters pulled their thoughts back and looked at the big man in front of them. This Teichu Realm Lord is a Realm Lord who has been famous in the Zuanayu for a long time. He is a legendary Realm Lord. Moreover, he became famous in the City of Time. He is an extremely dazzling figure at every 10,000 Worlds Conference held every 10,000 years. It is rumored that when the 10,000 Worlds Conference was held many years ago, the Teichu Realm Lord caused trouble in the City of Time and angered a super powerful family in the City of Time. That family is the local strength of the City of Time. There are many Realm Lords, so they are naturally very powerful. They asked the Teichu Realm Lord to kneel down and apologize to them. As a result, the Teichu Realm Lord went there, killed all the Realm Lords in one battle, and razed that family to the ground. From then on, he became famous in the City of Time and showed his brilliance at the 10,000 Worlds Conference. He is a famous figure in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. When every 10,000 Worlds Conference is held, there will be Realm Lords who come to visit him. His reputation is well known. Although he was in the room, he could see what happened outside the inn. As long as he wanted to know, he could see clearly what Qin Wentian had done. The young Realm Master had amazing talent and extraordinary realm heart. He was a promising talent. Moreover, he had offended a force like Xianglao as soon as he came to the City of Time. He was a bit like him in the past. "My friend, you have extraordinary strength and extraordinary realm heart. Why don't you come and have a chat with me?" The Teichu Realm Master stood there, but his voice appeared directly in Qin Wentian's mind, and his figure was also imprinted in Qin Wentian's eyes. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and he looked towards a certain direction of the inn. Although he could not see anything directly, everything on the Teichu Realm Master's side was still clearly imprinted in his mind, just like what he saw with his eyes, or even clearer. Naturally, there was no obstacle to their mutual communication. The person who was speaking was extraordinary. He was the extraordinary person that the person who was drinking next to him had reminded him of. He wanted him to join him. Maybe Longjun Mansion would not care. However, he and the other party did not know each other. How could he go to the door to ask for help? That was obviously a ridiculous proposal. Sir, you are also extraordinary. It's just that I am having a banquet with my family and friends at the moment, so I can't go. Please forgive me. Qin Wentian responded. Why, do you look down on me? Tachel Realm Lord was a little surprised that he was rejected. So many Realm Masters came to visit him, but he didn't meet them. Just now, he saw that Qin Wentian's Realm Heart was extraordinary, so he wanted to understand what Qin Wentian's Realm Heart was, so he came out and asked Qin Wentian to go to his courtyard to talk so that he could ask and understand. I do have such intention. Qin Wentian nodded with a smile from a distance. He indeed did not have such intention, but he was not in a very good mood today. The relationship with Qin Mansion had not ended yet, and he did not know how King Chang felt now. Naturally, he had to accompany her more, and had no intention of chatting with other Realm Masters. If it were normal times, he might have gone over. After all, there were many Realm Masters visiting, and that person should be unusual. Since you don't mean to look down on me, then come over. I'm very curious about your world mind. Tachel Realm Lord said with a smile. Everyone has his own way of cultivation, so why be curious? If I have time, I will visit you again. I won't go over now. Qin Wentian still smiled and replied. He felt that the other party was an extraordinary person, but he was also inexplicably proud. He didn't look down on him, so did he have to go over? This made him a little puzzled. Tachel Realm Lord frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. He had invited him twice, but was rejected. Humph. With a cold snort, Tachel Realm Lord shrugged his sleeves, seemed a little angry that Qin Wentian didn't give him face, and returned to his room. Qin Wentian felt puzzled, but he didn't bother to care whether the other party was happy or not. He needed to consider the people around him. Although you are an extraordinary person, there is no reason for me to go over just because I want you to go, right? If I don't go over to visit, can't you come over and drink together? Obviously, the strong man was a little pretentious and thought he had to give him face. Duang Huangying beside him chuckled. It seems that this King Chang Realm Lord has such a personality. He doesn't give face to anyone. He rejected her invitation not long ago, and now he has rejected an extraordinary person. This guy. The people in the courtyard of Tachel Realm Lord were also a little speechless. It was difficult for them to visit Tachel Realm Lord deliberately, but this King Chang Realm Lord was rejected by Tachel Realm Lord himself. Many people whispered to each other. Qin Wentian was quite unhappy when he heard those voices and seemed to have no appetite. However, at this time, a beautiful maid brought wine and food, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Qin Wentian was a little surprised and said, "Do we have any wine and food yet?" "Sir, you misunderstood. This is our boss's intention. It is free. Moreover, from now on, Sir's food and accommodation in the inn will be recorded by our boss. Sir, you can stay as long as you want," the maid said with a smile. Qin Wentian showed a strange color. This is an interesting person. There are really many strange things here, but at this moment, his mood is finally better. Chapter 1761 I'll keep you company. The aroma of the wine was fragrant, and it was obviously better than the wine I had drunk before. It felt hot when it entered my stomach, and then turned into a clear stream, flowing all over my body, making me feel very refreshed. Qin Wentian and the others only took a sip, and they couldn't help but praise, "Good wine. This wine is really good. The innkeeper has it privately," Jian Mengchen said with a smile. The little bastard held the bowl and drank it in big gulps, which was particularly cute. "This innkeeper is a wonderful person," Qin Wentian said with a smile. The wine and food ordered by Huajishi were not as good as the wine sent. What would other guests think? And the other party obviously didn't care. Although he didn't show up, he sent good wine and food. He was a very interesting person. Some people said before that the innkeeper and the realm master who had just invited him were both extraordinary people, and asked him to ask them for help. Now, both of them have expressed their opinions. The Tachel realm master is a little arrogant and self-righteous. Compared with him, the innkeeper is more interesting to Qin Wentian. It is not because he has given him benefits that he favors the other party. Although the wine and food are good, they are just appetites for him, and they are just trivial matters. As long as the attitude of the two peoples in the world, Qin Wentian likes the innkeeper more. The group enjoyed the banquet. Many realm masters came and went in the Shili Inn. The name of the King Chang realm master also began to spread to the city of time. Now, many people in other places outside the inn are discussing Qin Wentian, the Qingchang realm master. The strong man in the Xiangxin building took people away, and the little princess of the East Emperor invited him and refused directly. He did not ask for protection from others, which seemed a little arrogant. However, he killed the 3 realm masters in a battle, which made the promise of the treasure of the Xiangxin building fall through, and no one dared to challenge him again. Who knows how powerful the extraordinary realm master Qingchang is? The battle that killed the 3 realm masters was not a one-shot killing, but a strong killing. For a treasure, it might be worth the risk of losing one's life. The temptation of the treasure of Xiangxin building is not that great for a strong man who can kill an extraordinary realm master. Moreover, it is said that Taichou realm master also lives in that inn. He personally invited Qin Wentian to have a chat with him, but was rejected by Qin Wentian. Taichou realm master was in a bad mood, but the owner of Shili Inn gave Qingchang realm master fine wine for free. These things spread quickly, making the 4 words Qingchang realm master have a very loud reputation in the City of Time without knowing it. Of course, the people of the City of Time were not too surprised. This was just a historical norm for the people of the City of Time. Before each session of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, someone would become famous and attract attention. This session would certainly be no exception. The Qingchang realm master would not be the only one. At this time, some things happened in other places in the City of Time, and some powerful realm masters appeared. However, the City of Time is more concerned about those powerful beings that have become famous in the past history. Those well-known legendary names, each of them has a thrilling story. Newcomers like the Qingchang realm master are just followers, inheriting the path taken by their predecessors, but they don't know how high they can reach. Many people are paying attention to the movements of Longyun Mansion. The plan of Xiangxin building was resolved by a battle, so how to solve the next thing? Could it be that Longyun Mansion personally sent a strong realm master to suppress the Qingchang realm master? At this time, in a separate courtyard of the Longyun Mansion, there was a young realm master standing with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary demeanor and an invisible power on his body. His name is Longyun Haoyu. He is a genius realm master of Longyun Mansion. He has an extraordinary status. Jinzi is one of his many women. It is normal for a person like him to have many beauties. Everyone has desires. The realm master is also a human being, no exception. He has never married, but does he not touch women? This is obviously impossible. Of course, women are not too important to him. When Jinzi took the initiative to seduce him, he did not refuse. Later, he arranged Jinzi to work in Xiangxin building. Only a few people knew that Jinzi was his woman. He would naturally not make such a thing public. Jinzi was not worthy of being his future true love. He did not have deep feelings for Jinzi. It was just a momentary interest. However, even so, his woman was naturally not something that anyone could insult. Moreover, being taken away by someone, he did not admit it, but it was also a fact that the Qingchang realm master slapped him in the face, which also made Xiangxin building lose face. Therefore, he asked an elder in the family who was in charge of Xiangxin building to issue an order from Xiangxin building, which was the arrest order that was exchanged for treasures before. But even so, he still didn't care too much. For him, this was just a small matter. As long as he could take down Qin Wentian, he would inevitably humiliate him and save the face of Xiangxianlao. He would also vent his anger. But the problem was that this small matter was not only not done well, but it was spread because the person that Xiangxianlao had to deal with was an extraordinary realm master who killed 3 realm masters in one battle. This matter even spread in the City of Time and had a great response. The Qingchang realm master borrowed their Xiangxianlao and instantly became famous. Many people were waiting for the attitude of Xiangxianlao, or Longyun clan, and how to deal with it. Haoyu. A voice came. Longyun Haoyu's eyes flashed, and then responded across the air, "Uncle. Next, what are your thoughts and how do you plan to deal with this matter? Now, your father has already known about this matter, but he didn't ask. After all, this was caused by you. That woman is also yours, right?" A voice came into Longyun Haoyu's ears. It was obvious that such a thing could not be hidden from the elders. "I'll go meet the Qingchang realm lord," Longyun Haoyu said. "Okay." The other party responded, and then there was no sound. Although Longyun Haoyu was his junior, he was also a powerful person at the level of a realm lord. Naturally, There was no need for him to ask and deal with everything. Everything in the family would be taken over by the descendants who grew up from generation to generation in the future. They did not send people to suppress Qin Wentian forcefully, because even if he, the Long Yuan family, could do it, but the powerful forces of your city of time, because of a maid, to suppress an extraordinary realm lord who participated in the 10,000 Realms Conference, would it really have a good reputation? Can it save the face of Xiangxin building? I'm afraid it will be criticized even more, thinking that Long Yuan's family does things without rules. Don't forget that the cause of the incident was that the maid scolded the other party's wife first. The wife of the extraordinary realm lord. Can a maid of your Xiangxin building scold at will? Is it because Xiangxin building belongs to Long Yuan Mansion that it can be so overbearing? If Long Yuan Mansion continues to issue the same order as before, it will only be criticized. Therefore, there was no movement in Xiangxin building, and Long Yuan Mansion was also very quiet, as if they had forgotten the incident. Some people even thought that the matter would end here, and both sides would pretend that it had never happened and not pursue each other. A maid offended the extraordinary realm master, and there was nothing to say about being captured. How could the extraordinary realm master not have a temper? Qin Wentian thought that there would be trouble again, but after a few days of quiet days, Jinzi also had no temper at all. She had been treated as a maid and served by her. She was almost desperate. Did he just give up on her? On this day, Qin Wentian was in his own yard. Suddenly, his brows frowned slightly, and then he said, "Who is it?" Long Yuan Haoyu. A voice came, and Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "Have the people of Long Yuan arrived? Come in." Qin Wentian said lightly, and then a young man appeared in front of him. It was Long Yuan Haoyu. A figure flashed over. Jinzi was overjoyed to see the person coming and shouted, "Haoyu." Long Yuan Haoyu just glanced at her indifferently and then looked away. This look made Jinzi feel cold all over, as if she fell into an ice cellar. Jun Mengjian and others came over one after another, looking at the uninvited guest with a somewhat alert look. This young man had a strong aura and his last name was Long Yuan. Obviously, he was from that place. They had heard the name of Long Yuan Mansion many times these days. Master of Qingchang Realm. Long Yuan Haoyu looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Your reputation has been quite loud in the city of time recently. Just speak frankly." Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said, "Okay." Long Yuan Haoyu nodded slightly. "You took the person away from my Xiangxin building, which made it difficult for Long Yuan Mansion. Why don't we both take a step back? You send the person back to Xiangxin building, and Xiangxin building will let you choose a magic weapon jewelry for free. Both sides can have a way out. How about it?" Qin Wentian looked at Long Yuan Haoyu and sneered in his heart. Letting him send the person back first means that he compromised first. Xiangxin building will give him a treasure as a favor? Why didn't Xiangxin building send the treasure here to apologize first, and then I released the person? Although the cause of this matter was caused by this woman, if Xiangxin building had asked her to apologize at that time, I would not have continued to pursue it. Qin Wentian responded. He had no objection to both sides having a way out, but there was no reason for him to compromise first. The difference between the first and the last has completely different meanings. Why do you have to do this, sir? My Long Yuan Mansion has stood in the city of time for many years, and at least it has some reputation. Long Yuan Haoyu said again. So, Long Yuan Mansion is powerful, I should give in a little, right? Qin Wentian smiled and said, "In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. I said before in Xiangxin Tower that I have no intention of getting into trouble with Xiangxin Tower or Long Yuan Mansion. The person who scolded and insulted my wife was this maid, so I took her down, and she should pay the price for it. As for the face of Xiangxin Tower ordered people to come and capture me before, so I will treat this matter as if it never happened." "So, sir, you don't intend to give in at all?" Long Yuan Haoyu frowned. He made this trip in person, but the Lord of Qingchang Realm still had the same attitude. "If you came here just to make me give in, then you can leave," Qin Wentian said bluntly. He had already said that he would not pursue the matter of Xiangxian Lao's order, and both sides would let it go. This was his concession, and he did not want to make things worse. But the other party wanted him to send the person who scolded and insulted Qingchang back. Is this the attitude of Long Yuan Mansion? If so, then I will accompany you. Chapter 1762, Supreme Realm Master. Long Yuan Haoyu stared at Qin Wentian with a sharp look. Qin Wentian, this is to drive away the guest. It can be said that he did not give Long Yuan Mansion any face. He has made concessions and will not trouble the other party anymore. As long as he sends the person back, Xiang Xianlao is even willing to show goodwill and the matter will be over. However, Qin Wentian believes that Xiang Xianlao should apologize first before he will let the person go. Very strong. Goodbye. He spit out 2 words, and then left with a little anger. Qin Wentian looked at Long Yuan Haoiu's leaving figure, expressionless, worthy of being a world master among the top forces. That kind of arrogance is innate, as if he should admit his mistake first, as it should be. Seeing Long Yuan Haoiu leave like this, Jin Zhi's beautiful eyes stared at the front in a daze. Did he leave like this? Her man came in person. Qin Wentian still refused to let her go. At this moment, her heart was filled with a strong sense of sadness. This is what you rely on. You are so arrogant because of this world master, but he didn't even look at you. Qin Wentian turned his back to Jin Zhi and spoke lightly. His voice was like a knife piercing Jin Zhi's heart. Yes, what is she? Just a woman, she can be abandoned at any time. Now, he probably won't be willing to have anything to do with her. Poor woman, go away. Qin Wentian spoke lightly. Jin Zhi was stunned and looked at Qin Wentian. She said in disbelief, are you going to let me go? Let you see clearly how pathetic you are. It's the price you paid for your behavior. What's the point of keeping you? I don't bother to kill you. Qin Wentian still didn't look at Jin Zhi. He didn't have any sympathy. There's something hateful about pitiful people. Jin Zhi stared at Qin Wentian blankly. Long Yuan Haoiu came to ask for someone in person. He responded strongly and asked Xiang Xianlao to apologize first, but after Long Yuan Haoiu left, he let himself go. This is the attitude of the King Chang Realm Master in front of him. Long Yuan Mansion cannot make him compromise, but he can let go if he wants. This is his attitude, and he has his pride. Jin Zhi looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and then left. She would not go back to Xiangsan Tower, and she would not look for Long Yuan Haoiu again. Their relationship was over. Even if she went to look for Long Yuan Haoiu now, he would probably not see her anymore. It was really sad. After Jin Zhi left, Qin Wentian said to the void, have you seen enough? I've been discovered. A whisper came, and then a man in white shirts walked out of the void. He was all white, spotless, and even had a pair of white eyebrows. Only his dark eyes were very bright. It's really interesting. Long Yuan Mansion came to ask for someone, but you didn't agree to compromise, and then you let him go. You are really a wonderful person. The white-browed man said with a smile. It's not good for you to spy like this, right? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said. This. He raised his white eyebrows and then smiled. I saw Long Yuan Haoiu coming and thought he was going to cause trouble, so I came to see him. What does it have to do with you if he wants to cause trouble? Qin Wentian said. Of course it has something to do with me. I'm the owner of the inn. The white-browed man said as a matter of course. Qin Wentian was stunned. Is the white-browed man in front of him the owner of the Shili Inn? The wonderful man who gave him fine wine and delicious food and let him stay in the inn for free. Even if you are the owner of the inn, you can just look directly if you want to. It's very rude to use the boundary heart to hide in the void and peek. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Who knew we would be discovered? The white-browed man muttered in frustration, then laughed. Besides, this inn is mine. I'll see what's wrong with it. Don't forget, I'm doing it for free. I didn't charge you for the boundary stone. You don't have to bother me about this little thing. Qin Wentian heard the other party say it seriously. His face was full of black lines. This guy is a weirdo. What's speechless is that he has no words to say to this logic. This inn is indeed the other party's, and now it's free. He didn't pay anything. It seems that I'll pay for the boundary stone. Qin Wentian said speechlessly. Don't be funny. I'm a very generous person. I'm here to treat you to drink. You should come to the City of Time to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. I have a few drinking buddies who will also participate in this 10,000 Worlds Conference. It's a good opportunity to get to know each other. Are you interested? The white-browed man continued. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shili Chunfin. You can just call me Shili. Such a poetic name is rare in the world and should be easy to remember. Yes, I found it. Qin Wentian nodded with a dark face. He did find it, found that the innkeeper was extremely narcissistic. He came to peek and called himself generous and boasted about his name. It was simply shameless. Everyone says so. Although the King Chang Realm Master is a bit vulgar, it is actually not bad. Although there is a big gap with my name, it is also catchy. Shili Chunfeng said very seriously. Jun Mengchen and others behind Qin Wentian also widened their eyes and stared at the Realm Master in amazement. Today, their 3 views have been refreshed. It turns out that the Realm Master can be so shameless. Let's go. If we go too late, those drunkards will ask me for wine again. Shili Chunfeng urged. Qin Wentian glanced at the people behind him and asked, "Are you going? We won't go to join in the fun." Several people laughed. Although the innkeeper seemed to have no airs at all, and even a little shameless, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Wentian was qualified to sit with them, but it didn't mean that they could. There was no point in going. Qin Wentian nodded, looked at Shili Chunfeng and said, "Let's go." "Okay, don't worry, we're in the inn, we can see the situation here, nothing will happen," Shili Chunfeng said. After all, this was his inn, so he was confident. Qin Wentian left with Shili Chunfeng. Jun Mengchen was shocked when he saw their backs. He said, "No, I have to practice in seclusion. There are so many world masters in the City of Time. I am so shocked. If you had used the heavenly heart consciousness to deduce the world heart, you would have become a world master earlier. But you want to learn from Wentian. You deserve it." "Humph," the little bastard muttered. Jun Mengchen knocked on his forehead and said, "What my senior brother can do, can't I do it? I don't agree. Let's have a fight." Hearing his words, the little bastard shrank his head and muttered, "Violent maniac." Qin Wentian followed Shili Chunfeng to an independent attic pavilion. This is the best location in the inn, where you can see the best scenery. There is only one pavilion with green trees and shade. Drinking fine wine here is indeed a very enjoyable thing. When Qin Wentian arrived, he saw that there were already 3 people in the pavilion, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. 3 completely different people gathered together. Adding Shili Chunfeng's words, the 4 people can be said to have 4 different styles. Qin Wentian first looked at the old man, because he had seen him before, the very simple hunchbacked old man he met on the way to the City of Time. He didn't expect that he was Shili Chunfeng's friend, and he met him again here. The old man also squinted his eyes, like a slit, looking at Qin Wentian. The middle-aged man was wearing a blood-red robe, which was very conspicuous. He had a beard, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and shoulder-length hair. He looked very majestic and imposing at first glance. His aura was like that of an emperor, extraordinary. The woman looked very young, wearing a close-fitting long skirt, which perfectly outlined her fiery figure. She was as beautiful as Jinsui, but more heroic. "Little white eyebrow, you've been gone for so long, did you prepare some good wine for us?" The old man squinted his eyes and smiled at Shili Chunfeng, and his eyes looked very obscene. "If you call me like that again, I won't have any wine to drink today." Shili Chunfeng was exposed just after bragging to Qin Wentian, and he couldn't help but say angrily, "Well, handsome and elegant lord of the Spring Breeze realm, what good wine have you prepared?" The old man looked like a drunkard, asking Shili Chunfeng for wine. "That's a good name." Shili Chunfeng nodded, took Qin Wentian to the pavilion, took out a wine pot and said, "This is today's wine." "That's all," the old man said depressedly. "It's not enough to dry my teeth, you are sending beggars away. There are new friends coming today, add another pot." Shili Chunfeng took out another pot of wine and said, "When Feng Huang joined, you were not so stingy. Do you look down on new friends?" The old man said with a smile. "Ahem." Shili Chunfeng coughed dryly and said generously, "Am I that kind of person? I'm just kidding you. There are only 3 pots of wine left here. Old ghost, you know that this kind of wine is not so easy to get. 1 pot per person, there are only so many. Feng Huang, he looks down on you," the old man said to the woman. When Feng Huang came for the first time, he only added 2 more pots of wine. "It's boring. I'm leaving. Don't call me next time." The woman turned around and prepared to leave. "Okay, I'll add 2 more pots to make amends." Shili Chunfeng didn't expect these guys to be so deceiving. After not seeing each other for 10,000 years, they are even more shameless. "This is my brother Shili." The woman turned around and smiled charmingly, but Shili Chunfeng was about to cry. "Brother Xiao, I am loyal this time." Shili Chunfeng looked at the middle-aged man and said, I rule over endless territories. I have everything I want. Fine wine and beautiful women are at my fingertips. Only here, it's so difficult to have a glass of wine, and it only happens once in 10,000 years. What's there to say? The middle-aged man said lightly, with majesty in his voice. You are so cruel. Shili Chunfeng took out another 8 pots of wine, then threw the storage ring on the table and said, It's empty. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. This is my brother Shili, straightforward. The middle-aged man instantly put on a smiling face, and his face changed faster than turning a book. Okay, I can introduce my new friend. The old man looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. You've become quite famous recently. You even dare to mess with Longyun Mansion. It seems that the old man already knows about it. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Living in this shabby inn, it's hard not to know. Feng Huang looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. Chapter 1763, Daring. Shili Chunfeng said with a smile, You are all great Buddhas. It is unfair for you to live in my inn. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded seriously. I know you are a big shot. I can't afford to serve you. If you have the ability, don't drink this wine today. Shili Chunfeng said angrily. You still have to drink the wine. The middle-aged man ignored him. Shili Chunfeng was quite speechless. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, It seems that they all know you. In this case, let me introduce you. This beautiful girl is a phoenix, not a demon. Her name is Feng Huang. This arrogant guy has a very domineering name, Jiutian. I don't know how his parents named him. If you dare to say this in front of them, I guarantee that you will not survive the next second. Jiutian snorted coldly. Yes, you have a great background. Shili Chunfeng said contemptuously, As for this wretched old man, you can just call him Old Ghost. After that, Shili Chunfeng took out 5 wine glasses, and then poured a glass of wine for everyone, saying, Let's not talk too much. Meeting each other is fate. Brother Qin can come here today. After drinking this glass of wine, we are brothers. Come on, cheers. It seems that for the sake of my friend, I won't bother with you. The old man glanced at Shili Chunfeng coldly and raised his glass to Qin Wentian. Brother Qin, I have a somewhat arrogant personality, which makes people uncomfortable. In the future, you have to bear more with me. Jiutian said very directly, and also raised his glass to Qin Wentian. Feng Huang also looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. The group was very friendly. Qin Wentian looked at their eyes and always felt that there was a hint of conspiracy. However, everyone was so hospitable, so he had to raise his glass. The 5 of them toasted together. When the wine went into his stomach, an indescribable wonderful feeling arose. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that his whole body was unobstructed, as if his mind had become transparent and his perception had become clearer. This feeling was too wonderful. Good wine. Qin Wentian praised. This guy has always been stingy. It's rare to drink him once in 10,000 years. Of course, the wine is good. Every drop of wine is worth 1,000 gold. It can make your mind clear, your perception stronger, and it also has the effect of tempering the body. You will feel it if you continue to drink it. It is very useful even for the masters of the world. The old ghost was not stingy in praising the wine. Qin Wentian nodded. It seemed that this wine was more precious than a panacea. He wanted to get a few pots for King Er and King Chang to taste, but it was such a precious wine that he couldn't ask for it. You talk so easily. Every time we have a party, you just ask for wine. But you don't know that I can't get much even in 10,000 years. I'm not as powerful as Brother Xiao. Why don't you ask him to get better wine? Shili Chunfeng said. You know his situation, why do you say that? Feng Huang said lightly. Looking at Qin Wentian's confusion, she explained, Brother Xiao has a special identity, but he went out to set up his own business and became a dominant figure who ruled a region. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and it was not easy to delve into it. After all, it was the first time they met, and some questions were not easy to ask openly. But according to what they said, this Jiutian should have a strong background, but he may have had some conflicts with the family and set up his own business. These old things are not worth mentioning. Jiutian took a pot of wine, poured a glass for Qin Wentian and said, At a time like this, we should only talk about good wine. As he said that, he directly picked up the wine pot and poured it into his mouth, which made Qin Wentian stunned. You. Shili Chunfeng was speechless when he saw this scene, but Laoga took a pot of wine and drank it directly without anyone noticing, as if he was afraid of being at a disadvantage. Later, Feng Huang followed suit, and a sexy beauty also grabbed the wine to drink. This scene made Qin Wentian quite speechless. These people were all extraordinary masters of the realm level. They were really top-notch. But since they said they were brothers, they couldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Therefore, Qin Wentian also picked up a pot of wine and poured it directly into his mouth. Shili Chunfeng wailed and could only follow suit. More than a dozen pots of fine wine were empty in a blink of an eye. This was not wine tasting, but clearly wine grabbing. This was the first time Qin Wentian saw people drinking like this. Are you satisfied? Shili Chunfeng looked at the few people angrily. They were wasting natural resources. Shouldn't fine wine be tasted carefully? Shili, you have always been generous. It's rare for Brother Qin to join today. If there is any stock, take it out and enjoy it together. Laoga said to Shili Chunfeng. Get lost. Shili Chunfeng's face flushed red. How could he be fooled? Even if he had some in stock, he would not take it out again. He looked at the people in front of him and said, drinking with you is boring. Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly. He also grabbed a lot of wine to drink. At this moment, he felt a great change in his body, as if he was being tempered by a strong force. Every part of his body seemed to be changing. This feeling was so good that he was reluctant to drink it all. He wanted to keep some and take it away secretly, but that was too unkind. Okay, now that the wine is finished, it's time to talk about business. Shili Chunfeng said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and he looked at Shili Chunfeng. Business? Since Brother Qin has joined us, we are our brothers in the future. In recent days, the news about Brother Qin has spread widely in the City of Time. You all know that Xiangxian Lao has gone too far, and Jiutian Mansion has no intention of apologizing. Instead, it has offered a reward for people to arrest Brother Qin. After the 3 realm masters were executed, a realm master from Jiutian Mansion came here not long ago. His attitude is still very strong. I believe he will not let him go. Shili Chunfeng spoke, and Qin Wentian was a little confused. Why did he bring up his own affairs? Indeed, Xiangxian Lao has gone too far. The old ghost narrowed his eyes and said, as if they shared the same hatred. We must take this off for Brother Qin. In addition, we should create some trouble for Jiutian Mansion so that they don't have time to trouble Brother Qin. Shili Chunfeng continued. I have no objection to this. What do you think? Feng Huang asked. Several people sang in unison, but Qin Wentian felt that these guys were clearly acting. Why did they seem to have discussed it beforehand and then deliberately invited him to drink? Let's rob the Xiangxian building. Shili Chunfeng's next words made Qin Wentian stunned and petrified on the spot. Loot the Xiangxian building? The power behind the Xiangxian building is Jiutian Mansion. Looting the Xiangxian building, is it going to go to war with Jiutian Mansion? This is different from him taking down a maid. The weight of a maid is not enough to alarm the powerful force of Jiutian Mansion, but the nature of robbing the Xiangxian building is completely different. This is definitely a declaration of war. Are these guys crazy? For Brother Qin. Shili Chunfeng said seriously. Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. He was completely speechless. Only a ghost believed Shili Chunfeng's words. The first meeting, robbing the Xiangxian building for him? What a joke. Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. It's a good idea. Xiao Tian nodded. Old ghost, what do you think? I have no objection. The old ghost smiled with narrowed eyes. Most of the treasures in Xiangxian Tower are magical weapons for women. I'm the only beautiful woman here, so I must be the first to choose. Feng Huang said as she looked at the few people, her eyes shining. That was Xiangxian Tower, of course she had been there. The magical weapons for women there were so attractive, and there were many varieties, and she had quite a few that she liked. It's my duty. Shili Chunfeng nodded. Brother Qin, what do you think? The brothers have stood up for you. You don't have to be grateful. I've said before that after drinking, we are brothers. Shili Chunfeng patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder. Qin Wentian had a new understanding of the shamelessness of this guy in front of him. This matter must be made clear. I don't want to be sold out by you like this. Qin Wentian said, Jiutian Mansion is the top force in the City of Time. Can you compete with it? Robert Xiangxian Tower, what do you want to compete with Jiutian Mansion for? Shili Chunfeng looked at Qin Wentian and said, it's not like you haven't been to Xiangxian Tower before. Jiutian Mansion is very confident. There are only 3 realm masters guarding it. They think no one dares to touch them in the City of Time. As long as they control the three realm masters, they can easily control the entire Xiangxin Tower and plunder the treasures in the shortest time. No one will know. Longyan Mansion will slowly track it down. In this way, they will not have the heart to trouble Brother Qin again. You have discussed this, why did you find me? Qin Wentian saw that Shili Chunfeng had thought about it. How could he not know that the other party had discussed it? Of course, I am attracted by Brother Qin's personality charm. Shili Chunfeng said seriously. Get lost. Qin Wentian said with a dark face. Shili Chunfeng smiled awkwardly and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder. Since Brother Qin wants to know, I will tell you the truth. It is true that Xiangxian Lao did not do things properly, and it is also true that they sent people to take you. It is too much to bully others. Why can't we touch them? There are many good things in Xiangxian Lao. We call it a gentleman who loves money and takes it in a proper way. Even so, you can do it yourself. Why do you have to find me? If Longyan Mansion finds out, will I be the scapegoat? Qin Wentian stared at Shili Chunfeng. He had to ask clearly. Such a big thing is not a joke. What would Longyan Mansion do if they knew who robbed Xiangxian Lao? It would definitely be crazy revenge. Brother Qin, I live in the City of Time and have opened an inn. Brother Jiutian has a strong foundation and can be easily traced. Do you think we can just walk away if something happens? Shili Chunfeng said, don't worry. Even if something happens, we can let Brother Jiutian come forward. Then we can say that we are standing up for Brother Qin. Then we will see what Longyan Mansion can do. Now, do you understand why you are dragged into this? Shameless. Qin Wentian looked at Shili Chunfeng in complete silence. It turned out that he had already thought about the truth, but by dragging him in, he would have a legitimate reason to do so. He could use Xiaotian's background to suppress it. So, Xiaotian's background could even suppress Longyan Mansion. Qin Wentian looked at the people in front of him. These guys were really top-notch. Brother Qin, we are all doing this for you, just tell us whether you will do it or not. Even if you don't do it, judging from the attitude of the Lord of Longyan Mansion when he left, he will come to us sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative. If you are still worried, you can go outside to find out the identity of Brother Xiaotian, and you will know whether I have lied to you. Shili Chunfeng asked Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. Are they going to rob Xiangxin Tower? Chapter 1764 Looting. When Qin Wentian first came to the ancient fairyland, he was a bandit. Now he is already a realm master, ruling the endless territory. He wants to do it all over again? Become a great bandit at the level of a realm master? If he had his personality, he would naturally want to do it. After all, the Xiangxin building issued an order to capture him and his relatives and friends. If he had enough strength, he would have directly demolished the Xiangxin building. He actually dared to issue such an order instead of just killing the three realm masters. Those three people were actually just people who did things. The one who issued the order was the Xiangxin building. However, considering that this matter was risky, he hesitated a little. A real man only wants to be happy when doing things. The Xiangxin building was unkind to you first. There is nothing to consider. Just retaliate directly. Of course, if you have doubts about our intentions and are worried that we will harm you, then just refuse directly. We will not force it. Xiaotian said bluntly. As he said, he has this kind of personality and speaks very directly. Shili Chunfeng and the others all looked at Qin Wentian, and saw Qin Wentian's expression flickering, and then he said, I agree. It's great. Xiaotian nodded, this wine is not on vain. From now on, we are brothers. I think I am older. You can call me Brother Xiao if you want. Of course, you can also call me Brother Xiao directly. It's up to you. Since Brother Qin agrees, then the next step is time. When do you think we can compare? Shili Chunfeng said with a smile. That is the Xiangxin building, with many treasures. Every transaction of a treasure will bring high profits. It is much better than running an inn. There is no comparison. It's better to do it today than to choose a day. Let's do it tonight. Xiaotian was a little anxious and said directly. I agree. The old ghost narrowed his eyes into a slit and nodded. I don't have any objection either. Feng Huang smiled and said. In that case, let's do it tonight. When many people are visiting Xiangxin building, we will discuss the strategy for the night's action. We must leave as soon as we succeed, and never delay. Otherwise, Longyan Mansion's strength is not to be underestimated. Try not to have a direct conflict with them, but if there is a conflict, fight and retreat. If it doesn't work, Brother Xiao will still have to take the blame. Shili Chunfeng said. Xiao Tian nodded, and the group discussed countermeasures and then left one after another. Until night fell, Shili Chunfeng summoned everyone. 5 figures left the inn without anyone noticing and headed towards the direction of Shiangxin Building. Tonight's Shiangxin Building was particularly lively, with bright lights, as if it was daytime. When the 10,000 Worlds Conference was held, Shiangxin Building never lacked customers, especially women, and those big men were naturally willing to buy some gifts for their women before the 10,000 Worlds Conference was held, which was also a way to satisfy their vanity. Qin Wentian and his companions were already in the Shiangxin Building. Of course, they had entered by different means, hiding their original appearance or aura. The powerful realm masters had many means, so this was not difficult for them, and it was even simpler for Qin Wentian. Today's plan was for Qin Wentian, Feng Hehuang, and Xiao Tian to control the 3 realm masters and prevent them from making any moves. The focus was naturally on their communication crystals. The second was the control of the entire Shiangxin Building. This was the responsibility of the old ghost. He controlled the entire Shiangxin Building, including all the guests who came. Among them, there must be many realm masters. Of course, they would not offend them for no reason, but just let them watch the excitement. I believe that the realm masters were also happy to watch the excitement, mainly to prevent some people who were involved with Jiutian Mansion from being in the crowd. The last item of taking treasures was done by Shili Chunfeng, which could be said to be a clear division of labor. At this time, Qin Wentian had changed his face. He was strolling in the Shiangxin Building like a customer, and at the same time, his immortal thoughts locked onto the other 4 companions, communicating with them at all times. The 3 realm masters are in 3 directions. I will control the old Ho in the middle. Brother Qin, you control the realm master on the left. The right side of Feng Hehuang is up to you. Xiao Tian's voice entered the minds of Qin Wentian and Feng Hehuang. Qin Wentian nodded and walked towards the left direction of Shiangxin Building. Shiangxin Building is very big, but no matter how big it is not bigger than the immortal thoughts of the realm masters. In a luxurious room on the left, there is a realm master there. Moreover, at this moment, there are 2 beauties serving beside this realm master, who is enjoying it very intoxicatedly. These 2 beauties are the maids of Shiangxin Building. They were arranged to come in because of this path, and they have a dirty deal hidden in them. Who is it? At this time, the realm master suddenly opened his eyes. There was actually someone's immortal thoughts falling on him, which made him alert. A figure directly crossed the space and appeared in front of him. His face changed instantly, and a strong breath was released. But at this moment, he had a strong sense of crisis. The surrounding scenes were changing, everything had changed. It was as if this was no longer his room, but an independent space. It was the power of the heavenly heart consciousness, and it was an illusion-type heavenly heart consciousness. You are not my opponent. I advise you not to move, otherwise, you will die. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. He disguised his face at this moment. His aura had changed, and naturally he did not use the power of the realm heart. The other party had felt it once, so he could not let him recognize it. It was enough to rely on the heavenly heart consciousness to deal with this realm master. Who are you? He looked into the other party's eyes, which seemed to be the eyes of a demon, which could make people fall. A strong sense of crisis was born, as the other party said, if he really took action, he would be killed on the spot. You don't need to care who I am. I came to Shiangxin Tower today to do something. You just stay in this space and cooperate. I won't kill you, otherwise, you will die. When Qin Wentian spoke, the terrifying power of the heavenly heart consciousness enveloped the other party's body. The realm master felt the power in his heavenly heart consciousness and dared not move rashly. The gap was huge. The strong at the realm master level were very sensitive to the gap in power, and this gap could not be made up. The 2 maids would certainly not do anything bad. Qin Wentian had made them fall into the infinite illusion in a single thought, unable to extricate themselves. They must still be in fear at this moment. At the same time as Qin Wentian took action, Xiao Tian and Feng Hehuang also took action. Both of them controlled the realm masters they were responsible for with absolute strength advantage. At the same moment, the 3 realm masters of Shiangxin Building were controlled. In Shiangxin Building, terrible sharp edges flashed one after another, which was the light in the eyes. There was a strong power of Shiangxin consciousness in 3 directions. How could the realm masters who were extremely sensitive to this power not feel it? They instantly spread their immortal thoughts to find out what happened. At this moment, the old ghost in the middle of Xiangxin building released his Xiangxin consciousness power. In just a moment, this power enveloped the entire Xiangxin building. This was the power of Xiangxin consciousness that he had recently realized. He had never used it, so no one would know it was him. When this power of the heavenly heart consciousness was released, dark purple lines flowed throughout the Xiangxin building, one after another, like thin threads, but with each dark purple line, the Realm Master could feel an astonishing destructive force, as if as long as the person controlling it had a thought, it could kill people. Everyone in the Xiangxin building stopped, their eyes flickered, especially the Realm Masters. All of them had sharp eyes. Everyone, stand still and cooperate. We are here to do business in Xiangxin building. We will not involve you and will not kill anyone. But if anyone moves, take out the communication crystal and kill them without mercy. A voice resounded directly through Xiangxin building and fell into everyone's eardrums. While he was speaking, somewhere in the direction of Xiangxin building, several extraordinary strong men were trying to hide some treasures in a hurry. But at this moment, a figure walked out of nothingness, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, took it away and disappeared. At the same time, a dark purple light penetrated the few people who hid the treasure. Everyone saw in their immortal thoughts that the bodies of those people solidified directly, then shattered and decomposed, and shattered. What a terrible Xiangxin consciousness! Everyone's heart trembled. The dark purple thin line flowing in this space was the super terrifying power of Xiangxin consciousness, which must not be touched. The bandits, the Realm Master walking in the void is plundering like crazy. They saw someone walking in the void, constantly taking treasures from the Xiangxin building, at an incredibly fast speed, and plundering like crazy. At this moment, everyone's heart was pounding. No wonder the people who controlled the Xiangxin building did not allow anyone to move rashly. It turned out that they wanted to rob the Xiangxin building. In the City of Time, when the 10,000 Worlds Conference was held, someone actually robbed the Xiangxin building controlled by Qin Mansion. This was too crazy. The 10,000 Worlds Conference was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Could it be that a Super Realm Master level bandit gang came? Even so, even the Xiangxin building controlled by Qin Mansion dared to be robbed. This was too bold. This had never happened before. It was tantamount to declaring war on Qin Mansion. At this time, outside the Xiangxin building, someone was trying to visit the Xiangxin building. They saw from a distance that the Xiangxin building was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful force. The dark purple light flowed, wrapping the Xiangxin building in it, without leaking a drop of water. The power could be felt from a distance, and its horror could be felt. What happened? Someone exclaimed. Something seems to have happened in the Xiangxin tower. People spoke one after another, and another strong man arrived. When he felt the power shrouded by the Xiangxin tower, his face changed instantly. He took out the communication crystal and said, "Someone is attacking the Xiangxin tower." The voices were like thunder in the dark night, exploding in the night sky, and for a moment, countless people were alarmed. All this happened in a very short time, and the crazy loading inside was still going on. The old ghost directly transmitted the voice, "There is no time, the matter must have been exposed, and it is time to retreat." Okay, retreat. Shili Chunfeng, who was looting frantically, stopped his actions and transmitted a voice to the four people. 5 figures flashed through the space at the same time like lightning and left the Xiangxin tower directly. The sky above the Xiangxin tower exploded, and the whole building collapsed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1765 Mysterious Treasure. The 5 people left very quickly. They knew that if Qin Mansion got the news, they would rush to help in a very short time. The immortal thoughts of the Realm Master were so powerful that they covered a very vast area. Of course, the City of Time was also very large. This was not a small city like Qingxun before. A City of Time was more vast than the entire outer Qingxun of the lower world. This was the heart of the central main city of Zuanliu. Otherwise, some super powerful forces had multiplied and developed for countless years, and were inhabited by hundreds of millions of people. How could they be settled? Don't think that the forces in the City of Time were still the same as those in the past. Forces like Qin Mansion, A mansion, were a super empire. The strong men at the level of the Realm Master were so fast that they could travel thousands of miles in an instant. After the 5 people came out, they immediately gathered in one direction and then entered the realm of the 10-mile spring breeze, as if it was an independent void space, walking in the void. Almost in an instant, Qin Wentian felt that they had landed, and then the 5 people appeared in a yard. Huh? Shili Chunfeng took a deep breath, waved his hand to seal this space, and smiled. It's great, but it's a bit dangerous. There seems to be a realm master outside, who has been locking on me. Fortunately, I was fast enough to get rid of him. Are we going back to the inn now? Qin Wentian was stunned and asked. Of course, what do you think? Shili Chunfeng looked at Qin Wentian strangely. This. Qin Wentian was speechless. This speed was too terrifying. This was Shili Chunfeng's realm heart ability, which had the ability to be unpredictable. You go back first, I'll keep the things for the time being, and we'll divide them tomorrow. I'm afraid Longyun Mansion will soon investigate this place. Shili Chunfeng said, and several people nodded. The old ghost said, retreat. As he said that, his figure flashed and disappeared directly. He naturally didn't think that he would be safe if he returned to the inn. Qin Wentian understood after a brief thought, and also left directly to his own place. Although he had entered the realm of the Realm Master, he was not used to the style of the Realm Master. He often considered things according to his previous ideas. Now it was different. He was already a Realm Master, and the forces he touched were super powerful forces. For forces like Longyun Mansion, they could check all the places they could check in a very short time. As for those forces that were larger than them, they would not check them. Of course, they would not provoke them if they could not afford to. Moreover, such forces would not do such things. Sure enough, not long after, a strong immortal thought swept back and forth in the 10-mile inn. 10-mile spring breeze flashed and descended directly into the void. He was a little displeased and said coldly, what do you mean? The innkeepers were startled and walked out one by one, staring at the sky with great displeasure. I'm sorry to bother you all. Today, my Xiangxin building encountered robbers and bandits. I am investigating thoroughly. I hope you can forgive me. The Realm Master in the sky said, after all, it is very impolite for the immortal thought to forcibly peek. That's your business, not my inn. If you disturb my inn's business, get out. Shili Chunfeng spoke coldly, appearing extremely strong. The World Master frowned, but then bowed and said, sorry to bother you all. Goodbye. Even if it was someone from Longyun Mansion, it was impossible to offend all the World Masters. This time, there were many hidden talents in the City of Time, and the people living there might have powerful forces, so they naturally couldn't be too rude. This night was destined to be restless. Longyun Mansion thoroughly investigated the City of Time, which shocked the entire City of Time. The news that the Xiangxin building was looted spread throughout the ancient city, causing a great sensation. Someone was so crazy that they looted the Xiangxin building. It was too bold. It was said that the incident happened in a very short period of time. The 3 world masters guarding the Xiangxin building were all controlled. In addition, many world masters in the Xiangxin building were also threatened and restrained and could not move. If it weren't for the people outside, they might not even have discovered it. That night, many big shots burst into resentment and angrily scolded the people of Longyun Mansion. They were certainly unhappy about being forcibly spied on. Even the Realm Master of Longyun Mansion was detained. After Longyun Mansion explained and apologized, he was released. After all, those big shots did not want to offend Longyun Mansion. It was understandable that Xiangxin building was looted. But even though Longyun Mansion had swept through the City of Time at a very fast speed, there was still no clue. The other party ran too fast and disappeared into nothingness in an instant. There was no trace. Everyone guessed that he must be mixed in the crowd, but so what? There are many realm masters in the City of Time now, who can be sure who did it? Many people speculated that if they were not caught at the time, it would be difficult to find the person again. After all, the Realm Master who could loot Xiangxin building was definitely not an ordinary person, so how could he give you a second chance? This matter caused a sensation, but Qin Wentian and others quietly divided the spoils, and each of the 5 people took a share. The Xiangxin building was robbed, so the people of Longyun Mansion naturally had no time to bother Qin Wentian. They were investigating the power released by the 5 robbers, according to the description of the 3 people of Ho. Of course, they also understood that it was impossible to investigate by appearance, and power could not be changed, but they found that there was still no clue. A few days later, in the Shili Inn, Qin Wentian had just come back from drinking with Shili Chunfeng. Shili Chunfeng said that the wine had been finished last time, but in the next few days, he took out a few pots of good wine every day, and each time he said it was the last few pots. Qin Wentian finally understood one thing, that Shili Chunfeng's words could never be believed, especially about wine. In the room, Qin Wentian was only accompanied by Qinger and King Chen. There were a pile of jewelry and magic weapons in front of them, dazzling. They also knew that the sensational Xiangxin building robbery was actually done by Qin Wentian and a few new friends. "Wentian, don't do such dangerous things next time," King Chang said softly. It was because of her that she had a grudge with Xianxianlao. "Where is the danger?" Qin Wentian smiled. He was looking for treasures suitable for Qinger and King Chen. However, these things were looted from Xianxianlao. It was not very convenient to take them out and use them in the City of Time, but they could choose them and keep them with them first. Come and choose. Although they were looted, there is no need to feel guilty about the treasures looted from Xianxianlao, Qin Wentian said with a smile. Mo Qingchang smiled and nodded. Xianxianlao wanted to capture them with a treasure. Of course, she knew what the consequences would be if she was captured. Now, Qin Wentian looted Xianxianlao and all the treasures were in their hands. King Cheng selected several very exquisite magic weapon jewelry and helped Qinger to select them. She said, "Sister Qinger, these are all suitable for you. If you wear them, you will definitely fascinate this guy." "No." Qinger shook her head shyly and said crisply. "No, I will make you wear it after we return to King Chang Palace." King Chang giggled. At this moment, her eyes fell on a pendant, which was constantly flashing with light, attracting her attention. Qin Wentian and Qinger also looked at the pendant in surprise. Qin Wentian said, "This pendant is a bit strange. I wonder what magic weapon it is." Mo Qingchang stretched out her hand and randomly hung the pendant around her neck. When the pendant touched Mo Qingchang's skin, it suddenly burst into an extremely bright light, illuminating the room and spreading out. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and an invisible and powerful force wrapped the light, exerting a stronger sealing power. He stared at Mo Qingchang, and saw that at this moment, Mo Qingchang was shining with extremely bright brilliance. A phoenix robe was looming, and phoenix wings were born, making Mo Qingchang's body float in the air. The pendant directly penetrated into Mo Qingchang's skin, as if it wanted to blend with her body. An extremely complex pattern was born, like a super powerful magic array, shining brightly. In an instant, a very strong force permeated from the pendant and randomly and madly penetrated into Mo Qingchang's body. "Ah!" Mo Qingchang exclaimed, as if she could not bear the terrifying power. The whole person showed an extremely painful look, and her face changed completely. Qin Wentian was shocked, and his figure flashed, trying to hug Mo Qingchang, but an invisible terrible force directly bounced his body back. He is now a realm master level existence, but the power released from this pendant can actually bounce him out. This is incredible. His face was as pale as paper, and he rushed forward again. This time, he used extremely strong power to break through the restraints and hugged Mo Qingchang's body. Mo Qingchang was in great pain at this moment. Qinger beside her also changed her face and became as pale as paper. She wanted to rush forward, but she couldn't get close at all. What happened? Qin Wentian didn't understand why a piece of jewelry could trigger such a terrible power. What kind of treasure was it? The phoenix robe that shone in King Chang's skin was a gift from Heibo when King Chang got married. It had long been integrated with Mo Qingchang's skin and could be summoned at any time. Why did it trigger it actively at this time? Was it to protect Mo Qingchang? Qin Wentian was scared at this moment. He was rarely so scared. He was terrified and helpless. He didn't know what to do. "I'm fine." King Chang gritted her teeth and said a few words when she saw Qin Wentian's worried look. Although she was in great pain, her beautiful eyes were still gentle. Qin Wentian hugged her tightly. Nothing must happen to her. At this time, in Zuanao, a place far away from the City of Time, a group of strong men were on their way. At this moment, the leading woman stopped, and all the people behind her stopped. This woman was extremely young, only in her 20s, with a stunning face and a sacred glow on her body. However, her realm was terrifying, and she was actually a world master. "Miss, what happened?" asked an old man next to her. "Why?" The woman suddenly made a questioning sound, which puzzled everyone around her. "My feeling is not wrong, it is indeed in the City of Time, But why can someone else trigger it? It belongs to me. The woman murmured, and the old man next to her trembled. That treasure was triggered? How is this possible? Then he smiled bitterly. When the young lady threw it away capriciously, she probably didn't expect it to be like this. Chapter 1766, The Demon God's Kiss. At the Shili Inn, Qin Wentian still held Mo Qingchang's body. After a long time, Mo Qingchang fainted from the pain and lost consciousness. The dazzling light gradually faded away, leaving only a pendant hanging on her neck, emitting a faint glow, but without any breath, as if it was just an ordinary pendant. What on earth is this? Qin Wentian looked at the pendant, a piece of jewelry in the Xiangxin building. Why did it resonate with Mo Qingchang? What did she just experience? Moreover, did the phoenix robe appear just now to protect Mo Qingchang? But what about the dazzling pattern light? All of this is unknown, but fortunately it's all over. Mo Qingchang just fainted and won't be in any serious trouble. After waking up, she should know what happened. Qinger stayed quietly by her side. The two of them kept guarding Mo Qingchang until the next day when Mo Qingchang woke up slowly. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of brilliance. Qingchang! Qin Wentian shouted when he saw her beautiful eyes open. Mo Qingchang smiled softly and whispered, "I'm fine." "Yeah, that's good." Qin Wentian finally let go of his worries. His hand gently stroked Mo Qingchang's cheek, his eyes were gentle, and Qingchang also smiled brightly. "Qingchang, what happened before?" Qinger came over and asked softly. Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She sat up and glanced at the pendant hanging around her neck. Her mind moved slightly, and the pendant directly merged into her skin, leaving a mark there. A wonderful pattern appeared on her body, and she seemed to have become a different person. "The kiss of the demon god," Mo Qingchang murmured. "The kiss of the demon god." Qin Wentian was stunned. Mo Qingchang smiled and said, "This pendant is called the kiss of the demon god. You have a connection with it. What kind of treasure is this?" Qin Wentian was really curious. This pendant was not the treasure of Xiangxin building. It was very ordinary and inconspicuous among many treasures. It was only triggered by Mo Qingchang. It seemed to have undergone a very wonderful change. Mo Qingchang closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment, the light on her body became brighter and brighter, illuminating the whole room with incomparable brilliance. Endless magic array patterns appeared, covering Qin Wentian and Qinger's bodies. The brilliance was bright enough to make the world pale in comparison. In the center of the magic array, a phantom slowly appeared behind Mo Qingchang, or in other words, it wrapped her whole body in the center. It was a dazzling phoenix. Her eyes were sharp and dazzling, as if she had her own life. She was a real phoenix. Her eyes were full of contempt, staring at Qin Wentian and Qinger, like a real demon god. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. This phoenix gave him a strong feeling. The pendant could actually summon such a powerful ancient phoenix demon. "Who are you?" the ancient phoenix said, uttering a human voice. The bodies of Qin Wentian, Mo Qingchang and others were once again in a state of turmoil. This phoenix really has life, and it is obviously able to think, otherwise it would not ask who they are. "What kind of treasure is this pendant, and why was it triggered by my wife?" Qin Wentian asked back, his eyes were equally sharp, staring at the phoenix phantom. "Your wife?" The phoenix glanced at the beautiful woman she was guarding, and said, "The clothes she wears are woven with the power of my blood, so they summon me and resonate." "Where did you get these clothes?" Qin Wentian's heart trembled again. It turned out that it was really triggered by the clothes. "My mother gave it to me," Qin Wentian said. Phoenix glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and a powerful pressure was released from her body, covering the room and also falling on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian frowned, and the powerful boundary heart also bloomed, and the space was completely imprisoned. He stared at the other party and said coldly, "I don't need to lie. You don't have blood." Phoenix was also strong and stared at Qin Wentian coldly. This sentence may be a little vague, but Qin Wentian instantly thought of his blood. Could it be that all this has something to do with a mother he had never seen? "I died once, and my soul was almost scattered and my blood was lost," Qin Wentian said, and his voice fell. His star soul was released. Phoenix stared at his star soul, and then the power on her body weakened a little. She believed Qin Wentian a little. "If you don't die once, it is impossible to have such a star soul, even in reincarnation." "Where is your mother? Who is she?" Phoenix asked again. "I don't know. I haven't seen it." I grew up in the particle world and thought I was an orphan. Later I found out that I had parents. I don't know where she is, whether she is alive or dead. Now I have come to the ancient fairyland, and I will find out about this in the future. If other people asked, he would not say so clearly, but this phoenix was about his mother, so he answered the other party's words. It seems that your wife is lucky, Phoenix said in a low voice, and she has gradually believed Qin Wentian. Unfortunately, the spirit master of her generation is a little weak. Qin Wentian frowned and said in a cold tone, if you don't want to, I won't force you. You can terminate the contact with my wife. What do you mean? Phoenix stared at Qin Wentian. At this time, a ray of light shone out, and the figure of Chen Xianxian appeared, causing Phoenix to look at Chen Xianxian again. From the other party, he felt an inexplicable pressure. It's just a spirit of an artifact. What's there to be arrogant about? It's your blessing that she becomes your spirit master. What qualifications do you have to say that she is lucky? Chen Xianxian said coldly. Who are you? Phoenix stared at Chen Bianshen and asked. Chen Bianshen. Chen Bianshen said coldly, watch your attitude when you speak. Phoenix suddenly laughed and looked at Qin Wentian and said, it seems that you are not simple either, and you have an extraordinary opportunity. Are you willing to stay? If not, I have said that I will not force you, and you can terminate the contact with my wife. Qin Wentian said. He did not want a spirit that was disrespectful to King Cheng, not even a little disrespect. Very arrogant, worthy of being a descendant of that clan. Okay, I am willing to stay, regard her as the spirit master, and obey her call. Qin Wentian smiled and said, in this case, thank you very much, senior. He was like this. He was not afraid of the other party's disrespect. If the other party was polite, he would naturally return the respect, no matter who the other party was. Senior, what I said before was all true. I really don't know who my mother is. Just now, you said that she is worthy of being the descendant of that clan. Which clan do you mean? Qin Wentian asked. He didn't expect that when he robbed Xiangxin Tower this time, there would be such a coincidence that he encountered the treasures of his mother's clan and happened to be in contact with King Cheng. He felt that he was getting closer to contacting his mother's family. There is no need for me to tell you this. You will know it yourself in the near future. Feng Huang said lightly, you were not polite at all just now. I now regard your wife as the spiritual master, but I don't have to listen to you. Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly, and Mo Qingcheng said, then senior, can I ask for him? No, it's clearly a trap for me, Phoenix said, I'm leaving. Call me back if you need me. As the voice fell, the light gradually dissipated, and the shadow turned into dots of light, entering the pendant on Mo Qingcheng's neck, and then sank into Mo Qingcheng's skin, leaving only a mark. There is such a magical treasure. Qin Wentian whispered. It seems that your life experience is not simple. Although Chen Xianxian was very strong just now, he was also a little surprised when he looked at Qin Wentian at this moment. I still don't know my life experience, I only know that my father's family and I have a blood feud, and this feud must be avenged. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with dazzling light. If you can become an existence like the immortal lord, what feud can't be avenged? Chen Xianxian said lightly, I'm also asleep, wake me up if you need. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and Chen Xianxian's will also disappeared. In the room, only Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng and Kinger were left. Qingcheng, do you feel anything different? He always felt that there were some changes in Mo Qingcheng. Yes, it seems that there is a magical power constantly tempering my body. Mo Qingcheng nodded, especially the heart area, my heartbeat has become faster. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and placed it on Mo Qingcheng's chest to feel it. Sure enough, her heart was beating non-stop, as if there was a magical power flowing there. It should be the kiss of the demon god at works. This treasure is extraordinary. It may not be as simple as summoning that spirit body. Qin Wentian whispered, but there is no way to confirm it now. Yes. Mo Qingcheng nodded, she also felt this way. It seems that this is an opportunity given to me by my mother. Wentian, do you think my mother will watch you grow up? Qingcheng suddenly said. Qin Wentian's eyes became a little ethereal. Mother, will she still be alive? Father, what about him? After practicing for 2 lifetimes, is he okay in the 2nd lifetime now? If she is watching, my mother will definitely be proud of me when she sees you too. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand to hug Kinger and Qingcheng into his arms, and said gently. The turmoil of the Xiangxin Pavilion being looted is still going on. As time goes by, the robbers seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth and cannot be found at all. Qin Wentian probably never dreamed that one of the robbers was Qin Wentian, who had taken the golden branch from their Xiangxin Pavilion before. They wanted to capture him at the cost of a treasure. But now, what Qin Wentian has in his hands is far more than just a treasure from the Xiangxin Pavilion. As time goes by, the day of the 10,000 Worlds Conference is getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the City of Time is gradually rising. Chapter 1767 Jiutian's background. Qin Wentian did not wander around in the following days. He also learned a lot about the news of the 10,000 Worlds Conference and waited for the 10,000 Worlds Conference to be held. This day is finally coming. There are still 3 days before the 10,000 Worlds Conference will kick off. During these 3 days, people who come to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference can start to enter. At dawn, before the sun rises from the east, the entire City of Time has already been boiling. Countless strong people are excited. Finally, another 10,000 Worlds Conference is held. It only happens once every 10,000 years. I wonder what kind of opportunity will come this time. In the 10-mile inn, the atmosphere of this day has also become unusual. People keep taking off and leaving the inn. The tranquility of the past was broken early in the morning. In the courtyard, Qin Wentian looked up into the sky. Wherever he looked, there were strong people breaking through the air and running towards the same direction. It was too much to see. There were too many strong people, including many people at the level of world masters. Even occasionally, some people had very strong momentum. They all went straight to the same place, the Time Realm, where the 10,000 Worlds Conference was held. The 10,000 Worlds Conference could not be held in the city, of course. There was no place that big, and the people who attended the 10,000 Worlds Conference were all at the realm of the Realm Master. In the City of Time, there was a wonderland that had existed since ancient times and remained to this day. It was rumored that it was the place where the Lord of Time practiced. Now, it was jointly controlled by the 3 giant forces of the Zuanliu. This place was called the Time Realm. The Time Realm was extremely wonderful. In the Time Realm, time flowed irregularly. It had a wonderful law. Every 10,000 years, its time flow rate would reach a peak. You stayed in it for a year, but the outside world only spent 1 day. Of course, it was not always like this. Only on the day when 10,000 years arrived was the peak of the time flow rate. If you stayed in it for a long time, even the time in the Time Realm would be shorter than that in the outside world. It was rumored that 1 day in the inside would be 1 year outside. The means to change time, how against the heaven, you can imagine how powerful the existence that was once called the Lord of Time was. Brother Qin, when are we leaving? At this moment, a figure descended. It was the innkeeper Shili Chunfeng. He was as charming as ever, and was full of energy every day. His eyes under his white eyebrows were full of excitement. Although this guy was a little shameless, he seemed to be very happy every day. I'm getting ready to leave. What about you? Qin Wentian asked. Haha, let's go together. I'll call them. Shili Chunfeng laughed. No need to call. A voice came, and Xiao Tian's figure appeared directly. Brother Xiao. Qin Wentian shouted. In the past few days, their relationship has become familiar. After all, they have robbed the Xiangxin building together, and their feelings are very deep. Well, Brother Qin, this is your first time to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. It will definitely be very interesting. Xiao Tian said with a smile. Ah, I'm old. The old ghost sighed, and his figure appeared here without knowing when. He was the oldest among them. Since he knew that Qin Wentian had achieved his current achievements before practicing for 1,000 years, he felt very shocked. You are indeed old. Feng Huang also arrived. The 5-member gang that looted the Xiangxin building was gathered together. I wonder if Qin Mansion would think of something if they saw the 5 of them together. Are you going to bring your family? Shili Chunfeng asked. Well, since the Time Realm does not prohibit bringing family, I want to bring them in together so that they can also gain some knowledge. Qin Wentian said. In fact, he was worried about leaving King and King Chang in the Time City. No problem, the 10,000 Worlds Conference did a very good job in this regard, and many people will bring their families with them. Shili Chunfeng said. In this case, how about we set off now? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and the others agreed. Qin Wentian gathered everyone together, and then the group took off into the air and headed towards the direction of the Time Realm. As the legendary place of the City of Time, the location of the Time Realm is in the center of the City of Time. There is an ancient building that towers into the sky, as if it was built in the clouds. It is extremely majestic. Although it is a little dilapidated, it is deliberately preserved in its original appearance. There is a ladder that leads to the sky. It is rumored that this is the former residence of the Lord of Time. The entrance to the Time Realm is on the building standing in the clouds. At this time, there were huge crowds of people below. I don't know how many strong people gathered. Looking at the ladder in front of them, they all showed yearning. They wished they could see the demeanor of the Lord of Time, and could only admire the old place. Among these people who gathered, there were many world masters, many extraordinary world masters, and even many of them were giants and heroes. I don't know how terrible their identities were. The crowd gathered in different directions, with many camps. Many people stood alone in one place, and there were also many groups of world masters gathered together. Many world masters went to pay homage to the big figures in the world master realm. Of course, more people gathered at the place where the giant forces in the Xuanai were. They were too dazzling. Apart from the three giant forces, they stood at the top of the Xuanai, and even had the declining Jiutian clan. But even so, their foundation was still unfathomable and powerful. Apart from the three giant forces, no one else could suppress them. The Samsara temple has arrived. At this time, someone spoke up. Countless people looked into the void and saw a super strong force coming. Each of them was extremely dazzling and had an unfathomable aura. Their eyes were extremely terrifying, and they faintly revealed the meaning of reincarnation. Countless people's eyes gathered over there. Qin Wentian, who had already arrived, also looked over there. Nan Huangyao's beautiful eyes flashed, and she whispered, "Are they the legendary forces that inherited the Taoism?" In the Xuanai, there are several major temples that spread the Taoism in various places, even in the lower world. Qin Wentian and others have heard of it, and the Samsara temple is one of them. It is the top force besides the three giant forces. I wonder if King Sun's ancient emperor city Taoist heritage has anything to do with them. Qin Wentian thought to himself. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, and their eyes looked at the figures coming from afar. It's Jiutian. Yes, it's indeed Jiutian. Many people spoke up. The lineup of this group was extremely powerful, with many realm masters. When they gathered together, they looked extremely powerful. Jiutian, one of the four immortal realms controlled by Xuanai. Qin Wentian murmured. Anyway, you don't care. Shili Chunfeng smiled softly. Qin Wentian looked at his smile and shook his head speechlessly. I'm just not used to following and obeying other people's orders. I can see it. Shili Chunfeng smiled. Look, they're here. As he finished speaking, another group of super powerful forces arrived in the distance. There were still many realm masters, and they were mighty and powerful. They were suspended above the crowd, and no one dared to say anything more. In the crowd, Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure. It was Dong Huangying, the extremely beautiful woman who invited him to follow that day. The young man was still following her, as if he was a flower protector. Dong Huangshan is here. It is rumored that a little princess has arrived in Donghaishan this time. Is she that woman? Someone looked at Dong Huangying and said. So beautiful, extraordinary and heroic. So young, she has already entered the extraordinary realm. I heard that this little princess is very young. Many people were talking about Dong Huangying. It was Dong Huangshan's little princess. The four immortal realms controlled by Xuanai, Dong Huangshan, Jiutian, Jiutian and Yuan Shishan were completely different from King Sun. They had absolute ruling power and ruled the whole world, but they were also attached to the three giant overlords of Xuanai. Therefore, Xuanai controlled the four immortal realms, and the other seven realms were the same except for Huangyu. This little girl has grown up so much? Xiaotian looked at Dong Huangying and said. Qin Wentian was shocked. He did not ask about Xiaotian's identity, but he actually called Dong Huangshan's little princess a little girl? What is his background? They should be of the same level, so they dare to call it that. In this way, Shili Chunfeng and his men are indeed sure to rob Shiangsan Tower. Even if something really happens, they will just tear their faces apart. Xiaotian reveals his identity, and Langyun Mansion dare not do anything. Hey, your family members are here too. Shili Chunfeng said, and a super powerful force came from a distance. They have dazzling divine aura, which is dazzling and arrogant. There are many world masters, all of whom are extraordinary, standing above the void, arrogant. Xiao Tian's family. Qin Wentian murmured, and the people around him began to discuss again. Qin Wentian was shocked after hearing it, and looked at Xiao Tian and said, I didn't expect that brother Xiao is so powerful. Xiao Tian turned out to be the overlord of a fairyland, the overlord of Jiutian. Don't mention it. The family doesn't like you, brother Xiao. Xiao Tian said, it's more practical to rely on yourself. Just as Xiao Tian finished speaking, a sharp gaze from the direction of the overlord of Jiutian looked towards Xiao Tian. As if he had heard his words, his eyes were a little cold. Xiao Tian looked at the other person without showing any weakness. The eyes of both parties seemed to collide with sparks. They didn't look like people of the same family at all, but like enemies meeting. Qin Wentian was speechless. However, Xiao Tian should not have completely broken with the family, otherwise it would be impossible to say that after being discovered by Longyun Mansion, Xiao Tian's background was used to intimidate Longyun Mansion. Xiao Tian went out to set up his own business. There must be a story behind it. Brother is here too, why don't you come to the family? A world master looked at Xiao Tian. This man was handsome and dignified. Humph. Xiao Tian snorted coldly, I'm with my friends. A bunch of bad friends. The man with sharp eyes glanced at Qin Wentian and said coldly, not giving Xiao Tian any face. Chapter 1768. Is your surname Qin? Qin Wentian, Shili Chunfeng and others were speechless. This was an unexpected disaster. The old ghost narrowed his eyes and looked at those people and said, speak more respectfully. What a bad temper. The middle-aged man who spoke glanced at the old ghost with a cold expression. Although you are my elder, you can tell me if you are unhappy. Insulting my friend, such a character is a disgrace to the Xiao family. Xiao Tian strongly refuted the other party. I am a disgrace to the family? Don't you look at yourself? The man seemed to have long been accustomed to Xiao Tian's attitude, and said coldly, as for your elder, I can't bear it. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. He knew nothing about the grievances and contradictions between Xiao Tian and the family, and it was not easy to interrupt. The two of them were unhappy in their words, but if there was no breakup, they would still be relatives. Brother Qin, your elder brother Xiao is suffering. Shili Chunfeng said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian looked at him, only to hear Shili Chunfeng's voice transmission explanation. Do you know why this guy Lao Xiao escaped from the family and set up his own business? Qin Wentian was speechless. Isn't this nonsense? Of course he didn't know. To escape from marriage. Shili Chunfeng said, the family arranged a marriage for him. The other party's background is very important. The two sides want to marry, and the Xiao family certainly agrees. The woman has no objection. Your brother Xiao is still quite attractive, but the problem is here. Who is Lao Xiao? Will he accept the marriage arranged by the family? Although the woman is quite beautiful, she is not stunning. Moreover, if he marries her, he may not be able to take concubines in the future. How can he not escape? Now he is alone outside. The beauties in the harem are all top-notch. How free, Lao Xiao is still bold. Qin Wentian was ashamed. He didn't expect that he was actually escaping from marriage. This is too ridiculous. Xiao Tian's character is really strong. No matter what your background is, he won't marry you. At most, he will go out and set up his own family. Xiao Tian and his family members were unhappy with each other. In the end, they naturally parted unhappily and looked away. The people of the Xiao family went to greet other giants and chatted with each other. They seemed very familiar, including the Donghuang family. There are too many powerful people coming today, many of them are giants and lords. People of equal status can be in the same circle, and others can only pay homage. Forces like the Samsara Temple, the Space Temple, the Donghuang clan of the East Emperor Heaven, and the Chiang Heaven Xiao family are naturally the top giant forces. Above them, there are only 3 giant overlords. At this time, in the crowd, a group of powerful people came here. This group of people came from other domains. Standing in the middle of the crowd was a stunning woman, very young, but at the realm of Realm Master, attracting many people's attention. What's more, there are many Realm Masters in this group of people. Finally caught up. The woman murmured. Miss, are you sure you are in the crowd of the 10,000 Worlds Conference? The old man next to him asked. My intuition tells me that you may be in the crowd of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and even if you really can't find it, just treat it as participating in a 10,000 Worlds Conference. The woman said softly. It was the group of people who were still on the road when the strange change happened in Qingchen that day, and now they have come here. You all look a little unfamiliar. Which faction in Zuanayu are you from? At this time, the handsome young man from the Chiang Shiakeo family looked at the woman and asked. With their sharp eyes, they could naturally see that this group of people were not ordinary people. However, the top forces in Zuanayu knew each other. Even if they were not very familiar with each other, they would know who the other party was. But these people seemed to have never seen them before. Doesn't the Zuanayu 10,000 World Conference prohibit people from other domains from participating? The woman looked at the young man and said. Hearing the woman's words, many people looked over there. These people actually came from across domains. So you are a distinguished guest from afar. I am from the Chiang Shiakeo family. I wonder where the young lady and others are from. The young man smiled softly, which made people feel very comfortable. However, the woman's identity was extremely extraordinary. She had seen everyone. She had seen many extraordinary geniuses from various top forces. Naturally, she would not be fascinated by her. She just responded lightly. I am a guest from afar. Why do you ask so many questions? The young man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, in this case, I will not disturb the young lady. At this time, Qin Wentian's eyes also looked at the woman. This young woman was very outstanding and stunningly beautiful. She had a face that could shame the moon and flowers. She also exuded a sense of nobility and was sacred and inviolable. However, Qin Wentian actually felt a familiar breath from the other party. This familiarity came from nowhere, but he just felt this way. The woman seemed to have noticed something, and her beautiful eyes also looked in Qin Wentian's direction and frowned. The man looked at her with a burning gaze, not polite at all. My name is Qin Wentian. May I ask your name? Qin Wentian asked. He didn't know why he asked. The other party had just rejected a young master of the Cao family. If he asked someone's name directly at this moment, he might not get an answer. But the familiar feeling still made him ask. Is your last name Qin? The woman frowned and glanced at the women around Qin Wentian. There were several women with roles. She naturally thought that Qin Wentian had feelings for her. So she stared at Qin Wentian with a bit of unkindness and said coldly, people with the surname Qin are really not good people. Qin Wentian's face was dark and speechless. He was even worse than the young man from the Cao family just now. He was directly scolded. However, he really had no other ideas. He just sincerely wanted to know why he felt it familiar. And now, the other party took his anger out on people with the surname Qin. What did this mean? Could it be that someone with the surname Qin had offended her before? There are so many people in the world, but there are only so many surnames. Each surname has endless people. The other party directly scolded all the people with the surname Qin. How much do they dislike the people with the surname Qin? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he didn't say much. Under the stairs, strong men continued to arrive. At this time, there was a group of people who were very outstanding. There were many world masters, and even many young world masters. Their temperaments were all extraordinary. Their appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. The leader of these people was an old man wearing a star robe. His temperament revealed a bit of transcendence, and his eyes were very bright. Many people went to pay their respects to him, even some heroes went to greet him, and Qin Wentian also knew where they came from. A respected place for preaching, Xiandao Holy Academy. The last time I went to Xiandao Holy Academy, I was going back to Qingxun, and I left in a hurry. Now seeing the people from Xiandao Holy Academy, Qin Wentian and others couldn't help but walk forward, came to the old man, and bowed. Qin Wentian, a student of Xiandao Holy Academy, greets the senior. The old man glanced at Qin Wentian. The young man in front of him was extraordinary. He claimed to be a student of Xiandao Holy Academy. It seemed that he had been preached by Xiandao Holy Academy. Where are you from? The old man asked. I have practiced in Qingxun in the lower realm, and have practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, listening to the teachings of the preaching. Qin Wentian said politely. The land of Qingxun. The old man showed a strange look. Qingxun has always been a rather peculiar place. He is unique in the 33 heavenly immortal realm. This person actually walked out of Qingxun. It is not easy to achieve such an achievement. Changqing Emperor and others also came to pay their respects. They are also students of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. He is the Lord of Qingcheng. Someone spoke up, causing many people to look at Qin Wentian. The grievances between the Lord of Qingcheng and the Xiangxin building, although not a big event in a place like the City of Time, also caused a lot of waves. He is an extraordinary lord. I thought this extraordinary lord had some background, but I didn't expect that he came from the most inconspicuous forbidden place Qingxuan. Of course, the people from Jiutian Mansion also arrived today. They also looked at Qin Wentian. Although they didn't argue with Qin Wentian about a matter of Xiangxin building that day on such an occasion, their expressions were still a little unfriendly, especially Jiutian Haoyu, whose eyes were slightly cold. Let's go up the time ladder. The entrance is about to open. At this time, a strong man from the Donghuang clan spoke up, pulling everyone's thoughts back and staring at the stairs again. It is called the time ladder and can lead all the way to the entrance of the time realm. Many people nodded one after another, and then, the top forces such as the Donghuang clan, the Qiang family, and the Samsara temple took the lead, followed by the giants of all parties and the most prestigious world masters. Of course, forces such as the Xiandao Holy Academy were also given courtesy, and many people let them go first. Many strong people, in a mighty manner, climbed the time ladder and went all the way up to the ancient palace that reached the sky. Below, countless people who came to watch showed envy. Although there were many powerful people today, more people were just spectators who wanted to see those big figures. They were not qualified to enter the world of time. Only the world masters and their families were qualified to enter the world of time. At the top of the time ladder, there was a time and space gate, and there were world master level figures guarding it. They were the strong men sent by the three giant forces to guard it. Although the 10,000 Worlds Conference was convened by the three giant forces, in fact, they did not come forward directly, but controlled everything behind the scenes. Of course, there would be younger figures among them who would enter the world of time and space, along with all the world masters. Thank you for your hard work. The people who came were very polite when they saw the strong men guarding the time and space gate. Even the gatekeepers were real big men, and they represented the three major forces. Who dared to disrespect them? You can enter the world of time. One of them said lightly, and the crowd nodded immediately. One after another, the figures of strong men directly stepped into the time and space gate and stepped into the world of time. The mighty and powerful people, the army of realm masters, continued to pour in. They came from all sides of the Zuanyu, and even the powerful people from other realms, all came for the 10,000 Realms Conference. Today, the entrance to the Time Realm, the venue of the 10,000 Realms Conference, opened. Qin Wentian was in the crowd, and they finally walked to the gate of time and space. The 10,000 Realms Conference, what a wonderful thing it will be. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, nodded randomly to the people around him, took Qinger and Mo Qingcheng's hands, and stepped into the gate of time and space together, stepping into the time world. Chapter 1769, In the Time Realm. The realm of time is a real world. When Qin Wentian entered the realm of time, he knew that it was a vast world, boundless and shrouded by immortal thoughts. He found palaces standing in the realm of time, exuding a sense of grandeur. Brother Qin. Shili Chunfeng, who came in from the front, called out. Qin Wentian looked at him and heard Shili Chunfeng say, "This is your first time to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, but you have also learned about the news of the 10,000 Worlds Conference these days, and you should know something. Now, you can choose a palace to be your bedroom in the realm of time. Your family can live in it. As long as you don't go out, it is absolutely safe in the bedroom." Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He knew that there were many bedrooms in the realm of time, which were used for the masters of the worlds who participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. The 10,000 Worlds Conference, a grand event held once every 10,000 years in the Zuanyu, could not be ended in a day or two, but would last for a long time. Let's go in the same direction. Feng Huang said, so we can take care of each other. Or else, Feng Huang, you and I can live in the same palace, so we won't be bored. Shili Chunfeng said with a smile. Get lost. Feng Huang spat out a word, and Shili Chunfeng smiled. In front, many powerful world masters have already set off to find the palace of the master who settled down, and there are also strong people coming in from behind. Shili Chunfeng and Qin Wentian and his group walked forward together, flashing towards the same direction. We are the first group to arrive. Do you want to choose a good position? Shili Chunfeng said. Of course, we have to choose a central area. Xiao Tian said. It was not the first time for them to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and they were quite familiar with the situation in the Time Realm. Don't you worry about others snatching it? That would be very embarrassing. Feng Huang said with a smile. Who dares to take my place? Xiao Tian said proudly. Although he had established his own family, his own strength was very strong. Moreover, he was still the son of the Xiao family. Those super powerful world masters had to give him some face. It was impossible for them to take his place. There were many good places in the world of light. Didn't you say that you are very unsafe in the palace and you can't do anything? Qin Wentian said. Why can you still rob it? You are too naive. Feng Huang said. If you have chosen a palace, and a very powerful big man says that he likes your place and asks you to move, and he doesn't do anything, will you give in? Qin Wentian's face was dark when he heard this. Is it still possible? Sure enough, it is still a world of strength. There is no absolute justice. The truly powerful people have privileges wherever they go. In that case, I'll just randomly choose a place to stay temporarily. Qin Wentian said with a smile. He didn't know how many powerful people would appear in the Time Realm this time. The old generation of peerless world masters, the young generation of peerless world masters, and the heroes of the Zuanai would all appear. It was just a place to live. There was no need to cause trouble. Just randomly choose a palace. It's up to you. Shili Chunfeng didn't say much. The group was still moving forward in the same direction. Some big figures had already chosen their territory, the extremely magnificent central ancient palace, occupying the best place. They had such confidence and confidence. Top forces like the Samsara Temple, Donghuangshan, Chiangshan, etc., of course, had to choose the best place. In addition to them, some powerful world masters who were famous in the Zuanai also chose very good places, as a matter of course. Shili Chunfeng, Xiao Tian and the others each chose a palace, all in a good location, and they were indeed not afraid of causing trouble. Qin Wentian continued to walk a little further and stopped at a slightly remote palace. The palace was very large, with everything you need and many rooms. After all, even if they didn't bring their families, some big forces would bring a lot of people, and they wanted to live together for convenience, so they naturally wanted a large territory. Emperor Yu, with your cultivation, you are qualified to choose a palace to live in alone. Are you staying with everyone or in another place? Qin Wentian stood in the open space above the palace, overlooking the scenery in the distance, and said to Emperor Beimingyu, I'll be with you all. Beimingyu Wang responded softly, and Qin Wentian nodded. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is about to be held. Well, it feels like a dream. I can actually see the powerful figures of Zuanai gathered together. These people are rarely seen in normal days. Some of them are high and mighty. Even if you are a world master, you may not even see them. Beimingyu Wang felt a little emotional. He thought of the many powerful people who visited the Taichu World Master and stood outside the yard waiting. They are all world masters, but their strengths are different, and the gap in status may be very different. Boom. At this time, a strong sense of vibration came, as if the world was shaking, and the earth was shaking. Qin Wentian stood on the palace and could feel the unstable shaking under his feet. Above the sky, it seemed that a ray of light fell. It was an ancient mountain that fell from the sky. This ancient mountain was huge and glowed all over. The mountain wall was like an extremely huge mirror that could reflect the colors of the world. Boom. The earth shook violently, and the huge ancient mountain that fell from the sky landed in the central area of the time realm. What is that? Mo Qingchang asked. Heavenly Heart Mirror. Qin Wentian said. He knew about the 10,000 Worlds Conference, so he knew that before the opening of the Time Realm and the 10,000 Worlds Conference, the Time Realm would have a Heavenly Heart Realm falling into the Time Realm. This Heavenly Heart Realm could reflect the Heavenly Heart consciousness of the Realm Master to every corner of the Time Realm, as long as there was a Realm Master who released his Heavenly Heart consciousness in the Heavenly Heart Realm. Qin Wentian explained to Mo Qingchang, and Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. So, some peerless figures can use this Heavenly Heart mirror to show their powerful Heavenly Heart consciousness to the strong people of the entire Time Realm. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Mo Qingchang smiled lightly, looked at Qin Wentian and said, then do you want to show it off? I'd better forget it. Next, I'm afraid that many people will show their Shyangxin consciousness to prove their amazing talent. There will be many people who are better than me. Although Qin Wentian is proud in his heart, he is not arrogant. When the Shyangxin mirror fell on the time world, there were indeed many extraordinary world masters who went in that direction, but most of them were people who participated in the 10,000 Worlds Conference for the first time. If they were strong people who had participated in many times, they would know that going to the Shyangxin mirror to show their Shyangxin consciousness at this time would have terrible consequences, and they would be hit hard. This is what every session has experienced. Of course, no one took the lead, and everyone was relatively low-key. No one was the first to show their Shyangxin consciousness. Under the attention of the crowd, many extraordinary world masters were watching. The first person to go up still needed a little courage, although it was a matter of time. Another reason is that everyone has not arrived yet. In the next 3 days, everyone can step into the time world, and many strong people will step into the time world one after another. Qin Wentian was paying attention to the situation of the Shyangxin mirror. At this time, a figure came to the sky above their palace and overlooked Qin Wentian and others. This person was extraordinary, with an invisible aura emanating from his body, like a powerful person who had been in a high position for a long time. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he was a little confused. He didn't know this world master. Is there anything you want to do? Qin Wentian saw that the other party's eyes were always looking at them. Standing high in the sky, he seemed a little arrogant. He said to Qin Wentian, "I like this palace. Have you looked for other places?" Huh? Qin Wentian was a little speechless. He had talked about this with Shili Chunfeng before, and he actually encountered it. However, the palace he chose was not located in the central area, which was already a little remote. Why would someone rob it? I brought a lot of family members with me, so it's not so convenient to move around. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. You should go somewhere else and see if there are other places you like. Qin Wentian responded lightly. No need. I've been looking all the way and I just think this place is good. The other party continued to speak, as if he was determined to get to the place where Qin Wentian and his friends were. It didn't seem like he had taken a fancy to this palace, but rather seemed to be looking for trouble. Qin Wentian stared at the other party, then smiled and said, "I like this place too, I'm afraid I can't give it up." Are you sure? The other party frowned, revealing a strong aura. I don't want to repeat it again, please. Qin Wentian ordered the other party to leave. He didn't believe that the other party would really dare to take action. Okay, since you are so disrespectful, I will remember it. The other party threatened and then left. Qin Wentian frowned and his eyes were a little cold. After the other party left, he went to a place far away from here, a palace with a good location in the central area. He came here. In front of him, there was a handsome young man standing there. It was Long Yuan Haoiu, and this palace was the one chosen by Long Yuan Mansion. How is it? Long Yuan Haoiu asked. As you expected, the attitude is very tough. The other party smiled. Normal. Long Yuan Haoiu nodded. At the beginning, he went there in person and asked both sides to take a step back, but Qin Wentian didn't agree. But just after he left, the other party released the man, which was simply a slap in his face. The previous robbery of Shyangxin building had made Jiutian Mansion somewhat uneasy. Now, that matter had calmed down. Although the person who did it was not found, it was gradually forgotten. However, the Lord of Qingchang Realm, Long Yuan Haoiu, had always remembered it. He dared to touch his woman, even though she was just a woman he played with casually. However, it was still a slap in his face. Taking the initiative to find him was a step back, but the other party did not give him face. In this case, he had to use his method to deal with it. Since he dared to bring his family into the time realm, he should be prepared to bear his anger. Chapter 1770 Hostage. Although Qin Wentian had some doubts about this matter, he could not directly guess that it was Long Yuan Haoiu who did it, nor could he predict that Long Yuan Haoiu wanted to deal with him. Of course, even if Long Yuan Haoiu really wanted to attack him, he would not be afraid. Long Yuan Haoiu could not use the power of the entire Long Yuan Mansion to target him alone. Everyone settled down in the palace, and Qin Wentian stood in the palace and looked at the Shyangxin mirror in the distance. Finally, someone stepped in front of the Shyangxin mirror and released his Shyangxin consciousness to the Shyangxin mirror. The picture was directly transmitted throughout the time world, and everyone could see the light and shadow projected from the sky. This person is not bad, he looks quite young, And he actually comprehended 3 kinds of Shyangtsen consciousness. He is a relatively good world master. Bei Ming Yaohuang was beside Qin Wentian. She also looked forward to the 10,000 Worlds Conference. After all, she is now also in the realm of World Master. Of course, so far, she has only comprehended 1 kind of Shyangtsen consciousness. The 10,000 Worlds Conference is full of hidden talents and geniuses. This is just the beginning. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Bei Mingyuang nodded, agreeing that for the many world masters participating in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, it would not be surprising if there were strong people who had comprehended 6 or 7 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness, let alone 3 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. The key still depends on the strength of the heavenly heart consciousness and whether the world heart is strong or not. The gap between different heavenly heart consciousnesses is very large. With the first person taking the lead, some people began to show their style in the heavenly heart mirror. For 3 consecutive days, hundreds of world masters showed their heavenly heart consciousness in front of the heavenly heart mirror. Of course, most of them were quite young world masters. Those world masters who were already very famous and the peerless figures of major forces did not show their strength. On this day, the entrance to the time realm was closed, and all the people who came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference finally stepped into the time realm. For a while, there were countless strong people in this time realm. The person living in any palace might be a powerful person in the mysterious realm. At this time, above the sky, there were suddenly several pressures from heaven and earth descending on the world of time. For a moment, countless people looked up at the sky, and then they saw 3 thrones appearing above the sky. On each throne, there seemed to be an illusory figure. It was clearly there, but it gave people a very vague feeling. 3 figures, occupying 3 positions, were like the supreme masters of heaven and earth. They would witness the convening of the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Today, the Zuanayu held a 10,000 Worlds Conference. The Zuanayu strongmen and the 10,000 Worlds Domain, countless strongmen came to attend this grand event. You should perform well, show your grace in the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and be remembered by others. An ethereal voice came, as if it came from the throne of the sky. The 10,000 Worlds Conference has its own rules, and we will watch all this from behind. Another ethereal voice came from the throne, and everyone in the world of time listened carefully. The Shyangtsen mirror has entered the time realm. You can enter the Shyangtsen mirror and show your Shyangtsen consciousness to prove the Shyangtsen. 3 figures came out from the 3 directions. Qin Wentian looked up at the empty throne. Did the 3 thrones and the vague figures represent the 3 forces behind the scenes? The dominant forces of the Zuanayu. When their voices fell, the throne on the sky remained, but the illusory figure gradually dissipated. At this time, people kept flashing in various places in the time realm and headed straight for the direction of the Shyangtsen mirror. Not long after, Shili Chunfeng sent a message through the communication crystal. Brother Qin, let's go to the Shyangtsen mirror. Next, some extremely extraordinary people will definitely appear. Let's go and see the excitement. Shili Chunfeng smiled and transmitted the message. Qin Wentian took out the communication crystal and said with a smile, "Are you going to join in the fun too? This is the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Are you planning to live in the palace all the time? What's the point of coming here? If I were as young as you and had such a talent for cultivation, I would definitely let the world know and stir up the storm at the 10,000 Worlds Conference. After the 10,000 Worlds Conference is over, maybe one of the gods will take a fancy to me and want to take me as a disciple. By then, places like the Shyangtsen building will probably be out of favor." Shili Chunfeng joked. "Okay, let's meet up at the Shyangtsen mirror." Qin Wentian replied. He asked Yao Huang and the others again. Yao Huang was the master of the realm and decided to go with him, while the others stayed in the palace. Shyangtsen mirror is a huge and magical ancient mountain. The surrounding land is full of powerful people and extraordinary figures. Qin Wentian and beaming Yao Huang came together and found Shili Chunfeng and the others. The positions chosen by these 4 people were closer than Qin Wentian, so they naturally came earlier. "Brother Qin." Shili Chunfeng called out to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stepped forward and looked at the vast number of powerful people gathered around him. In one area, all the masters of various realms were big figures. Many heroes of Zuanayu were also there. Qin Wentian naturally saw many familiar figures, such as Dong Huangying, the beautiful woman who had a problem with a Qin man, Longyun Haoiyu of Longyun Mansion, and even an acquaintance that Qin Wentian didn't expect. He had only seen his statue before, but now he saw him in person, Xianfu Realm Master. The masters of various realms received invitations to the 10,000 Realms Conference, and it was not surprising that Xianfu Realm Master appeared. He seemed to feel that someone was staring at him. His eyes slowly turned and fell on Qin Wentian. He was stunned at first, and then showed a look of interest. Obviously, he also knew Qin Wentian and had seen Qin Wentian's virtual image. The Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm was extremely majestic, wearing a long robe. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "This is the first time I see my master, why don't you come and pay your respects?" Qin Wentian looked at him and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm had a lot of opinions about him and even openly provoked him. Of course, this was because the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm came to the City of Time late, and he didn't know about the disturbance caused by the Lord of the Qingchang Realm and the Xiangxin building at that time. You are not worthy." Qin Wentian glanced at him lightly, and the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm's expression suddenly turned cold. He said, "Sure enough, after proclaiming himself the Lord of the Qingchang Realm, you have become so powerful that you even dare to insult your master." Qin Wentian looked at him coldly, then moved his eyes away and ignored the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. "He is your master." Shili Chunfeng showed an interesting look. Considering Qin Wentian's age and talent, his master should also be a big shot, right? Is this the man? He is a fraud who has stolen the reputation of the world. He opened up a new world in the lower world of Qingxuan and recruited disciples. All of them had to regard him as their master. In fact, he wanted to use these people to control Qingxuan for him. Later, I ruined his plan. Qin Wentian said casually, "In fact, this is the first time I have seen him. So that's how it is. This guy doesn't seem to have any self-awareness at all." Shili Chunfeng smiled with interest. "Look, someone from Donghuangshan has walked out." At this time, Feng Huang spoke, and a young realm master from Donghuangshan stepped out and walked towards the Xiangxin mirror. He released his Xiangxin consciousness and actually bloomed 5 kinds of Xiangxin consciousness power in succession. One of the Xiangxin consciousness was particularly powerful, which attracted a burst of exclamations and praise from many powerful realm masters. Although the Heavenly Heart consciousness is not one by the number of types, it still depends on the strength of the Heavenly Heart consciousness when practicing later, but it is also very difficult to comprehend. Being able to comprehend 5 types at such a young age is already extremely precious. Someone praised, and the people of Donghuangshan felt proud. Dong Huangying looked at the young man beside him and said, "When will you go up and show off?" "Me? I'm not interested now." The young man shrugged and smiled, and Dong Huangying rolled his eyes at him. "How many types of Heavenly Heart consciousness have you comprehended?" Shili Chunfeng asked Qin Wentian. "Me." Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled, "I forgot." Shili Chunfeng rolled his eyes. How could he forget? This guy should have comprehended 4 or 5 types. Next, many talented realm masters walked up and showed off their talents. At this time, Long Yuan Hao'er glanced at Qin Wentian, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. Just when the Xiangxin mirror was extremely lively, the powerful realm master who came to Qin Wentian to give up the palace 3 days ago arrived again in the palace where Qin Wentian lived. He stood in the void, and his immortal thoughts enveloped the entire palace. Feeling the power, one figure after another appeared in the air, staring at the powerful man in the void. "What do you mean?" Jun Mengchen looked at the realm master in the void and said coldly. "Where is he?" The other party asked. "He went to the Xiangxin mirror. If there is anything, I will notify him to come back." Mo Qingchang said in a soft tone, knowing that it is best not to have a conflict at this time. They can't deal with the realm master, and this person doesn't seem to be an ordinary realm master. No need, let him come to me. You go with me first and wait for him to come and ask for me. As soon as the man finished speaking, a powerful force directly locked Mo Qingchang. An invisible force instantly tied Mo Qingchang and went towards the other party's body. "Let go." Jun Mengchen's body soared into the sky. The other party released a powerful aura. A terrifying light curtain was born between heaven and earth. When Jun Mengchen collided with the light curtain, his body was directly ejected back. "Let's go." After he held Mo Qingchang, he did not stop and left directly. The figures below quickly took off, but they could not catch up with the other party's pace. They immediately took out the communication crystal to inform Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was watching the battle, got the news and his face instantly became extremely ugly. His body shot out like a flash of lightning, and a terrible killing intent emerged from his body. What's wrong? Shili Chunfeng was stunned after reacting. What happened? Xiao Tian was also stunned, looking at Qin Wentian's figure leaving in confusion. Bei Ming Yaohuang quickly followed Qin Wentian. Something must have happened. Let's go check it out. Feng Huang spoke, shooting out like a bolt of lightning, and the others followed. Huh? Long Yuan Haoi was stunned when he saw the situation over there, revealing a hint of suspicion. After Qin Wentian left, what did Shili Chunfeng, Xiao Tian and the others mean by following him? Chapter 1771 The Power of the Divine Phoenix. Long Yuan Haoi knew Shili Chunfeng, the owner of Shili Inn, who was quite famous among the masters of the worlds in the City of Time, and an extraordinary master. Xiao Tian, from the Xiao family of Jiutian, how could he not know that the children of such superpowers must be familiar to their Longyuan mansion? He even knew Lao Gia and Feng Huang. Although these two were not from the City of Time, they had performed extraordinary in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. These four people were all extraordinary masters of the worlds. Now, when Qin Wentian stood up, they all followed him. If we ignore Bei Ming Yaohuang. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Long Yuan Haoi's mind, and an extremely bold guess appeared. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed instantly. 5 people, 5 powerful realm masters. If it weren't for what happened just now, he wouldn't have paid attention to this detail. After all, there were too many transcendent forces today, and 5 realm masters were not uncommon. But his attention has always been on Qin Wentian, because he sent someone to take away Qin Wentian's woman, so he paid attention to the scene in front of him. He would retaliate against Qin Wentian, so would Qin Wentian retaliate against him? If he had the ability, it wouldn't be impossible to rob the Xiangxin building. Of course, this is just speculation, there is no evidence, and it cannot be confirmed. His eyes flashed with a very sharp light. In another place, Mo Qingchang was hijacked by a powerful realm master. With her cultivation level, she had no ability to fight back. She was imprisoned, the wind kept whistling and blowing on her face, and her long black hair danced with the wind. Stop! Mo Qingchang shouted. The other party turned around and glanced at Mo Qingchang, sneering, "It's a rare beauty, what a pity. If Long Yuan Haoi wanted to take this woman, I'm afraid the ending would not be good." Mo Qingchang closed her eyes, her heart was beating, and her body suddenly burst into a brilliant light. At this moment, she became extremely sacred. On Mo Qingchang's neck, a pendant pattern appeared faintly. At this moment, her whole body released an extremely brilliant light, and the phoenix robe shone. A sacred aura was released from her body. The World Master saw this shocking change and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. The next moment, an ancient phoenix shadow descended and enveloped Mo Qingchang's body, no longer imprisoned. The ancient phoenix looked at the World Master with cold eyes, making the other party frown even more. Monster? Where did it come from? And it was a divine phoenix. At this moment, over in Xiangxin realm, a stunning woman from outside the Zuanayu suddenly changed her face and looked towards the direction where Mo Qingchang was. Her body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed here. Of course, Mo Qingchang didn't know that there was such a stunning woman who could sense the appearance of the ancient phoenix. Why do you do this? Mo Qingchang stared at the World Master in front of her, her expression was particularly cold. Was it just because he didn't give up the palace? There were strong people of all levels who came to participate in the 10,000 Worlds Conference. Although there might be strong people who wanted other people's palaces, the place where they lived was not the core area. If the other party still did this, it could only be said that there was another purpose. She knew that kidnapping her might be aimed at Qin Wentian. The World Master's eyes were fixed on the Phoenix Phantom in front of him. Sensing the powerful aura of this Phoenix, his face changed continuously. Obviously, he did not expect such a change. Qingcheng, how are you? Mo Qingchang's mind heard Qin Wentian's anxious voice. I'm fine, I summoned the ancient Phoenix. Mo Qingcheng took out the communication crystal and responded. Okay, I'll be there soon, just hold the other party back. Qin Wentian said, and Mo Qingcheng nodded. It seems that Qin Wentian thought the same as she guessed, thinking that there was a story behind this matter, and worried that she would kill the other party directly. This matter was directed at her, so Qin Wentian would definitely want to know everything behind the scenes, otherwise he would not feel at ease. When the other party saw Mo Qingcheng take out the communication crystal, he naturally knew what she was doing. At this time, he was considering whether to withdraw. The ancient phoenix guarding Mo Qingcheng had a terrifying aura, but what level of strength was it? Senior, can you trap him? Mo Qingcheng asked. Okay. The divine phoenix responded, and she uttered a loud and incomparable phoenix cry. At this moment, the whole world changed color, and a field that turned into a physical entity appeared. This field seemed to have turned into the form of a demon, extremely huge. If you look closely, you will find that this is a phoenix. The master of the realm was shrouded in this phantom. Buzz! The other party felt this terrifying power and did not hesitate anymore, and wanted to withdraw directly. Ashes! The eyes of the divine phoenix turned dark red. At this moment, a dark red light seemed to appear directly on the arm of the realm master. A scream was heard. The powerful force ignored the opponent's defense. The arm of the powerful realm master turned into nothingness. It was impossible to see how it disappeared. It was gone. Strands of dark red light flowed in the entire field. The face of the realm master was as pale as paper. How could this happen? This woman who was only at the realm of the immortal emperor actually summoned such a powerful divine phoenix that could kill him in seconds. Why do you do this? Mo Qingcheng asked coldly. Who wanted to deal with her, or to deal with Qin Wentian? The realm master's face was pale. He looked at Mo Qingcheng and said, I felt very embarrassed when I was rejected in the past. I just wanted your husband to give in. I apologize for what I did. Can you let me go? I will never come again. Mo Qingcheng stared at the other party. She felt that the other party was not telling the truth. In that case, you want to see him, then wait here. Mo Qingcheng said coldly. How could she let him go? Not long after, the power of space shone, and a figure seemed to come out of nothingness. His face was extremely cold, and the whole person was filled with a strong sense of killing. It was Qin Wentian who came. After Qin Wentian, several figures came down like lightning. They were Shili Chunfeng and others who followed behind. They were stunned when they saw the situation in front of them, and then they realized what was happening. Someone was going to attack Qin Wentian's wife. Qingcheng. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and came to Mo Qingcheng. Seeing that Mo Qingcheng was safe and sound, he was completely relieved. Thank you, Senior. Qin Wentian thanked Shenfeng. It is my duty to obey the call of the Spirit Master. Shenfeng said. Qin Wentian did not say much. He looked at the World Master. At this moment, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Who are you? Qin Wentian asked coldly. Sir, I admit my mistake. I have no intention of hurting your wife. I just want to save some face after being rejected by you. The other party looked at Qin Wentian and still did not tell the truth. What do you think? Qin Wentian looked at Shili Chunfeng and the others. How can I let him go if he touches your woman? First cripple his other arm and 2 legs, then cripple his cultivation, and then slowly interrogate him. The old ghost said coldly, and the indifference in his tone made the realm master pale. I have already admitted my mistake, and said that I don't really want to deal with her. Why do you have to be so ruthless? The realm master was a little flustered. If it were me, if someone dared to touch my woman, I would definitely cripple his 3rd leg and make him die soon. Jiutian continued to speak, and the realm master trembled with fear. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, looked at the other party and said, I will only give you one chance to speak. Don't say such idiotic words as you have no ill intentions. You know what I want to know. Remember, there is only one chance to speak. Don't talk about conditions, let alone nonsense. The realm master's face kept changing. Qin Wentian only gave him one chance to speak. If the other party was not satisfied with what he said, he would face the most terrible blow, which would definitely be worse than death. My patience is limited. Qin Wentian said again. Long Yuan Hao asked me to do it, and I just followed his words. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to participate, but I can't refuse Long Yuan Hao's order. The other party said, he knew that if he didn't tell the truth, he would have a terrible consequence. Long Yuan Hao. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. It was the young master of Long Yuan Mansion who asked him to take the initiative to send people back to Shiangxin building to show his goodwill. No wonder he stared at him before, it turned out to be because of this. Qingcheng, did you leave the palace? Qin Wentian asked. No, he went in and captured me directly. Mo Qingcheng said. Qin Wentian's eyes fell on Shili Chunfeng and asked, the rules of the Time World 10,000 Worlds Conference? Isn't it very safe in the palace area? Shili Chunfeng also told him about this. Some people don't follow the rules. Shili Chunfeng said coldly, and there was also murderous intent in his eyes. If everyone didn't follow the rules like Long Yuan Heo Ayu, the time world would be in chaos. Who would dare to bring their families here? Let's go find Long Yuan Heo Ayu and take him with us. Xiao Dian pointed at the Realm Master and said, let's cripple him first. The Realm Master's face turned pale instantly and said, how could you do this? Xiao Dian's figure flashed, and he descended directly in front of the other party like a flash of lightning. He slapped his palm and directly imprinted it on the other party's body. The man screamed and spit out a mouthful of blood. The aura of the whole person instantly became weak and aged in an instant. Not crippling your third leg is already a favor to you. If you are someone else's dog, you must be prepared to be slaughtered. Xiao Dian's voice was overbearing. He hated people who attacked other people's families the most, and they were women. He had done many wrong things and was very overbearing and unreasonable, but he never violated this. This was the bottom line. The Realm Master looked ashen, and felt that life was worse than death. Long Yuan Heo Ayu had ruined him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1772 Lucian Clan. Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Tian and asked, Brother Xiao, Long Yuan Heo violated the rules of the Time Realm. So, who should deal with him? The vassal forces under the three giants, the four fairy realms, the various holy temples, etc., all have the right to deal with him. They are the representative forces of the three giants. However, I'm afraid you have to solve this matter by yourself. Long Yuan Mansion itself is very close to the power above, and at that time, Long Yuan Heo Ayu can completely deny it. Although I know you must be very angry about what happened here, it has little impact on the entire time realm. Maybe no one will care about your opinion. Xiao Dian said very bluntly. Qin Wentian sneered, which meant that he didn't have enough say. No one would care about a small realm master. This was the 10,000 Realms Conference. There were many powerful realm masters. Mo Qingcheng was fine, and the other party didn't dare to really kill people in his palace. That would be a complete idiot. Therefore, this matter was a big deal for Qin Wentian, but insignificant for the 10,000 Realms Conference. Take him over to confront him. A force imprisoned the abandoned World Master. Qin Wentian took a step forward and headed towards the direction of the Xiangxin mirror again. His eyes were very cold. Fortunately, Mo Qingcheng had the opportunity to obtain the kiss of the demon god and was able to summon the divine phoenix, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Long Yuan Heo Ayu had violated his taboo. The group of people flashed and moved very fast, but before they returned to the place where the Xiangxin mirror was, they were stopped by someone. Seeing these people appear, Qin Wentian frowned and looked at the woman in the lead, saying, Miss, if you don't like people with the surname Qin, you don't have to stop me, right? The person who stopped them was the beautiful woman who said, people with the surname Qin are not good things. Who has the kiss of the demon god? At this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes were extremely sharp. She swept through everyone one by one. The breath disappeared not long ago, but it should be in this direction. They happened to meet Qin Wentian and the others. It shouldn't be wrong. It is very likely that it is on one of the people in front of them. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly. She knew the kiss of the demon god? Mo Qingcheng was also shocked. Could it be that the kiss of the demon god has an owner? Sure enough. The change of seats between Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng did not escape the eyes of the beautiful woman who was staring at them. When she said this, she was staring at their reactions. The kiss of the demon god belongs to me. If you return it to me, I can give you other treasures instead. The woman said. Qin Wentian knew that he could not hide it from the other party, so he said, the kiss of the demon god belongs to you, why is it on me? He was also curious about who this woman was and why he had a familiar feeling. Moreover, she said that the kiss of the demon god belonged to her, and that the treasure was triggered by the gift that his biological mother asked Tabo to give to Mo Qingcheng at his wedding. According to the words of the divine phoenix, the kiss of the demon god may be related to her mother. Then the identity of this beautiful woman is worth his serious consideration. Before that, for some reason, I abandoned it and it was lost, but it is indeed mine, otherwise I would not have sensed its appearance. You can return it to me, and you can name any price. The woman said, which made Shili Chunfeng reveal a strange color. She was very arrogant. She could name any price. It seemed that these people were very extraordinary. Indeed, with a group of stunning women who were world masters behind her, she was so young and was also at the world master level. She must be a young generation of super forces. Since you are an abandoned thing, and now it is in my hands, it is naturally mine. Can I get back something that has been thrown away? Qin Wentian said. The kiss of the demon god saved King Chang just now, and the divine phoenix inside also regarded King Chang as the spiritual master. How could he return it to the other party just because of a word from the other party, not to mention that this thing might be related to his mother? Since it fell into his hands and was triggered by King Cheng, it naturally belonged to King Cheng. The kiss of the demon god is a magic weapon of our clan. Why do you have to take away someone else's love? The lady has already said that you can make conditions and we will exchange it with other treasures. The old man next to the beautiful woman said. No. Qin Wentian refused directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Hearing his words, the old man released a very terrible pressure. The other realm masters also took a step forward, with overwhelming power. Shili Chunfeng, Jiutian and others also stepped forward. In an instant, this space became extremely violent, with a suffocating pressure. Once the war started, it would be earth-shattering. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Let me ask you first, how did you trigger the kiss of the demon god? The beautiful woman asked. This was what she was puzzled about. The kiss of the demon god could not be triggered by people from other races. If it was really triggered by the young man named Qin in front of her, what did it mean? I also want to ask you a question. Since you said that the kiss of the demon god belongs to you, where are you from? Qin Wentian did not answer, but asked the same question he wanted to know. The beautiful woman stared at Qin Wentian, and then she opened her red lips and said, Desolate Domain, Liuxian Clan. Shili Chunfeng's body trembled violently, and he stared at the beautiful woman in front of him in astonishment. He opened his mouth and said, I? However, after saying the word I, he didn't know what to say next. Xiaotian's eyes widened and stared at the people in front of him. His heart was also fluctuating. What was going on? He met the descendants of the legendary Desolate Domain Liuxian clan in Zuanyu? The old ghost's eyes narrowed into a slit again, and his beautiful phoenix eyes stared at the other party. Obviously, they had lived in the Teku immortal domain for many years and were not unfamiliar with this surname. Especially when the other party said the word Desolate Domain, then the weight of this surname represented by everyone should be carefully considered. Brother Qin, why don't you return the treasure to her? And ask for other conditions. Don't be polite. Ask for higher conditions. Shili Chunfeng said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission. Qin Wentian was stunned. Shili Chunfeng had a free and easy personality, but he was not afraid of anything. Otherwise, he would not dare to suggest looting Shiangxin Tower. However, after hearing the other party's surname, he actually took the initiative to ask him to hand over the treasure. This was not like his character. Unless, this surname was very famous. What's going on? Qin Wentian asked through voice transmission. Desolate, Liuxian clan, haven't you heard of it? Bailey Chunfeng said speechlessly, the person in front of you can destroy you in a minute. No one can avenge you. You have to accept it. This is not something that Longyuan clan can compare to. Liuxian clan. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with sharpness. He had only been in the Teku immortal realm for a short time. He was familiar with the major peak forces in Zuanyu, but he was not very familiar with the Desolate realm. Therefore, he had never heard of Liuxian clan, and naturally did not understand the meaning of Liuxian clan. Now, can you answer my question? The beautiful woman stared at Qin Wentian and asked. Not only was Qin Wentian curious about her, but she was also very curious about the fact that the other party could trigger the demon god's kiss, especially the young man in front of him, whose surname was Qin. Qin Wentian stared at the other party. He was a little hesitant now. Should he tell it? If he did, what would be the consequences? However, if he wanted to verify his guess, the woman in front of him was the key. The demon god's kiss belongs to the Liuxian family. Qin Wentian asked seriously. How could I lie to you? The woman stared at Qin Wentian. Then tell me first, what are the conditions for triggering the demon god's kiss? As long as you answer, I will tell you what you want to know. Qin Wentian said. The kiss of the demon god contains a spirit body. The blood of the spirit body has been used to forge a magic weapon. If the corresponding magic weapon meets the spirit body, it will trigger the kiss of the demon god. The magic weapon forged with the blood of the spirit body is only owned by my clan. Why do you have it too? The woman spoke to Qin Wentian this time. This sentence seemed to further confirm Qin Wentian's guess. When I got married, my mother gave my wife a phoenix robe, which she has been wearing. Qin Wentian also told the other party in the form of voice transmission. The woman's body was shocked and trembled suddenly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian. Who is your mother? The woman asked. I don't know. Qin Wentian said. He was actually very hesitant just now, but he still said it. He didn't know if this sentence would bring him anything. Would it be a disaster? He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, staring at her face, not wanting to miss any details. He wanted to see the subtle changes in the other's expression and infer something from it. Since he said that, he had to be prepared. The beautiful woman's breathing was a little rapid at this moment, and she also stared at Qin Wentian. After a moment, she suddenly turned around and left without pursuing the kiss of the demon god. This made everyone around look a little puzzled, not understanding what happened. What's going on? Shili Chunfeng asked. I don't know either. Qin Wentian stared at the woman's figure going away and took a deep breath. What will he face next? He couldn't predict it. Let's go to the Xiangxin mirror. Longjin Haoiu's matter has not been dealt with yet. Qin Wentian said, and Shili Chunfeng and the others nodded. Qin Wentian obviously didn't want to mention this matter again. It seemed that there were some secrets hidden in it, but they would not ask about it. Who doesn't have secrets? After the beautiful woman left, she ran all the way back to the palace where she was. She still didn't calm down at this moment, and her thoughts were ups and downs. Miss, what's wrong? The old man followed her and asked. He didn't understand why the young lady suddenly gave up pursuing the kiss of the demon god, and the whole person seemed a little abnormal. I want to be alone. She walked to her room alone and sat there in a daze, as if she was thinking about something. As she thought about it, a tear appeared in the corner of her eye. His last name was Qin, and his mother had a phoenix robe, so his identity seemed to be revealed. She actually had her own offspring, and he was already a world master. P.S. Thank you for your suggestions. I suddenly realized that the article posted on the official account today seemed to be a spoiler. Sure enough, I am still too young. I am so hungry, I am going to eat. Chapter 1773, Can you do it? The name of Luotian clan in the wilderness was imprinted in Qin Wentian's mind. But at this moment, he needed to put it aside temporarily. In the Xiangxin realm, Qin Wentian brought the abolished realm master. His eyes were extremely cold, and he walked directly in the direction of Long Yuan Haoiu. Long Yuan Haoiu also saw Qin Wentian, of course. He also saw the abolished realm master, and also saw Qin Wentian's wife Mo Qingchang standing beside him safely. His pupils shrank slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He actually failed. What a waste. There was no realm master in the palace at all. How could he not accomplish such a task? He was also caught red-handed. Now seeing Qin Wentian walking straight towards him, it was obvious that he had been betrayed, and the other party had already given him up. At this time, a powerful realm master was walking towards the Xiangxin mirror, preparing to reveal his realm heart. Qin Wentian looked over there and said loudly, Sir, can you wait for a moment? I have something to say. The realm master glanced at Qin Wentian and nodded, You go. Thank you. Qin Wentian nodded to the other party, then looked at the crowd. I am the realm master of Qingchang realm in Zuanаю, and I proclaimed myself the realm master of Qingchang realm. I received an invitation to the 10,000 Realms Conference, so I came to attend the conference. I heard that at the 10,000 Realms Conference, you can bring your family into the time realm without danger. If you are in the palace, you will not be disturbed. However, today, someone came to the palace where I live and forcibly took my wife away. If my wife did not have a treasure to protect her, the consequences would be disastrous. There are many seniors here. I want to ask, how should I deal with such a violation of the rules of the 10,000 Realms Conference? Many people's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and they all looked at the realm master figure with a weak breath behind Qin Wentian. A strong man from a major force asked, Hasn't he been abolished by you? Since he did such a thing and was captured by you, you can deal with him. Thank you, senior. I will deal with him myself, but this person is also acting under someone's instructions. Qin Wentian said. Oh. Someone looked in the direction of Longjin Mansion opposite Qin Wentian. Could it be someone from Longjin Mansion? Qingchang Realm Master, Longjin Mansion. A strong man who knew the grudge between King Chang Realm Master and Xiangxin Tower instantly understood something. It seems that someone in Jiutian Mansion is dissatisfied with this King Chang Realm Master and wants to punish him. Who is it? The man asked. You tell me. Qin Wentian looked at the Realm Master and said. The Realm Master was in a decadent state at the moment, staring at Long Yuan Haoyu, with a flash of malice in his eyes. It was the order he issued that caused him to fall from this point. What does it mean for a proud Realm Master to have his cultivation abolished? Becoming a complete waste. Long Yuan Haoyu, why did you ask me to do it? The Realm Master looked cold, but Long Yuan Haoyu just glanced at him lightly and said calmly, do we know each other? His words made Qin Wentian's eyes condense, and then he saw Long Yuan Haoyu looking at him and said, he doesn't follow the rules, so you can abolish him, but what's the point of taking this opportunity to frame me? Obviously, Long Yuan Haoyu would not admit it. He thought about the consequences before doing this. If he did it well, Qin Wentian's woman was in his hands, and he would not dare to announce it to the public. If he didn't do it well, he naturally knew nothing, so he didn't ask the people of Long Yuan Mansion to do it. You. The World Master's face was extremely pale, and he pointed at Long Yuan Haoyu and looked very angry, but at this moment, he had no momentum at all, like an old man in his twilight years. At this time, someone pointed out that the grudge between the King Chang World Master and Long Yuan Haoyu was also known to many people in the Time Realm. The maid that Qin Wentian took away from the Xiangxin building that day was a woman that Long Yuan Haoyu secretly raised and arranged in the Xiangxin building, so he came to take revenge. I can testify for the King Chang World Master. How should Long Yuan Haoyu be punished? Let's talk about it. Jiutian knew that Long Yuan Haoyu would deny it before he came, but he still stood up and spoke. Haha. Long Yuan Haoyu laughed and looked at Jiutian and said, Senior Xiao has such a good relationship with the Lord of King Chang Realm. Together with Senior Laoge, Boss Shili, and Feng Huang, there are exactly 5 of us. Some time ago, my Xiangxin building was robbed by the 5 lords. I think it must be you 5 who are taking revenge on Xiangxin building for Qin Wentian, right? Jiutian and the other 5 were shocked. They didn't expect that Long Yuan Haoyu had guessed it. It seemed that they were a little careless. Staring at Long Yuan Haoyu, Jiutian said one word, yes. Jiutian, he did not deny it, but directly admitted it. Brother Qin is my brother. Xiangxin building is too unruly and insulted the guests who came to trade treasures. Can't a maid teach him a lesson? He even dared to order people to capture Brother Qin at the cost of a treasure. Of course, I have to vent my anger, so I proposed to rob Xiangxin building. I admit what I did. What about you? Jiutian stared at Long Yuan Haoyu. Senior Xiao is indeed a member of the Xiao family. He committed robbery and robbed our Xiangxin building after a disagreement. Long Yuan Haoyu sneered, as for what you said, if I did it, I would admit it, but I really don't know this person. As expected of a world master, you have a good characterization. Qin Wentian stared at Long Yuan Haoyu with cold eyes. He knew that they had robbed Xiangxin building, but he was still so calm and still refused to admit what he had done. Brother Xiao, do you want to give an explanation for this matter? An elder of Long Yuan Haoyu said in the crowd of Long Yuan Mansion. Although the treasures in Xiangxin building were only a small part of their huge wealth of Long Yuan Mansion, this was equivalent to slapping the face of his Long Yuan Mansion. What's more, Jiutian admitted it in public. Did he still take Long Yuan Mansion seriously? What explanation do you need? Jiutian said coldly, as for what you did in Xiangxian Lao, what's wrong with robbing it? Are you going to chop off my head? You, Long Yuan Mansion, should discipline your descendants and don't touch any woman. It's embarrassing. Now you dare not admit such a shameless thing. This is really arrogant. Many people watch the conflict here with interest. It's worthy of Jiutian of the Xiao family. I robbed your Xiangxian Lao, what can you do to me? This robbed others and was so righteous. There is really no such domineering bandit. A very shameless thing, he said it for the sake of his brothers and righteous. You still have to give an explanation. At this time, Qin Wentian suddenly spoke, which made Jiutian stunned. Is this guy stupid? He took the responsibility, and Qin Wentian wanted to admit it? Qin Wentian looked at Long Yuan Haoyu and continued, I had a share in the looting of Xiangxin Tower, and it is true that you Xiangxin Tower wanted to capture me. Now you have sent people to deal with my wife. In this case, Taking advantage of the 10,000 Realms Conference, it is the time for the Realm Masters to compete. Long Yuan Heoiu, how about we fight and end this feud with one of us dying? Interesting. The powerful men around all smiled. Qin Wentian openly challenged Long Yuan Heoiu, the genius Realm Master of Long Yuan Mansion, and asked for a life and death battle. So, will Long Yuan Heoiu accept the challenge? The name of the extraordinary Realm Master of King Cheng has been confirmed. He easily killed the 3 powerful Realm Masters in seconds. However, Long Yuan Heoiu is known as the genius Realm Master of Long Yuan Mansion. How can he be weak? Moreover, as Qin Wentian said, although the 10,000 Worlds Conference is not a direct competition, looking at the history of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, its purpose is to see the strength and talent of the various World Masters in the Zuanliu. In the end, some people will get a chance to defy the heavens and join the Taoist inheritance forces, and some will get treasures, and there will even be peerless figures who can directly worship as the gods. In the 10,000 Worlds Conference, competition is inevitable. Now, this King Cheng World Master took the initiative to challenge Long Yuan Heoiu. If he doesn't agree, I'm afraid it won't work. That would be a slap in the face of Long Yuan Mansion. Others will ridicule that the genius World Master of Long Yuan Mansion is arrogant, so he doesn't even dare to fight an outsider King Cheng World Master. Extraordinary World Masters have their own deterrent power. Qin Wentian killed 3 World Masters in one battle, and Long Yuan Heoiu was also a little hesitant, but seeing that countless people and big figures focused on him, he didn't respond. I'm afraid it wouldn't work. You have courage. Jiutian secretly praised Qin Wentian in his heart as he looked at him. Regardless of the outcome, Qin Wentian wanted to take Long Yuan Heoiu's life in the form of a challenge. This was courage. He wanted to kill Long Yuan Heoiu in front of Long Yuan Mansion. I accept your challenge. Long Yuan Heoiu spoke coldly and accepted the challenge. Qin Wentian's body flew into the air, and Long Yuan Heoiu also stepped out. The eyes of many Realm Masters and big figures around him were all focused on them, including the Changsheng Realm Master. He was a little surprised that Qin Wentian dared to provoke Long Yuan Mansion. Although he killed the Changsheng Realm Master, he had not been a Realm Master for many years. How strong could he be? Now, in front of the Xiangxin mirror, since you two want to challenge, why don't you fight in the light area of the Xiangxin mirror, bloom your Xiangxin consciousness, and show your talents? Above the void, a powerful Realm Master of a powerful force spoke lightly, and Long Yuan Heoiu nodded and said, yes. The person who spoke was obviously of extraordinary status. His figure flashed, and he entered the place covered by the light of the Xiangxin mirror. Qin Wentian also stepped into it. On the top of this ancient mountain, which was shining brightly, the 2 World Masters stood opposite each other. This would be the first battle of the 10,000 Worlds Conference, and it would be seen by everyone in the Time Realm. Long Yuan Heoiu's mind moved, and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant. An extremely terrifying wave surrounded him, turning into a domineering halo to protect his body. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was protecting him. At this moment, a brilliant light was released from the Xiangxin mirror. Defensive Xiangxin consciousness. Everyone thought to themselves when they saw this scene. Long Yuan Heoiu stretched out his hand again and grasped it towards the void. A powerful force descended, overwhelming everything. The Xiangxin mirror released light again, like a flash of lightning across the time realm. However, this was not the end. Long Yuan Heoiu continued to release the power of the Xiangxin consciousness until the Xiangxin mirror bloomed with 5 rays of light, causing many people's pupils to shrink slightly. He really deserved the name of the genius World Master of Long Yuan Mansion. Can you do it? Long Yuan Heoiu stared at Qin Wentian and spoke coldly. Although the amount of understanding of Xiangxin consciousness does not necessarily mean that one is strong, the more one understands, the more transcendent one's understanding will be. If he can crush Qin Wentian in this regard, he will be more confident in this battle. Chapter 1774. Is it difficult? Can you do it? Long Yuan Heoiu's words were full of provocation. Qin Wentian stared at him with indifferent eyes. There was only indifference in his deep eyes. When has the strength of a realm lord been measured by the amount of heavenly heart consciousness? Qin Wentian said. It's ridiculous. Of course, the strength of a realm lord cannot be measured by the amount of heavenly heart consciousness, but why are countless people blocked from the realm lord realm? It's nothing more than because they can't comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness, not even one. The amount of heavenly heart consciousness that is comprehended can directly show the comprehension of a realm lord. If there is no quantity, how can we talk about quality? Long Yuan Haoiu said proudly. What Long Yuan Haoiu said is correct. Although many people in the 10,000 Realms Conference are realm lords do not seem to be rare. But you have to know that those who come here to participate in the 10,000 Realms Conference have gathered the top power of the entire Xuanliu. Only one realm lord can emerge from a crowd of hundreds of millions. This shows how difficult it is to comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness. A powerful figure in the void said slowly, a realm lord who can comprehend one heavenly heart consciousness is the most ordinary realm lord. It is good enough to comprehend 2. It is even more difficult to comprehend 3. As for 4 or 5 heavenly heart consciousnesses, it requires strong talent to support it. The two of you should not have practiced for a long time. Long Yuan Haoiu can display 5 heavenly heart consciousnesses. His talent is outstanding. This is very true. Considering Long Yuan Haoiu's age, it is indeed not easy. Someone else spoke, and Long Yuan Haoiu stared at Qin Wentian with a somewhat sarcastic smile. What you seniors said is very true. It seems that I underestimated the heavenly heart consciousness. Qin Wentian said to the strong man who was helping Long Yuan Haoiu in the void. At this time, he inadvertently revealed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and continued to speak. But, is it difficult to comprehend the number of heavenly heart consciousnesses? You are so arrogant. Someone in Long Yuan Mansion scolded. Haha, of course it is difficult, especially to comprehend 5 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. Someone else in the void said. I see. Qin Wentian nodded lightly, and then a ray of light was released from his body. It was the power of Guangaian heavenly heart consciousness. Along with the release of this heavenly heart consciousness, the heavenly heart mirror flashed a brilliant light, which meant that he released the first kind of heavenly heart consciousness. Afterwards, Qin Wentian's body turned into an illusion and disappeared into nothingness, and then appeared again in an instant. This continued. The heavenly heart mirror, the second ray of light was released, and Qin Wentian and his heavenly heart consciousness shone in the world of time. This King Chang Realm Master is an extraordinary Realm Master. Although he may not be able to comprehend the 5 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness power, he should have no problem comprehending 4 kinds. I just don't know if he can be on par with Long Yuan Haoiu. Many people who knew Qin Wentian's name as an extraordinary Realm Master were not surprised. An extraordinary Realm Master meant that Qin Wentian might have achieved the fusion of 3 kinds of law sources. Even if these 3 kinds of law sources were fused in pairs, 3 kinds would appear. Adding the 3 kinds of law sources fused together, it would be 4 kinds. However, a Realm Master put all his experience into the fusion of 3 kinds of law sources, and his comprehension of other law sources would inevitably be much worse, so the 5th kind should not be easy. As expected by the crowd, Qin Wentian released the power of 4 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness in succession. The heavenly heart mirror flashed 4 rays of light. Long Yuan Haoiu's eyes condensed slightly, staring at Qin Wentian's figure. Could he have other heavenly heart consciousnesses? Qin Wentian's movements paused slightly. At this moment, countless eyes focused on him. Long Yuan Haoiu was also a little nervous, and his eyes never moved away. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and a force of nothingness moved directly in the void, turning into a terrifying force, and instantly descended in front of Long Yuan Haoiu, and then suddenly stopped, and the 5th light was released from the Shiangtsen mirror. Qin Wentian released 5 kinds of Shiangtsen consciousness power, calmly. Before I comprehended the world heart, I had already observed various kinds of Shiangtsen consciousness to comprehend the power of my own Shiangtsen consciousness, because, although my days of cultivation were short, and I have stepped into the realm of the World Master for an even shorter time, I still have some understanding of Shiangtsen consciousness. Is this difficult? Qin Wentian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved, and in an instant, the endless brilliant light of heaven and earth descended towards him. At this moment, the divine sword carried by the World Master behind him rang, as if it was about to appear, and the treasures of the World Master were trembling, as if they were about to escape from their control. Their pupils shrank slightly, looking at Qin Wentian in the center of the endless brilliance. The 6th ray of light from the Shiangtsen mirror burst out, surpassing Long Yuan Haoiu. At this moment, Long Yuan Haoiu's face was burning, and he was slapped on the spot. The senior figures who had spoken for Long Yuan Haoiu before also shut up one by one, staring at Qin Wentian speechless. Science consciousness, is it difficult? He said that although he had been a realm master for a short time, he had no pressure to comprehend science consciousness. Moreover, before comprehending the realm heart, he might have comprehended a lot of science consciousness, which means that his realm heart was not derived from science consciousness, but directly comprehended the real extraordinary realm master. However, did all this stop there? No. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and another dazzling light burst out. This was a curved light, with darkness and light coexisting, flying in the void, revealing the domineering and extremely destructive power. The seventh ray of light from the Jiutian mirror burst out. This means that Qin Wentian has comprehended the seventh kind of Jiutian consciousness. Do you want to see more? Qin Wentian looked at Long Yuan Haoyu with a look of contempt. At this moment, Long Yuan Haoyu looked ashen. His pride was trampled on. Since you can comprehend so many kinds of heavenly heart consciousness, and it is the time when the 10,000 Worlds Conference is held, why don't you show it? This should be a stage for geniuses, and you should shine. An old man from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy said. Senior, you are right. I thought it was unnecessary before, but now, I have to let you seniors laugh at me. Qin Wentian bowed to the senior from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, humble and polite, but when he raised his head, his eyes released a dazzling brilliance that went straight to people's hearts. The heavenly heart mirror had an eighth ray of light shining. At a glance, it was a power of heavenly heart consciousness. Next, the ninth and 10th rays of light appeared. The Jiutian realm formed by the entire ancient mountain released endless dazzling brilliance. 10 dazzling lights surrounded Qin Wentian, unparalleled in the world. The void was silent. Whether it was the young world masters or the older generation, they all stared at Qin Wentian at this moment, attracting everyone's attention. 10 kinds of Jiutian consciousness were already twice that of Long Yuan Haoyu, and his face was swollen. At this moment, not only the people around the Jiutian mirror saw it, but all the strong men in the time realm saw the unparalleled figure in the ancient mountain. In a certain palace, an old man saw the situation here and his expression froze. Then he said in a certain direction, "Miss, come out and take a look. I told you not to disturb." A figure came from the palace. It's the young man surnamed Qin. He is releasing the Jiutian consciousness at the Jiutian mirror. The old man said again. Although he didn't know what happened before that caused the young lady's change, it must be related to that young man. A figure flashed out in an instant, and a stunning woman appeared. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. The Jiutian mirror projected the scene that happened on the ancient mountain. 10 rays of light enveloped Qin Wentian's body, as if the God-King was above the world, blooming with unparalleled grace. He is competing with a realm master from Qin Mansion, and has released 10 kinds of Jiutian consciousness power. This person is still very young, and such talent is simply terrifying. The old man said, and the beautiful woman stared at Qin Wentian's figure in a daze, her heart trembling slightly. 10 kinds of Jiutian consciousness power? However, how could his talent not be strong? He is still releasing the heavenly heart consciousness, the 11th one. The old man exclaimed, and saw the heavenly heart mirror emit the 11th ray of light, and the entire world of time seemed to be frozen. The next moment, another ray of light shone, and the 12th ray of light shone. The old man's heart trembled, and he felt a little numb inside. He had been a world master for countless years, and he was already a powerful existence in the world master realm. The types of heavenly heart consciousness he had comprehended were just so-so. Of course, what he was pursuing now was no longer quantity. But Qin Wentian was so young that he might have directly released the 12 heavenly heart consciousnesses not long after he entered the world master realm. This meant that comprehending the heavenly heart consciousness was not difficult for him at all. How high would his achievements be in the future? The woman's eyes turned red again, and her beautiful eyes were a little moist. She murmured in her heart, "Father, why did you do all that?" Now, someone is back. In the ancient mountain, around the heavenly heart mirror, many powerful people, giants from all sides, and many powerful figures stared at Qin Wentian, and their hearts were filled with ripples. Extraordinary world master? It was indeed extraordinary. In fact, his talent could not be summed up by the word extraordinary world master. With 12 rays of light covering his body, he made no one dare to show their heavenly heart consciousness. Who else could surpass him? I'm afraid it would be better if a powerful being walked out, but what's the point of comparing with a junior? The face of the heavenly talisman world master turned completely black. He found it hard to accept. How could he have such a talent? How could this junior who had once worshipped in the heavenly talisman world and was his disciple comprehend the 12 heavenly heart consciousnesses? No one knew Qin Wentian's age better than him. A few hundred years ago, he was just a small figure. The people in Jiutian mansion were trembling in their hearts, and their faces were extremely ugly. This time, it would be a disaster for Jiutian Haoyu to accept Qin Wentian's challenge. For Jiutian Haoyu, it was indeed a disaster. He had no faith in fighting at this moment. He wanted to increase his confidence and show his pride with 5 heavenly heart consciousnesses before, but when he saw Qin Wentian surrounded by 12 rays of light, his pride was shattered, and there was only a tremor in his heart. Everyone remembered what Qin Wentian said before: is it difficult to comprehend the number of heavenly heart consciousnesses? They thought Qin Wentian was being arrogant, but what about now? 12 rays of light were covering her. This was difficult? P.S. Some people are still asking who this woman is. Actually, it's already obvious. The public account I posted yesterday also gave away the details. Haha, if you are interested, you can add me. Just click on the public account in the widget search and search for and follow me. Chapter 1775 Qin Wentian's Boundary Heart. It was difficult for Qin Wentian to comprehend the heavenly heart consciousness, but once he really stepped into that door, there was no problem. He had practiced in the 10,000 Dharma realm for many years, and had seen all kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. He had experienced the real 10,000 Dharma world and comprehended countless powerful heavenly heart consciousnesses. When he truly comprehended the heart of the world, the heavenly heart consciousness became a very simple power for him. Of course, this refers to the ordinary heavenly heart consciousness, which is formed by the fusion of 2 sources of power. As for the extraordinary heavenly heart consciousness, it is not so easy to comprehend, and it requires a stronger understanding and a lot of time to comprehend. Before, he did not intend to release the heavenly heart consciousness to emerge, but what Jiutian Haoyu did changed his mind. He dared to violate the rules of the 10,000 Realms Conference and directly sent people to his palace to capture Mo Qingchen. What did he rely on? It was nothing more than a strong family background, and he, Qin Wentian, was just an outsider realm master. Such realm masters could be easily found in the 10,000 Realms Conference. Therefore, he knew that he needed to do something to let the 10,000 Worlds Conference and even many powerful figures know of his existence. So there was the scene at this moment, with 12 rays of light covering his body, all from the heavenly heart mirror, which meant that he had released 12 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness. Being able to comprehend 12 kinds of heavenly heart consciousness is enough to prove that you have extraordinary comprehension, but you are right about one thing. The strength of a realm master has never been determined by the number of heavenly heart consciousnesses. You spend too much time on this and delay the pursuit of a strong heavenly heart consciousness, which is a waste of time. The strong man who spoke for Jiutian Haoyu before spoke again, as if Qin Wentian's release of heavenly heart consciousness made him lose face. Before, he had pointed out how difficult it was to comprehend heavenly heart consciousness, and thought that it was not easy for Jiutian Haoyu to be talented, but then Qin Wentian released 12 heavenly heart consciousnesses, which was a bit embarrassing. Qin Wentian sneered in his heart. Jiutian Haoyu was praised for releasing 5 kinds of heavenly heart consciousnesses, but 12 kinds of heavenly heart consciousnesses. The other party changed his statement. However, no matter how arrogant he was, he would not be so foolish as to confront these powerful figures directly. He only had to deal with one person at the moment, Jiutian Haoyu, and would not cause any other troubles for the time being. The senior taught me that the junior should follow his teachings and not lose sight of the main point. Qin Wentian still said modestly, appearing very polite and impeccable. His eyes slowly turned and fell on Jiutian Haoyu. Before, he was just releasing the heavenly heart consciousness, but in fact, this was a life and death battle between him and Jiutian Haoyu. Are you ready? Qin Wentian uttered a voice to Jiutian Haoyu. Jiutian Haoyu's face sank, and he was a little unconfident in his heart. Seeing the 12 heavenly heart consciousnesses, it was impossible for him not to feel guilty. Next, our battle should begin. As soon as Qin Wentian's voice fell, the wind and clouds changed color in an instant, and a terrifying force was born, descending directly to cover the vast void. The so-called realm master is above the extraordinary, one thought is the law, and my will is the will of heaven. When Qin Wentian released his world heart, the vast area centered on him and Jiutian Haoyu became his world, the place where the heart domain was, where the power was. At this moment, Long Yuan Haoi looked ashen. If he had lost confidence because of Qin Wentian's blooming heavenly heart consciousness before, then at this moment when Qin Wentian released his world heart, he was already desperate. It was just because, at this moment, Long Yuan Haoyu felt as if his body was involuntarily, and the whole world seemed to be under Qin Wentian's absolute control. He was the master of this space, the king of this world. Long Yuan Haoyu released his world heart, but he felt that the world heart he had always been proud of was now absolutely suppressed. It was a suppression at the level of the world heart, which made his world heart useless, and made his heavenly heart consciousness power also useless. In this area, only Qin Wentian could dominate everything. In the Shiangxin mirror, a 13th ray of light flashed, dazzling and bright, indicating the birth of another Shiangxin consciousness. This was his innate Shiangxin consciousness, that is, the power of Shiangxin consciousness derived from the boundary heart, which directly overlapped with the boundary heart. The heart domain was the power of Shiangxin consciousness. Qin Wentian took a step forward. Long Yuan Haoi looked at his figure with an extremely ugly face. At this moment, he felt that Qin Wentian was like an invincible god, high above, overlooking him. He was a genius boundary master of Long Yuan Mansion, but at this moment, he was like an ant, being pressed under the feet of Qin Wentian, being trampled, and looked down upon. The feeling was so strong that the person in front of him was invincible to him. Long Yuan Haoyu regretted why he accepted the challenge. In this battle, he had no chance of winning, or rather, he had already lost. The two were not boundary masters of the same level at all. Qin Wentian's boundary heart made him despair. Seeing Qin Wentian approaching step by step, seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Long Yuan Haoyu knew what he wanted to do, and he said, "I give up this battle. This battle is over." The moment he finished speaking, many people were stunned. Give up the battle, not fight? Long Yuan Haoyu had accepted the challenge in front of everyone before. What does it mean to give up now? It means that he has given up his dignity and pride, and lost without a fight. He was terrified, and he didn't even have the courage to fight. This was more shameful than losing. But the outcome of losing could be death, so he would rather give up his dignity. What a joke! The 10,000 Worlds Conference, in front of so many predecessors, in front of the overlords of the Zuanayu, how could a battle promised by a world master be ended? Qin Wentian said coldly. His murderous intent was blazing, and he continued to walk forward step by step. Long Yuan Haoyu only felt that the god of death was approaching him. "I admit defeat, is this okay?" Long Yuan Haoyu said. "Of course." Qin Wentian sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Long Yuan Haoyu, and stretched out his hand to grab forward. Long Yuan Haoyu wanted to dodge, but the force was too strong. In this absolute space, Qin Wentian was a god, and he couldn't hide. His body was directly captured in the air, as if an invisible hand grabbed his body and lifted him up little by little. "What are you doing?" Long Yuan Haoyu roared, his face ferocious. Since it is a life and death battle, the price of admitting defeat is naturally only one, death. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Anyone who touches Mo Qingchang will not be forgiven. "Stop!" A thunderous shout came from the void, coming from Long Yuan Mansion, obviously trying to stop Qin Wentian from killing Long Yuan Haoyu. "Die?" Along with the thunderous roar, there was only the cold word "die." Then everyone saw Long Yuan Haoyu's body shattered directly, his soul scattered, and he was killed without even a chance to beg for mercy or scream. Even Qin Wentian seemed to have not made a move. With just one word "die," Long Yuan Haoyu really died. Many people trembled in their hearts. The person who died was not an ordinary realm master, but the genius realm master of Long Yuan Mansion, Long Yuan Haoyu. Surprisingly, he died just like that, so simply, without a big battle, not even a collision, just a simple and extreme crushing kill. What is a genius? A true genius always needs other geniuses to accompany him, and Longyun Mansion's so-called genius realm master Longyun Haoyu has undoubtedly become the foil of a true genius realm master today, but the price is too high, with his life as the foil. What kind of realm heart is this, so scary? Many people secretly said. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the strong man in Longyun Mansion who shouted the word "stop" and asked, "What's the matter?" The strong man's face turned black, and there was a strong anger all over his body. Qin Wentian had obviously ignored his words and the existence of Jiutian Mansion just now, and killed Jiutian Haoai without any hesitation, killing a young genius realm master of Jiutian Mansion in front of everyone. However, the person is dead now, what else can he say? The life and death battle was witnessed by everyone. Even if he hated Qin Wentian at this moment, he could not say anything about Jiutian Haoai's death. Your Excellency is so cruel. You killed my Jiutian Mansion's people for a little grudge. Then, you should also settle the matter of looting the Xiangxin building in Jiutian Mansion. The strong man of Jiutian Mansion said coldly. Even if Jiutian was watching, they would not kill Jiutian, but Qin Wentian must be dealt with. I looted the Xiangxin building. Everything is my responsibility. I will take care of whatever you want to do in Jiutian Mansion. Jiutian said forcefully. Put aside your grudges outside for now. At this time, a voice came out, and the people of Jiutian Mansion looked condensed. They looked at the person who spoke. It turned out to be a strong man from the Xiandao Holy Academy who spoke. The boundary heart you comprehended is somewhat peculiar. What is the boundary heart power? The strong man from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy asked Qin Wentian. Some people comprehend boundary hearts that are unique and very special. Qin Wentian's boundary heart is somewhat special. Although Qin Wentian released a boundary heart power before, it only covered the area between him and Jiutian Haoai, but the strong men around him could still feel the existence of the power of the heavenly heart consciousness. To reply to the senior, this boundary heart is based on the fusion of the heavenly heart consciousness, and I directly deduced and realized it by adding my own perception and practice of magical powers and spells, so as to regenerate the power of the heavenly heart consciousness. When the boundary heart and the heavenly heart consciousness are released, this area will be under my absolute control, and the opponent's boundary heart and heavenly heart consciousness will be suppressed. As for the name of the boundary heart, I haven't chosen it yet. The name is not important, Qin Wentian said. In fact, the power of this boundary heart is not as simple as he said. That is to say, as long as you release the power of the world heart, the world master fighting with you will have absolute control. You are the god of this world. Your will is like destiny, and you can decide life and death with a single word. No wonder Jiutian Haoai has no power to fight back. The strong man nodded and said, why not, just name it the Destiny World Heart. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.